Good morning, everyone. Welcome to another Transportation Committee hearing, our last Transportation Committee public hearing of the short session. As everyone knows, we finish up today and we move toward our JF meetings and hopefully to a very productive few weeks of this committee's work, and then into general sessions moving towards the end of the month into April and early May. So this is my easy reminder to folks who have pending issues before the committee. There's about 8 weeks left of session. So let's get a move on. We have 4 items on today's agenda. I'm sorry, 3 items, 4 items, 4 items on today's agenda. Some of them pretty controversial. We're going to hear a lot of testimony today. We like to keep it to the contents of the bills that are on our agenda. We have over 50 people who are signed up to speak. My son is completing 7 years of youth hockey. He's got his final banquet tonight. I'm going to get there on time for that. So I'm going to try to move this as quickly and effectively as possible. So if we can keep our public testimony rules, which is 3 minutes per person, that would be greatly appreciated. And again, people continue to have the ability to send all their written testimony to the committee up until we pass the bill. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my Senate co-chair, Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everybody. Good to see a full room here today. I know there's a lot going on in the building, so legislators on multiple committees will be sort of filtering in and out and doing their best to hear from the public on these important 4 bills we have before us today, some of which we've seen before on this committee and some of which we have not. I will just reiterate my co-chair's remarks in that we really want to stick to the content of the legislation before us today. We're not looking for speculation. We really want to make sure we are getting the best possible products out of this committee. The proposals before us may need to be tweaked based on what we hear today. And we take this public hearing process very seriously. And so we really want to get at the legislation, understanding what we've done right here, what maybe could use some improvement. But we need to stick to the proposals before us today. So I can't underscore that enough. As we go through the process, if we're hearing testimony on legislation that is not before the committee today, the chairs will make mention of it because we really want to stick to that content and get these bills just right before we need to make a determination and before we deliberate as a committee over whether or not to pass them out of this committee. So again, I'm pleased to be here today. We do have almost 60 people who have registered to testify. I expect we'll have some good discussion today and learn a lot about what is before us, and I'm looking forward to that. Thanks so much, Mr. Chair.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you everyone for being here, and thank you to all those who submitted written testimony. As has been said before, we look forward to hearing from you and what you have to say. We're not making any decisions today. It's just important for us to hear what you want to hear on the 4 bills that we are addressing. So hopefully we can get through this list and hear from each and every one of you in a reasonable hour. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank all of you who have signed up and make the effort to offer your testimony. And for many of those that have written testimony, it is important for us as a deliberative body to hear public hearings. So here we go. I'm eager to get going, and I hope that we will heed the voice of the public when they articulate positions that may be relevant, and we've got some controversial issues. So again, I'm very excited to hear from many of the people that have been active in their democratic process. So here we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you to my co-chair, ranking members of the committee. We now can get started. First person on our agenda today is Thomas Chapman from the National Transportation Safety Board. Mr. Chapman, are you, there we go. Mr. Chapman, the floor is yours.
Good morning, co-chairs and members of the committee. My name is Tom Chapman, and I have the honor of serving as the 46th member of the National Transportation Safety Board. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 424, which would lower the per se blood alcohol concentration limit from 0.08 to 0.05. Since 2013, the NTSB has recommended that all 50 states, the District of Columbia, and Puerto Rico establish a per se BAC limit of 0.05 or lower. In 2018, Utah became the first state to do so and subsequently saw reductions in both its fatal crash and fatality rates relative to the rest of the United States. Passage of SB 424 would make Connecticut the second state to embrace a change that will save lives and cut the number of senseless and completely avoidable crashes. In 2021, there were a staggering 13,384 alcohol-impaired driving fatalities in the United States. That is the highest number since 2008. Nationally, alcohol-impaired driving fatalities represent almost 1/3 of all traffic deaths every year. Various countermeasures have been tried, and some have made a significant difference. Still, the number of crashes and deaths remains stubbornly high. In Connecticut, there were 112 fatalities involving an impaired driver in 2021, nearly 40% of all traffic fatalities. More needs to be done, and research suggests that lowering the legal BAC limit to 0.05 will reduce fatal alcohol-related crashes by an estimated 11%. Utah saw reductions in crash rates and alcohol involvement in crashes, while there was no negative impact on alcohol sales, tourism, tax revenues, or DUI arrests. A 0.05 BAC law works in part as a general deterrent. It helps modify the behavior of all drivers by encouraging them to separate drinking from driving. Utah's experience is a real success story, one we hope to see repeated in Connecticut. Because we know it works, we at the NTSB strongly support legislation that will lower the legal BAC per se limit to 0.05. We applaud Connecticut lawmakers for considering this key step, and we extend our appreciation to the Commissioner and the Connecticut DOT for taking a stand on such an important issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman, for your testimony and your work with the NTSB. I do appreciate you spending the time with us today and making sure to let folks in Connecticut know about what's happening both in Utah, but at the national level on this issue. And you did mention that we would be the second state to incorporate the reduced blood alcohol level. But from my understanding, there are states across the country who are actively considering this as well as Connecticut. Is that right?
There are a number of states, Chair, and that list is growing, actually. I'll probably forget someone here, but I know that we're looking at legislation in Hawaii, Washington, New York State, Connecticut, North Carolina. I've probably left someone out, but yes, there are a number of states that are considering 0.05 legislation.
And it's also my understanding that the United States as a whole is a bit of an outlier on this issue, and that internationally the standard is much lower in what they think is an appropriate level of blood alcohol content in one's blood to be a responsible driver. Like, from what I'm seeing, most of Europe is at 0.05. Frankly, most of the world is at 0.05. Do you have any information with regard to that?
Yes, absolutely. We're not a bit of an outlier. We are an outlier. Over 100 countries in the world have blood alcohol limits of 0.05 or lower. There are a number of countries that have essentially zero tolerance laws. That includes much or most of Europe, where frankly, drinking is very much a part of the culture. What is not a part of the culture is drinking and driving. And that's reflected in the lower blood alcohol concentration laws that are in effect in most of Europe.
Thank you for that perspective as well. And you have some access at the NTSB that we don't necessarily have, not just on national data, what other states are working on, but also on the scientific aspect of this. And it seems pretty clear that there is a negative impact on cognitive ability once someone reaches 0.05, that we're not arbitrarily picking 0.05 just because it's lower than 0.08, but there seems to be significant science behind this number as well.
No, that's absolutely correct. You are impaired at 0.05. And in fact, we often point out impairment really begins with the first drink, but certainly by the time BAC reaches 0.05, you're impaired, and there's a demonstrable diminishment in cognitive and physical skills at that level.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman. Again, thank you for your testimony today. I'll turn it over to
Thank-
my
thank you,
co-chair,
Chair.
Sarah Cohen.
Thanks very much.
Good morning, Mr. Chapman. I just want to thank you for being here again this year with this bill before us, and I really appreciate your testimony that you've provided us with today. I wonder if you might be able to comment. We have another piece of legislation that is related, but certainly dramatically different today, which is SB 423, which would be improving highway safety by prohibiting driving while ability impaired. And I know that there are some other states such as New York who have a DWAI, which I guess some folks look at as sort of an interim between driving sober and driving under the influence. And I wonder if the NTSB has a position on driving while ability impaired.
Chair, our recommendation is clear cut. We recommend a BAC of 0.05. And again, we believe that impairment starts much lower than that, frankly. I've not had an opportunity to review the other legislation, but SB 424 is certainly our preference. We believe that that is the cleanest proposal with respect to the recommendation that we've made to the states.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman. And I know you certainly can't speak on behalf of the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, but is it your understanding, because I know NTSB does work closely with that administration, is it your understanding that NHTSA is also making recommendations to go to a 0.05? This seems to be sort of more of a national initiative than ever before. You mentioned at least 4 other states besides Connecticut that are looking to move this forward right now.
I can't speak on behalf of NHTSA, but I'm confident NHTSA supports the concept of 0.05. And actually, NHTSA's evaluation of the impact of the Utah legislation is very instructive, and we've referred to it in our written testimony.
Thank you. And could you speak to maybe a little bit more? You mentioned this with respect to Utah, but we hear a lot about if we were to move to 0.05, enforcement would be, we would see people being pulled over all the time, that folks would have a record, that this may disproportionately impact certain people. Obviously the bottom line here is don't drink and drive. Could you talk a little bit about the impact of this from a deterrence standpoint versus enforcement?
Yeah, and the NHTSA study, I think, shows pretty clearly that there wasn't a dramatic increase. In fact, I'm not even sure that there was any increase in terms of enforcement. The main value of 0.05 in our view is the deterrent impact. It has been shown, and the NHTSA evaluation demonstrates this as well. It's been shown that 0.05 has a measurable deterrent impact on folks. The NHTSA study did a survey and found that 1 in 5 drivers indicated that 0.05 had a definite impact on their decision regarding drinking and driving. The increasing prevalence of alternative means of transportation, we think that people take that into account when they're considering this, and 0.05 tends to drive people towards making better decisions with regard to ensuring that they have alternate transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman. Again, thank you for your time today and for your testimony, and appreciate all that NTSB does to make our highways and roadways safer across the United States.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ranking Member Representative Kennedy, followed by Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Chapman, for being here. Just a quick question on law enforcement. Can you tell me if law enforcement in perhaps Utah, have they had any issues with enforcing the 0.05?
They have not, and we've stayed in close touch, frankly, with the folks in Utah. They're very the law enforcement in Utah is very supportive of the 0.05 change and continues to see it as a very much a positive step forward.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chapman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Wong, followed by Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chapman, thank you for your service. NTSB has been a critical advocate and educator in regards to traffic safety. So compliments. I keep on wanting to look at the stand, and you're on TV. But I have a couple of points, and I think in the state of Connecticut, we've been truly bipartisan in looking at traffic safety, as evident by our passage of the Vision Zero bill that we did last year. But in particular to the question is, and I'll ask that of many of the people that will be testifying on the BAC is, you provide important data, and it's very relevant, and I'm in agreement with those concerns on the roads. But we have something nagging in the state of Connecticut, and I love to see if NTSB can offer some context. Is we've legalized marijuana, and marijuana usage is something that is a very big concern that pairs with impaired alcohol driving. Has NTSB looked at that in concert of a kind of a combination, bad combination that impacts danger and impairment on the roads?
We have, Chair. In fact, we released an important safety research study in the last year that we're happy to provide to you that goes in extensively to the increasing prevalence of other impairing substances and driving. And first of all, let me just stress, by far and away, the biggest problem continues to be alcohol, by far and away. But a growing problem certainly is cannabis. And just as important is what we're seeing in terms of multi-drug impairments, alcohol and cannabis being the most common combination, but others as well. It is a growing problem, one we're very concerned about, and we're keeping a close eye on it. We've done some important research on it already. We're happy to make that available to you.
Thank you very much, and I look forward to reading that. But for us, as we undertake some of the concerns about the dangers on the roads, is do you have any particular recommendation that as we look at BAC and blood alcohol level, are there anything that we can look at in regards to substance and other drug impaired driving? Impairment of any kind is part of the danger on the road. So can you offer some suggestions in addition to what you'll provide to us, but perhaps on this testimony, be able to give us some guidance and how we can tackle that combination? Because I think if we only handle one part and not address the other, it may be a half completed task.
Yeah, we have some important recommendations in our safety research report on drug impairment and driving. This is probably a poor forum to get into the details of that, but one that I do want to draw your attention to is we recommended to the states that they ensure that labs doing testing don't do what's called stop testing. In other words, what often happens is as soon as it's determined that there is a sufficiently high blood alcohol level to essentially ring the impairment bell, the testing is stopped, and there's not further testing for other impairing substances. This is a complicated issue because there are some costs involved, but we've recommended to the states that they ensure that stop testing policies are lifted and that there's continuing testing done to ensure that we're catching all the impairing substances that are out there on the road.
Thank you. And I look forward to your guidance, as I mentioned, the important role that your organization has. I'm going to follow up on that. The second point for me, at the indulgence of the chair, is you talked about enforcement and you talk about increased cost. As we look to implement, if this is passed, increase implementation or how would I say it, deterrent and catching the violators of that, because the ultimate goal is to reduce impaired driving of any form. And this reduction is intended to send a signal loud and clear, as you mentioned in other countries, that there is no tolerance for impaired driving. But saying that, would we also need to consider a significant financial investment in not only the infrastructure, but also in supporting our law enforcement in their ability to increase staffing and increase support and ability to enforce those laws? Because one of the peculiarities we have in our state is with regards to probable cause stop and law enforcement's ability to enforce some aspects of impairment, they may be executing it with one hand tied behind their back. Any compliments to that to offer your insight and expertise, one, in regards to funding and support for enforcement, and number two, some of the statutes that we have that support enforcement to ensure the roads are safe?
It's a good question. I want to point out first that a significant value of 0.05 is not on the enforcement side, it's on the deterrent side. It does serve as a significant deterrent. That, in our view, is not a cost item. In fact, it probably saves costs in terms of not only enforcement, but certainly the societal costs are just enormous. The thousands of lives that we're losing annually on the roads as a result of alcohol. I can't say with certainty that there might not be some cost implications with respect to the enforcement side of this, but I think our friends, our colleagues in Utah have not found this to be a significant burden in terms of additional costs with regard to enforcing the Utah 0.05 standard.
Thank you for that first part of the answer. Any suggestions on the second part?
I have to say I'm not familiar enough with the law in Connecticut and the interplay of some of the laws in Connecticut to offer much of a helpful response, but certainly we'd be happy to continue talking with you about that if you would find that useful.
Absolutely, and I think that's important. And obviously, the ability to be able to give some tools to law enforcement to be able to enforce these kind of regulations has to play a part, in your professional and expert opinion, to the deterrent of dangerous driving. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we have to give enforcement is certainly a part of the formula here, and we have to ensure that law enforcement has the right tools.
Thank you. And the last point I'll offer is, I think our governor has said it many times, you can't legislate common sense. And I think those that are prone to abuse of alcohol and being impaired either at 0.08 or 0.05, nevertheless, if you lack common sense and respect for others and your safety on the road, you're still going to have violators. And that's why I think it's critically important for us to look at enforcement, added enforcement, to be able to see if we can get some tangible reduction in the dangers of the road. But nevertheless, I applaud the proponents of the BAC lowering. It's an effort to do something, but nevertheless, I think it has to be partnered with addressing cannabis and other substance that we cannot test for and enforce. And number three, funds and support of law enforcement to be able to do their job. So thank you very much for your time, Mr. Chapman, and your expertise. And I look forward to getting more information down the road. And thank you for the indulgence, Mr. Chair. We're trying to get you to the hockey game.
Well, I appreciate that, but we still have 4 folks left for questions for you, Mr. Chapman. We have Representative O'Day, followed by Representative Farrar, then Senator Martin, and then Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Chapman, for your testimony. I greatly appreciate it. My son went to the University of Utah, so I've spent quite a bit of time out in Utah. And thank you to your service. Thank you for your service
Thank you.
in making our roadways safer. Out of in 2021, you mentioned that 13,384 driver fatalities involving driving under the influence of alcohol. Was that correct? Did I hear
That's
that?
correct. Yes, that's correct. And that's the year, the most recent year that we have the complete numbers.
And out of those deaths, how many of those had a blood alcohol content of less than 0.08 but more than 0.05?
I don't have that broken down. We can probably get that. Those are captured, I think, to some degree in the NHTSA statistics, which is where we're getting that information.
If you could get that to us, that would be very helpful. And then same with the Connecticut fatalities. There were 112, as I understand, in 2021. But my understanding, none of those were under 0.08. Do you have any different information?
I don't have the breakdown of that. I will say, though, that again, one of the 0.05 isn't the entire answer to this. It is a piece of the answer. And you are correct that there are problem drinkers on the road that 0.05 is not going to address. 0.05 has a significant impact in terms of tamping down a big part of the issue. It's not going to address all of it. There are other solutions that we are advocating. One of them happens to be, frankly, passive alcohol detection in vehicles. That's a whole nother issue that would take a lot of time to talk about, but 0.05 is not the entire answer to impairment, but it is a big part of that.
When you say passive alcohol detection, what are you referring to?
Essentially, it's technology helping us to address this. There's been a decade or more of research into technology that would detect alcohol once a driver enters a car and begins to start the car up. And we have advocated that passive alcohol detection should be installed in all newly manufactured vehicles.
Oh, it's similar to the breathalyzer. When in Connecticut, we've got a pretty successful program that if you have a number of DUIs or even one, in order to get your license back, you have to install that unit that takes tests. So you're talking about something that's more passive as opposed to active?
More passive. Same general concept, but more passive.
Thank you for that. Along those lines, Connecticut, as the good ranking member had brought out, we passed a recreational marijuana law that specifically says that the odor of cannabis or burnt cannabis can't be probable cause to test an individual for driving under the influence. And as the good ranking member said, that's just for your reference. I'm sure you're not familiar with it, but it's General Statute Section 54-33P. And that's the statute that I have the biggest problem with. And I know the good chairs mentioned we don't want to get into other legislation, but that's the elephant in the room, in my opinion. Out of those fatalities, the 13,384 throughout the country and the 112 in Connecticut, are you aware how many of those also had marijuana in their system?
That may be broken down in the statistics. I don't have that this morning, but we can take a look at that.
If you could, Mr. Chairman, that'd be greatly appreciated. I have read the National Highway Traffic Administration's February 2022 study on evaluation of Utah's 0.05 law. It's very helpful. And in and of itself, if we went down to 0.01, I think we'd save even more lives. Would you agree with that?
I would, and some countries do that. Yeah, some countries have a zero tolerance policy.
And certainly, obviously, this bill's not doing that. But the lower you go, the more lives you're going to save. Do you know how the limit for pilots came out at 0.04?
Well, most of my career actually has been in aviation, not in traffic safety. That's always been an interesting issue because the fact is you, as a pilot, you are prohibited from consuming alcohol within 8 hours of flying. If you don't consume any alcohol within 8 hours of flying, you're not going to have a 0.04 blood alcohol level. So it's sort of a belt and suspenders approach in terms of pilots. You're not allowed to drink within 8 hours, and you're not allowed to have a blood alcohol concentration greater than 0.04. I don't know all the history of how that came about. But my personal view is that the 0.04 standard is not the one that really governs. The one that really governs is what's called the 8 hours from bottle to throttle.
Thank you. I guess what I'm getting at is we picked numbers. We've got 0.04 for pilots, Utah's 0.05, Europe's 0.05 to 0.08, mostly 0.05 as I understand it. You know, Connecticut's 0.08 was 0.10. You know, the 8 hours issue, though, you know, I'm a lawyer by trade. I've represented a number of drivers, both as defense and plaintiff, who have been under the influence. If somebody drinks to the point of passing out, even if they wait 8 hours, there's still a good chance if they say they got up to 0.3, that they're going to be above the 0.04, 0.05, or 0.08, 0.10 in 8 hours. Isn't that true?
It's possible. I hope we don't have any pilots out there that are drinking to the point of passing out.
I understand.
But I understand your point.
Yeah, it's not just the 8 hours, but I guess my point is we all agree you lower the limit, you're going to have less fatalities. The question becomes what number you come at. And I've yet to hear why we picked 0.04 for pilots. You know, but in any event,
I mean, you are right. A line has to be drawn somewhere. Our recommendation is 0.05 or lower. We have no objections to picking a lower number, but we believe that number should be at least 0.05.
Now also has the NTSB or anyone to your knowledge in the federal government done a study on the impacts of secondary smoke and marijuana on a driver?
I don't believe that NTSB has done any work in that area. I don't know whether NHTSA has done any.
Is it fair to say, in your experience, that you know somebody's smoking marijuana in a car or even a van, the chances of secondary impairment from that person exists for a driver?
From a completely non-scientific standpoint, I would say yes, that possibility exists. I don't have scientific research necessarily to back that up, but our recommendation, frankly, would be for folks to just don't mix impaired substances and driving, whether you're a driver or a passenger. It's just not where we want people to be.
I totally agree with you. Are you aware of any study that where somebody's drinking alcohol has a secondary effect of incapacitating or impairing a driver who's not drinking alcohol? That doesn't exist, correct?
Not that I'm aware, no.
All right. Well, look, I appreciate very much your testimony here, Mr. Chapman, greatly. My biggest problem is our marijuana laws that we have in Connecticut. We've seen a spike in accidents, impairment accidents, and I think they're attributable directly to the recreational marijuana, but and I want that addressed. But here today, we're talking about 08 to 05, and I appreciate you following up with us if you could on outlining those questions that I had on distinguishing the 0.08 to 0.05 and the accidents in Connecticut and nationally, and the impact of marijuana on as an additional impairment if those studies have been done. So thank you very much, sir. And thank you, chairs.
We'll follow up. Thank you.
Representative Farrar, followed by Representative Carney, and then Representative Mara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chapman, for being here. A quick question for you. I heard you share after some questions, particularly about some of the enforcement mechanisms that are most successful in Utah or other states that might take this on. But I was hoping you could also speak to the importance of the public education that might be essential with this type of policy change. And if there's anything we could learn from how Utah approached that or what other states are thinking about to make sure that our public is well informed. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. And education is a big part of this, no matter what. But certainly with respect to Utah, part of the approach in Utah was to delay the implementation of the standard and conduct during that time frame a pretty aggressive education campaign to make folks aware of the change that was coming. We think that was very helpful in enhancing the deterrent impact of moving to a 0.05 standard.
Thank you for that. And if you have further information about how they implemented that education campaign, I think that would be much appreciated for us to understand how this can work successfully. Thanks again for being with us, and thank you to the chair.
Thank you.
Representative Carney.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chapman, for your testimony. I just have a few questions. So has there been any discussion about a national standard? You know, Connecticut obviously is a small state, so it makes it more difficult because we're next to Rhode Island, Massachusetts, New York, so their laws have an impact on us. So has there been any discussion about making a national standard for blood alcohol level?
These standards historically have been established on a state-by-state basis. There was, however, a move in the 80s and 90s as a result of legislation passed by Congress that linked continued receipt of highway funding to moving to a 0.08 standard. While that wasn't a national standard, it was sort of effectively a nationally enforced standard, incentivizing states to move to 0.08. There is not currently such an incentive in place with respect to 0.05. I will tell you personally, I would like to see that sort of approach, but at this point, it doesn't seem to be in the cards. Never say never.
All right. I appreciate that. So along those lines, you know, and I would imagine there'd be a lot of people opposed to this, but have there been any discussions about making it mandatory in new cars to have a breathalyzer? I mean, if we want to stop DUIs, in my view, that would stop probably most of them.
And not breathalyzers per se, in the sense that I think you're talking about where you blow into a tube. But as I was mentioning in response to an earlier question, we are recommending, and Congress actually has passed legislation requiring that within a certain time frame, that the standard for new cars include a standard requiring passive alcohol detection technology as a standard feature. So there is very much a look towards technology as being an important part of the solution to impaired driving. We're not there yet, but that's an achievable objective, and it's one that we at NTSB support.
Okay, I'm very encouraged by that. So regarding Utah specifically, so it does show that DUI arrests actually did go up since 0.05 was put into place. And I'm wondering if you know whether those folks who, you know, those DUI arrests, whether those additional ones were, you know, above 0.08, or if there have been a significant amount of them that are in that 0.05 to 0.08 range, if you know that.
It's a good question. I don't know it. That may be detailed in the NHTSA study on the implementation of the Utah 0.05 law, but I'm not certain of that.
Okay. Because I guess what I'm thinking is, I mean, if this does become law, you know, it's not and this is just my view. It's not so much, you know, those 0.06, 0.07 that, you know, yeah, it'd be great if they had less, but it's not necessarily those folks that are causing a significant amount of drunk driving crashes and deaths. It's sort of that I call it extreme drunk driving. And I'm just wondering if there has been any impact. I mean, obviously there's a deterrent, but if you have somebody that currently is being mindful of how many drinks they have, trying to say, okay, I'm estimating this is roughly 0.08, 0.07 versus someone who does not care at all, are they really going to change their habits? They're not doing it at 0.08. So are they going to change those habits at 0.05? And have you seen any information pertaining to that?
There is an element in terms of the driver population that is not going to be impacted by moving to 0.05. 0.05 again is not the only solution with regard to addressing impaired driving. Technology we think has a lot of promise down the road, but 0.05 does have an important impact within a significant percentage of the driving community with regard to helping incentivize them to monitor their own behavior, to choose alternative means of transportation. It's not a complete solution to the problem, but it is certainly an important piece of the solution.
Okay, I appreciate that. And just the last question, because I want to try to compare Connecticut to Utah. So Utah is obviously very different from Connecticut. A large percentage of the population in Utah doesn't drink for religious reasons. It's a big state. So have you seen any, one of the things that I'm surprised more people don't talk about is, we talk about big tobacco, we talk about big pharma, big oil. We never, ever talk about big alcohol. And there is a culture particularly in New England. New England is probably one of the highest percentage of drinking states, areas in the country. Utah is probably the lowest or one of the lowest. So is there anything in Utah, and this probably goes to what Representative Farrar was saying, any sort of, information out there or, campaigns being done, not just to inform people that 0.05 is now the law, but to really show people the impacts of drunk driving. And I think about in some states where they put a blackened lung on a pack of cigarettes. And it just seems that never, ever happens with alcohol. They can advertise to whoever they want, pretty much. Nobody ever calls them out on it. So I'm just wondering if Utah's done anything to that degree.
I don't know all the details of Utah's campaign on impaired driving, but I know that they were pretty aggressive, particularly in the early stages of implementing the 0.05 legislation. Listen, I agree with you. I think that education is a big part of this. I want to give credit, frankly, to certainly elements of the alcohol industry that have actually done a pretty good job in terms of trying to ensure that people understand that the importance of separating drinking and driving. There is a lot of concern with regard to 0.05, and I just want to acknowledge this, frankly, because it's realistic. There's a lot of concern on the part of the hospitality industry. I understand that. I used to work in the hospitality industry myself when I was a little younger and had a little more hair. I understand that, but we don't think that this is inconsistent with maintaining a healthy hospitality industry. We don't need to have impaired driving on the roads in order to maintain a healthy hospitality industry. We have so many options now in terms of alternate means of transportation. You can deal with some drinking and enjoying time with your friends and keeping that separate from driving. I think education is a big part of that. And I think continuing to work with those in the hospitality industry that have concerns about this is also helpful in allaying those concerns.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. And my concerns aren't, so much for, the person that's going out and having, one or two drinks or, they have one or two drinks at home. It's just, I get concerned about, sort of those, like I said before, those extreme drunk driving, which I don't have the figures, but I would imagine most of the drunk driving accidents and deaths are probably, I think I read the average might be 0.12 or 0.14. But I would, they're going to be on that high end. And that's really the group that I want to try to focus on, whether, if this is a turn, great. But, I really want to try to put together everything and figure out how we can tackle that particular population. So,
We share your concern. We share your interest in resolving that part of the problem too.
okay. I appreciate your time. Thank you, Mr. Chapman.
Thank you. Being in the finance committee room makes me think about instilling the finance committee question and answer rules, but we won't do that today. Representative Mara, and I think Mr. Chapman, after Representative Mara, you are done for today.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Chapman, for your testimony today. I really appreciate it. As I'm looking through your testimony and kind of looking at some of the stats behind this, I'm just trying to understand some of the numbers and where they come from and whether we really have a full picture on what's behind the deaths and whether it's just alcohol. That you did mention, and part of it, I don't know whether it was during your testimony, pardon me, or whether it was during an answer, but you did mention something about don't stop testing. And I guess I'd like to understand that a little bit more and your thoughts on that, because you thinking pharmacologically about the effects of alcohol, you can have impairment from alcohol, and then you can have impairment from other drugs like opioids or like cannabis. And particularly with cannabis, if you're impaired to a certain level with alcohol and you're add in cannabis, that's actually an additive effect on top of the impairment. And we do know that of those people that use both alcohol and cannabis, they are twice as likely to use them together. So I guess my question to you is if you can speak behind the numbers and whether you think that they're a realistic view of whether this is just alcohol use we're dealing with, or whether this is a combination of alcohol plus something else like an opioid or like cannabis, and whether those figures would help us understand a bigger picture of where we might be seeing impaired driving. I know that's a long question, but thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, it's an excellent question, and the honest answer is it's hard to tell. That's part of the reason that we produced our safety research report here within the last year that focuses on multi-drug use and drug use other than alcohol. This is a growing challenge, and it's not as easy to detect these other impairing substances because we don't have the same sort of testing ability that we do with alcohol, where you can pretty much instantly test at the site. I think with regard to the statistics, it's hard to know where there might be multiple impairing substances involved with regard to individual fatalities or individual crashes. And that part of the reason for that is this issue that I referenced, the stop testing policies that some states have, where they test blood, and once they determine that the alcohol level is at an impairing level, they stop testing. They don't look for other substances. And that is making it difficult for us to capture the reality of what's going on the roads with respect to other impairing substances. We've recommended that states not apply those stop testing policies and continue to test at least for the most common impairing substances, so that we have a better picture of what's happening.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We have a follow-up, it appears, from Representative O'Day on one of the questions. Representative O'Day.
Just real quick for my colleagues and anybody else watching, I'm looking, Mr. Chapman, I just found the December 13, 2022 alcohol, other drug, and multiple drug use among drivers safety research report at the NTSB website. Is that the report that you were referring to earlier on multiple drug use? Because there is a breakdown.
It is, and I highly recommend it, and it may have this the very statistics in it that you're looking for.
It does on page 44 and 45 for my colleagues. There's an Orange County lab and a Wisconsin lab that apparently did continual tests of everything, not just stopping like you were talking about. And it seems like it's very helpful there in distinguishing between alcohol only, alcohol and cannabis, alcohol and stimulants, and then cannabis only. All sorts of combinations are set forth on page 44. So I thank you, Mr. Chapman, again for your testimony and pointing this out. And any additional, is there any other report or thing you were going to try and refer us to that you were thinking about that you might be able to refer to us now?
I certainly would spend some time with the report that you're referencing here. I do want to point out the methodology that our just amazing professional team put together for that. They worked with, I believe it was 4 labs or 3 labs, to develop a protocol to try to break down those statistics. It was not easy to do because this is not information that is typically captured, but that report sheds a lot of light on what sorts of combinations are out there now. And again, alcohol being by far the biggest problem, but cannabis being a growing problem, and the combination of alcohol and cannabis being the biggest concern with respect, at least today, with respect to combinations.
Thank you. And just one last follow-up. I didn't hear anybody else ask. If they did, I apologize. Has the NTSB made a recommendation on how to best test for marijuana impairment? Because I know that there's been people are all over the lot on how to best test for that. And what are your thoughts, or what is the NTSB, what do they recommend, if you know?
Yeah, I don't believe we have a recommendation specifically on what methodology to use for testing, but you are correct. The challenge here with testing for substances such as marijuana, unlike alcohol, where you can test and determine the level of impairment essentially instantaneously. The problem with marijuana is that the substances associated with metabolizing marijuana essentially hang around in your system for days, weeks, maybe months. And so it's hard to tell whether someone is impaired just because they test positive for those substances.
Yeah, with alcohol, you can tell if somebody's impairment's going up or going down, whereas with marijuana, you really don't know if they're going up, going down, or not at all, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, again, there's my issue. But anyway, thank you very much, Mr. Chapman. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the second time. I apologize.
That is quite all right. Mr. Chapman, thank you so much for your testimony today and for the work of the NTSB. You've been a great resource to this committee, not just on this issue of BAC, but you've been before the committee. The NTSB has been before the Committee on Automated Vehicles, road wrong-way road detection, series of road design issues. The NTSB has always been a tremendous research tool for us and a resource for us in policy development. And I greatly appreciate the time that you've given us this morning to help inform the committee and the legislature about this issue. So thank you again.
Thank you. Very happy to do it, and congratulations on your work on this issue. We're happy to provide any additional information that might be helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman. Next up, we have Commissioner Euclid. Commissioner's joining us from a very important meeting where he's discussing federal funding to come in to the state of Connecticut for rail. And so we're happy to accommodate him via remote. I know he wishes he could be here in person, but he's got very pressing and very important issues that he's working on behalf of the state of Connecticut. And so he'll be here with us remotely. So Mr. Euclid, floor is yours.
Yep. Good morning, Representative Lamar, Senator Cohen, Senator Wong, Representative Kenny, members of the Transportation Committee. So I am Garrett Euclid, serving as Commissioner of Transportation for Connecticut. Thanks for letting me testify remotely here in Philadelphia. So I know you have a lot of people signed up for testifying today, so I will be brief with my remarks. Our agency has submitted written testimony on all of the bills before you today, but I want to limit my remarks this morning to 2 pieces dealing with drunk driving and impaired driving. The first is SB 424, an act reducing the blood alcohol limits for impaired driving. This is similar to CONDOT's proposal last session and would lower the BAC per se limit from 0.08 to 0.05. This has been proven around the world to be impactful, deterring drunk driving across the board. The second is SB 423, an act improving highway safety by prohibiting driving while ability impaired. So this is an alternative approach that CONDOT put forward this session. with the same goal of deterring drunk driving, but taking a non-criminal deterrent approach, almost treating driving while between 0.05 and 0.08 as a serious moving violation. We wanted to provide the committee with options because what we have been doing as a state has not been working. We have to take bold steps to address the drunk driving deaths on our roadway. Drunk driving is, as I said last year, it's a reckless choice made by the driver. We have to send a message that we will not accept it any longer. The science is clear. You are impaired at 0.05. How quickly you get to 0.05 is what differentiates us as human beings, but everyone is impaired at 0.05. I know people may argue with that, but that is something that cannot be argued with. The science is clear. I will also point out that Senator Thurston from Utah, the lead proponent of this legislation, has submitted written testimony to your committee. So I would encourage you to take a look at that. He is an invaluable resource that I have worked with in my previous job, as well as here at Connecticut DOT. When Utah lowered their BAC, it saved lives and reduced the number of fatal crashes in their state. It did not reduce sales of alcohol. It did not decrease tourism or tax revenues, and arrests for alcohol did not markedly increase. It shifted behavior and people planned ahead of how to get to where they needed to go, arranging for a sober ride home, taking transit, designating a driver, because they know that the fight against drunk driving had been ratcheted up. So let me close by stressing again, it's imperative that Connecticut needs to address drunk driving on our roadways. These deaths are preventable. Drunk driving is a choice. Lowering the BAC is an appropriate, scientifically proven measure that will save lives and deter drivers from making the reckless decision of getting behind the wheel while they're impaired. I look forward to working with all of you on this committee and the General Assembly to improve safety on our roadway, ensuring everyone gets to where they need to go safely and without harm coming to them or their loved ones. So thank you very much. I am open to any questions you might have.
Thank you, Commissioner. I do thank you for your testimony today. And again, thank you for the work you're doing in Philadelphia on behalf of the state of Connecticut. I just want to say thank you for offering a couple different approaches this year. I think it's thoughtful for us to look at this and the different methods that we may incorporate as we try to deal with this issue. Mr. Chapman provided incredible sort of perspective on a national level about what's happening. He pointed to some Connecticut specific statistics as well, and outlining why they're in support of this initiative. I know you probably have even more Connecticut specific stats at your fingertips. We talked beginning in 2021, early 2022, about what we thought might be a post-COVID blip in highway fatalities and statistics that were indicating that drivers were not acting responsibly on our roadways. And I think a lot of us shared hope that perhaps with a return to normalcy, roadway drivers would return to normalcy. And some of the statistics that we were shocked by and saddened by would start to report back to the norm. Like we have data coming through 2022. I'm sure you have early data on 2023. And in fact, you've probably got better data for 2024 to this point in time than we do available. Any sense that what we're seeing on our roadways will return back to the norm, or are we in a new normal now where irresponsibility on our roadways has continued to lead to increased traffic fatalities?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, 2022 was a horrific year on our roadways. It was the worst year in over 3 decades. And so 2023, we saw it dip slightly from 2022, but not back to where it was pre-COVID. And unfortunately, this year, what we're seeing is that we are outpacing 2022 in terms of fatalities on our roadways.
And that's what I was led to believe as well, that as shocking and horrifying those numbers were in 2022, it being the worst record in nearly 3 decades for Connecticut roadways, 2024 is shaping up to be even worse than that. And so I do appreciate the look at this, to look at like some of the leading causes. We took a look at wrong way driving detection systems last year. Your agency has done an incredible job trying to get out into the field, evaluating every single exit ramp, on ramp, off ramp, around our highways, trying to make a smart determination about where investments need to be made to combat what we're seeing in that regard. For the second year in a row, you've come to us to talk about alcohol related fatalities and why moving towards 0.05 could be a reasonable and responsible step for our state to take and hopefully have a national policy thereafter. I know you testified on behalf of both of these bills. Which one do you think, frankly, does the agency support as the right alternative? If we were to choose one of these two, where is the agency thinking is the right approach?
I personally believe that the original bill from last year would have a more of an impact. It's in line with what the rest of the world does, but I felt it was important to provide options based on some of the comments we heard last session with concerns about that. But simply lowering the BAC from 0.08 to 0.05 is proven across the world and in Utah in this country with decades of research to have a significant impact on safety.
Thank you. When your agency evaluates the data, are you limited by stop testing issues that Mr. Chapman indicated? Is Connecticut continuing to test after alcohol's lead determinant is detected, or is that something that you need additional data or help either legislatively or policy wise to get the relevant information that Mr. Chapman indicated?
Yeah, that is one of my favorite topics to talk about, actually. Prior to coming to Connecticut DOT, that's an issue I worked on for several years, working with states across the nation, including with Wisconsin and their lab on this issue. Connecticut does not have a requirement that you have to test beyond alcohol impairment. So when we are looking at data, what we are really looking at is fatal crashes. If there's a fatality, that generally will do the full tox screen. And so when we're looking at fatal crashes, we're able to differentiate specifically which drugs are in the system, and that is the full battery of tests. When there is not a fatality, oftentimes you will have law enforcement stop at the positive for alcohol because it is easier to do. You don't need to go get a court order for a blood draw because the police are not phlebotomists, though some states are now proceeding to allow police to do phlebotomy. So that is something I'd like to work with this committee on in the future years. I know others on the Vision Zero Council have talked about this in some of our meetings as well. It is a national issue that, the better data you have, the more targeted you can make your approach to fighting fatalities on our roadways.
Thank you. Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Commissioner, for being with us this morning, despite you running around in a million directions. So I appreciate you taking the time to address us on such important issues. I wonder if you could speak to a little bit. We've gotten some pushback on this over the years that this is not the main cause of these traffic related fatalities and therefore won't solve the problem. I wonder if you could speak to that a little bit, knowing what you know in terms of the data that you've been discussing.
It's true. I mean, so drivers between 0.05 and 0.08 are not the dominant causes of crashes or fatalities. The higher the BAC level you are, the more likely you are. But someone who is at 0.05 is 7 times more likely to get into a crash than someone who has no alcohol in their system. That's clear. The data that I have from 2023 here in Connecticut of those fatalities that were recorded so far, 47 of those fatal drivers had over 0.15. 22 had between 0.10 and 0.14, 3 had between 0.08 and 0.09, 7 had between 0.05 and 0.07. So, there are still people dying on our roadways who are impaired at 0.05. And those are just fatals. Those are not crashes because we don't, have that data. I personally would never put my nieces or nephews or parents or brothers or sisters in a car with someone who's over 0.05.
Thank you for that, Commissioner. I really appreciate that. And certainly, I think many of us can look at this from, the lens of having family members, young family members, or young drivers on the road. I recently shared that I have a second teenage daughter on the roadways now as of a couple of weeks ago. And it is terrifying to me listening on this committee to the numbers of crashes and crash related fatalities and alcohol related fatalities that are out there. This committee discusses wrong way drivers and all of these things, pedestrian strikes, cyclist strikes, all of these things, and how often there is alcohol intertwined in these crashes across the state of Connecticut. My message as we talk about this, because I don't think it's a secret that I'm a proponent of moving to a 0.05 BAC. My message is always about Connecticut residents need to continue to go out and enjoy our robust entertainment scene, go out and enjoy all that the tourism industry offers here in the state. We have such a great network of entertainment and hospitality services. But get yourself a designated driver, hop in a ride share, use public transportation. I wonder, Commissioner, if you could, in your position as Commissioner of the Department of Transportation, tell us a little bit about what the department's doing in terms of enhancing public transportation networks. Is there any talk about on-demand services in terms of bus, any types of public transportation options that as we look down over, to the next decade or so, that we'll start to see coming around here in Connecticut?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's never been easier in our lifetime to find alternative transportation. If you have a smartphone, and you can get a ride share, either Uber or Lyft. Taxis are still prevalent throughout our state. DOT actually regulates them, and we ensure that there is coverage of the majority of our state for taxi coverage. But public transportation continues to be an option. We just announced up to $20 million in new funding for microtransit services, which is on-demand bus service. Thanks to the legislature and the governor, in the budget that was passed, there was money to expand hours of operation of bus service in most of our major transit districts as well, to do later hours. So that is something that is critical. Use public transportation if it's available and if it's running late, like we're trying to have it run later and later, or hop in a taxi, ride share, or make a phone call. I tell everyone, all my friends, my family, I'll never be upset if you call me and ask for a sober ride home.
Thank you, Commissioner. And that's all the questions I have. I will say we've been talking a little bit about passive detection systems in cars. And as we move to the next question here today, I don't know, Commissioner, if you want to just mention, I know that you have one of these detection systems installed in a DOT vehicle right now.
Yes, we do. We actually are using some of our federal research funds. We're part of a federal research project. We have it installed in my vehicle, as well as a demonstration vehicle. We'll be adding it to 6 more in our fleet this year. And I just submitted comments for the record on the notice of proposed rulemaking that NHTSA has open on this topic. It is the way forward, but it's going to take a long time for us to get there. But this technology can end drunk driving, hopefully in the next 25 to 30 years.
Excellent. Representative Kennedy, followed by Senator Wong, Representative O'Day, Representative Carney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner Euclid, for being here today. Appreciate it. I'm just looking at the Senate bill, 423 on the an act involving highway safety by prohibiting driving while impaired. And as I'm reading through the language, it states in the first section, a person commits the offense and talks about alcohol. I'm not going to read all of it because you know what's in it. But then in the second paragraph, we talk about a police officer who issues a citation, blah, blah, blah. I guess my question is when I read the language, we're talking about ability impaired driving. We're still not addressing someone could just be under the influence of cannabis while they're driving. And we don't have the technologies in place to test for that. And yet, someone could be driving impaired. How can we address that moving forward? If you could, Mr.
Thank you, Representative Kennedy. That's a good question. So this bill is specifically aimed at creating a separate type of offense if you are between 0.05 and 0.08. If you are impaired under the influence of cannabis, of fentanyl, of another substance or alcohol above 0.08, you would still be subject to the traditional DUI laws that exist today. It would still be a criminal offense. This was just carving out 0.05 to 0.08 for alcohol. So for cannabis today, or for fentanyl, for any substance other than alcohol, you can't do a breathalyzer on the side of the road and determine whether someone's impaired via that other drug. What we have done instead in the state of Connecticut is increase our level of law enforcement presence who are trained at a level called a drug recognition expert, or DREs. We have 73 DREs in the state today. We have 11 DRE trainers. That's almost a 20. We have 20 more law enforcement officers who are trained today as they were a couple years ago. And those are truly the experts on how to determine what someone is impaired by. And I think there's confusion out there about what happens during a traffic stop for impairment. So a law enforcement officer will pull you over. They have probable cause to pull you over for impairment. They don't know what you're impaired by. And then it's not until after they take you into custody that they determine that you are at 0.08 or 0.10, or you have no alcohol in your system. And at that point, they realize it must be drugs or some other substance. And so that's when they can call in a DRE and conduct the test that the DREs do to determine what you are impaired by, which is not alcohol.
Thank you, Commissioner. And you just touched on exactly what I was thinking. Someone could unfortunately take a prescription, a medical prescription that they're taking, and a lot of times it says right on the bottle, do not use alcohol or whatever. So when they are brought in by an officer, it could turn out that in fact they had very little alcohol in their system, and it was the effects of a drug that they could be taking. Is that correct? Am I understanding what you had said, correct?
Yes, that is absolutely true, and that is still illegal.
Yes. Okay. I appreciate that. And I do appreciate everything. Every day we're reading about some kind of motor vehicle accidents, fatalities, and I do appreciate all of your efforts as you step up in so many different ways, and I'll listen to the rest of the testimony today. I appreciate your remarks. Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Ugolino, I want to take a moment and thank you for your tremendous leadership and effort and collaboration with this committee, and your work and insight in regards to our ability to pass through a Vision Zero legislation that was bipartisan, focused on traffic safety. And I understand the rationale for you in proposing the VAC level. You've been tremendous in being an advocate and courageous in bringing up a very controversial issue. I have no questions related to that. You've articulated very well. But as I asked Mr. Chapman, what are some of the suggestions and thoughts that you have in relations to marijuana and substance impairment? Because it has proven to be a very deadly combination, and I don't think you can address one without the other. Do you have any proposal from your expertise to be able to address that nagging issue, since we've legalized marijuana in our state, and it has shown, I don't believe in coincidences, with all due respect, that, we talk about post-COVID and the driving pattern changes and et cetera, but we are at a new normal, and it is not a coincidence to me that since the legalization of marijuana, that we have seen an increase in rashes of dangerous and incidences of dangerous driving. So to you and your expertise, which I value, what insight can you offer this committee in looking at marijuana and substance abuse impairment in addition to alcohol?
I appreciate the question, Senator Wong, and thank you for those words. Use of any drugs on our roadway or use of any drugs and then getting behind the wheel is intolerable. We can't allow that in our state. What we are doing at the DOT to try and send that message is we are spending a significant amount of time trying to do an education campaign to educate people that driving while you're high is still a DUI. We have those ad campaigns everywhere, and we're micro-targeting, especially with younger individuals on social media, to send that message. We're partnering with the Cannabis Chamber of Commerce to ensure that our education materials are in those shops. We are also trying to dig into the data. And so our team it's a very labor-intensive process to pull the data together, looking at every single fatality case. And so what we've seen is that there was a spike in fatal drivers who were killed who had cannabis in their system in 2021. And then it has dropped since then. It dropped back to the levels it was previously. And that could be, several different reasons. It could be that's the year that it was legalized, but not on sale. There's two different things to remember. One, all the test shows that if it shows whether they have THC in their system. That could be from 15 days ago. It could be from 5 hours ago. So we don't know if that necessarily means they're impaired. So that is something that is always, has to be taken into consideration. We also are continuing to work with our national partners on other ways to have more rapid testing about the presence of THC. So one such test is oral fluid testing. That has a faster half-life, if you will, compared to hair tests or urine tests. And that can provide better presence of THC. I also can tell you, I agree it is a huge problem to have anyone who has used cannabis recently and get behind the wheel. But there are certain subsets we can do to look at. So for instance, I pulled the wrong way driving data going back to 2018. And 33 of those at-fault drivers who were tested, and 29 of them were drunk over the legal limit. One of them was at 0.06. One of them had no alcohol and had fentanyl. One of them had no alcohol and had cannabis. And then of those 29 who were drunk, 14 of them also had THC in their system. And that's going back to 2018. So it is extremely uncommon for a fatal crash to be caused by someone who has just cannabis in their system. It is much more common to be alcohol or alcohol plus other drugs.
Thank you. And I meant what I said when I asked you for insight, and you always provide it. And I appreciate that. And one of the frustrations I have is the cat's already out of the bag. It is legalized. I'm disappointed that when we consider this, I've been here going through that process that never went through public health and then never went through public safety to realize the societal consequences that we may be dealing with right now. That being said, I think the other factor is I know the governor initiated a increased awareness and enforcement program. And I wanted to get your thoughts in regards to the question I asked Mr. Chapman. I'll be consistent, is the fact of law enforcement, the ability to enforce our laws on the road. And one of the challenges is our ability for law enforcement to be able to kind of look at probable cause, and the inability to test for marijuana is a challenge in itself. But some of the laws that we have passed in regards to, in my opinion, tying one hand behind the back of law enforcement to be able to enforce the laws on the road for impairment. What do you say to that? One, with the request for additional funding, and two, the allowance to be able to consider some legislation to support our enforcement efforts on the road?
Yeah, absolutely. So enforcement on our roadways is a critical component for roadway safety. You can't get away from that. It's always going to be a critical component. It's part of a safe system approach. And having the ability to pull some over for impairment There are multiple different ways you can, pull someone over for impairment or other motor vehicle violations. So, I think making sure that law enforcement knows those specifics of, here is how you can pull someone over. And really what the key thing is their ability to detect impairment from the driving behavior of the individuals. That is how they've always operated. It's not until after they take them into custody that they determine what they are impaired by. But officers are skilled and know how to detect impairment by drivers. And they are skilled to be able to do the standard field sobriety test to detect whether that individual is impaired. And it's after that fact, after they fail the SFST, that they are able to then determine what they are actually impaired by. But ensuring that officers know that we, enforcement of these laws is critical, that DUI is critical enforcement is important. And we continue to have great partnerships with our law enforcement partners on this front.
Thank you. And we're grateful to have your leadership and insights on that role. And I think the aspiration is, as we passed in legislation, vision zero, no fatalities on our roads. It's critical. But I'll just close by sharing that, you talk about the transition in regards to alcohol. And I want to compliment Mothers Against Drunk Driving and other advocacy organizations. As I remember 25, 30 years ago, alcohol consumption on the roads was much more rampant. And through public service, through education, and through greater awareness, we have raised that concern. And I want to thank MAD for that leadership. I'm hopeful that we will be able to exert and focus on much more of that effort as it relates to substance use on the roads. Impairment is impairment, whether it's alcohol or marijuana. Nevertheless, it is dangerous on the road. So I want to thank you for your work. Thank you for the indulgence of the chair. And I also want to recognize you not only on the Vision Zero and road safety. There's so many other things that you do in regards to infrastructure, mass transit, and things like you're doing right now in Philadelphia. So I want to compliment you and extend the gratitude of our state for your great work. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Carney, followed by Representative O'Day, and then we're going to let the commissioner go back to his important work advocating for billions of dollars in support for Connecticut. Representative Carney.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony. So I guess I'm just curious, how much is DOT working with other agencies on this issue? I mean, obviously, you can propose these laws, but DOT is not the one that has to enforce them. So how involved is emergency services with this, with drunk driving, with the drunk driving laws in general?
Yeah, Commissioner Higgins has been a great partner since he's come into his role. We have started having discussions. He hit the ground running, focused on roadway safety. I've also been meeting with, I met with him as well as the new colonel there at Connecticut State Police on this topic. Our Highway Safety Office, which is the NHTSA designated entity in our state, works directly with the Connecticut Police Chiefs Association on all issues, and we have an impaired driving task force that meets routinely as well, made up of in-state partners or in-state government partners, as well as partners from across the state who are not in government, including police departments, nonprofits, activist organizations, as well as hospitals.
Okay. Do you think that there's any correlation between, I guess, the increase in, DUIs, deaths, et cetera, and the reduced numbers in our state police?
I don't know. I will say I don't believe there's it's tied to a reduced numbers in the state police. I will say that the increased fatalities that we saw in our state in 2020 and then in 2021, it correlates with the significant drop in traffic stops and citations across the board in law enforcement, both local law enforcement and state police. Enforcement is a critical component in keeping our roadways safe, especially on the highways, but across all of our local roads as well. And we have seen local law enforcement as well as the Connecticut State Police continuing to increase their numbers of stops and citations going approaching back to where they were prior to COVID.
Okay, thank you for that, because that's one of the concerns I have is certainly the numbers we're below 1,200, I believe. I think we're hovering somewhere between 850 and 900 if I'm correct. So I am concerned that is having an impact. Certainly on traffic stops. It's it's probably not having an impact on whether people choose to drink and drive, but it is in terms of those stops. And I guess with other departments, I'm just wondering, because this to me is it's a conversation that is bigger than the one we're having just on 0.05. I mean, I think that as you stated, COVID, there was a spike and things continue to be bad. And I would say, I mean, probably, and just correct me if I'm wrong, these levels of, like I said before, extreme drinking have probably gone up. And, when someone is super high, they're much more likely to cause an accident. So I guess, is there anything being done with other departments to try to get to almost the root cause of some of these problems? So COVID, increased depression, increased substance abuse, loneliness, things like that may have had an impact on a person's drinking habits. So is anything being done to try to take a look at that and really get on top of, don't drink and drive, which everybody knows is a law, but really getting to that point where people are, going to be mindful of, issues they're having and work on those before it gets to this level where, they're going to go out, and at 0.2 and drive.
Representative Carney, you're entirely correct. It's a communal effort that we all need to be focused on. Thanks to the efforts of you all in the legislature, you established the Vision Zero Council, which includes many of those entities, including public health, education, motor vehicles, state police, criminal justice, so we can have those types of conversations. Is a conversation that I have anytime I talk about this issue with outside parties, is the mental health issue. Many of us know individuals. I have many family members who have struggled with addiction, and it's pervasive, especially after 2020. So this is something that's going to take an all of the above approach to combat deaths on the roadways. It's not just 0.05. It's not just automated traffic enforcement. It's not just more law enforcement on our streets. It needs to tackle, the root cause, which is mental health, reckless behavior, selfish behavior.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. And again, thank you for all your hard work and for coming here today.
Thank you, Representative Carney. Representative Kennedy has a quick follow-up question before we move on to Representative O'Day. Representative Kennedy?
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the second time. Commissioner, I just wanted to ask you, we have a lot of written testimony for some of the other commissioners who are not speaking in person today, but since we have you here, I wanted to ask you, you did not touch on House Bill 5485. And I was wondering if you could comment on the infrastructure to our roadways, the possibility of a reduced gas tax to our STF. And if you could just comment on 5485. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, the Amtrak announcement was going off. Yes, so I believe my team will be submitting testimony on that. I apologize, it's not in yet. So we did see that bill. If that bill were to become legislation, we definitely can comply with providing the information. One aspect of electric vehicle infrastructure that we have under our jurisdiction is the federal NEVI program, federal funds to build out fast chargers across our state. So we are working on that. The RFP for the first round closes at 5 p.m. today, so I'm limited in what I can say about that, but it intends to build out all of our alternative fuel corridors. I will say the move to electric vehicles in our nation is going to nationally be a focus for me with our Association of State Highway Transportation Officials, because one, we are not concerned about the impact of light duty vehicles converting over on our impact on our pavements or bridges, because they are built to a standard to accommodate heavy duty trucks. As heavy duty trucks electrify, potentially, that's where we'll need to begin addressing how do we redesign some of our pavements and bridges to accommodate in 100% electrified heavy duty system. However, there's also the move to potentially using hydrogen for heavy duty and medium duty vehicles, which does not have that negative weight impact. And hydrogen would still comply with a move towards a zero carbon system. California actually is beginning to use hydrogen throughout their state as well. In terms of the impact on the Special Transportation Fund, this is a topic I love talking about and have been focused on for over a decade. So yes, both Connecticut and the entire nation is going to need to grapple with that in the coming years as we move towards a non-petroleum product-based fuel system. So Connecticut's not doing it alone. Every state in the nation and the U.S. Congress is going to have to address this, and all of those other states, for the most part, as well as Congress, are investing in research on how to address that. The only state that's prohibited by law from researching alternatives is Connecticut, DOT. So I'm watching from the sidelines due to the legislation that passed several years ago on this topic, but I'm supporting my colleagues as they research this.
Thank you, Commissioner. Really appreciate you and everything that you do for the state of Connecticut. And thank you for the indulgence, Mr. Chairman.
Of course. Representative O'Day, followed by Representative DiCaprio. The commissioner does have to leave at 11:50 to go to an important vote of the Coordinating Council on billions of dollars of federal funds that are available to Connecticut. So he has to leave in a few minutes, but we do have members of the DOT team here to continue answering questions of committee members. So before the commissioner leaves, we have Representative O'Day and Representative DiCaprio.
Thank you very much. Mr. Commissioner, real quick, so you're prevented from investigating alternatives besides electric for trucks?
No, we're prohibited. The DOT is prohibited from researching alternatives to the gas tax, such as vehicle miles traveled or mileage-based user fee, which is what Congress and all the other states are researching.
Got it. Got it. Okay. With regard to, you were throwing out some stats. Can you get us, so I'm looking at, you were giving us, there were 47, did you say 47 fatalities between 0.05 and 0.06, 069?
No, so yes, I can give you we can give you all the stats after this. Our team worked to pull some together. So in 2023, there were drivers over, in terms of fatals, there were 47 who were over 0.15. There were 22 between 0.10 and 0.14, 3 between 0.08 and 0.09, and 7 between 0.05 and 0.07. And that includes one of the wrong way drivers who was 0.06.
Okay.
And I can get you all of that.
Please. I looked through, according to the Connecticut Mirror, they did an article on it. There were 80 people killed in crashes in 2022. There were drivers, pedestrians, or passengers that were over the legal limit of or under the influence of drugs, alcohol, or other medications. So out of the 368 people in 2022 who died in car crashes in Connecticut, 80 of those were under the influence, but they were under the influence of drugs, alcohol, or some other medication, and they were drivers, pedestrians, and passengers. So of those 80 deaths, do you have a breakout in 2022? Do you have a breakout as to the number of drivers versus pedestrians and passengers?
It's difficult to do that comparison between two different data sets. It has to be a clean data set because the way that people will break up the numbers is different. So, I only pulled driver data because that's where I knew drivers who were killed, because I knew that was fully tested. So that's the type of data charts we can provide you. that shows of those who were killed and fully tested. Here's the information.
Okay, so in 2023, so that's not in 2023, there were 7 that were between 0.05 and 0.069.
Yes, and yep, between 0.05 and 0.07.
Okay, so and that was for 2023 drivers. All right. I know you got to go, but I've got so many questions. I'll send them in writing as best I can. But the wrong way back in 2018, 33 were at fault, 29 were drunk or over. Can you get us those stats that you went through?
Yeah, so those numbers I quoted are drivers who were at fault in a fatal wrong way driving crash from 2018 through 2023. And so 29 of them were over the legal limit for alcohol. 14 of them also had cannabis in their system. One of them was at 0.06. One of them had no alcohol and just had fentanyl. And one of them just had cannabis in their system.
And the passive detection system, is that you have in your car and is in a bus, is that for both alcohol and marijuana?
No, it's only for alcohol. It can only do alcohol. It's based on your breath. They are conducting research now to determine can they use the eye systems that are in vehicles today, knowing whether you're monitoring the roadway, to maybe detect pupil dilation. But that's not ready for even testing at any point at the scientific level, but that is where they're headed next. But the passive alcohol detection system that is the federal government and Congress is mandating is what's in our vehicles today at DOT.
I will tell you, and you know this, I've enjoyed working with you for many years, including a number before you were commissioner, and I appreciate all your hard work for the state. You know how much I hate and am angry about Connecticut General Statute Section 54-33P, which I think is the most ridiculous law we've ever passed, that doesn't allow officers to test drivers when they smell marijuana in a car. You know, Wisconsin was referenced in the study by the NTSB on multiple use. So you had mentioned that the vast majority of fatalities involve alcohol only. I will tell you that NTSB study does corroborate the fact that 40% were alcohol only, 15% were alcohol and cannabis, excuse me, and 5% were cannabis only. I will tell you in Wisconsin, which is marijuana is illegal recreationally and with any THC. So any THC is illegal in Wisconsin. They had almost a third of their fatalities involved alcohol and cannabis. 10% were just cannabis and 23% were alcohol and cannabis. So, Commissioner, has the department done anything to try and help us amend 5433P so that the use of cannabis, smell of cannabis, can be utilized for probable cause on testing somebody?
We have not, because I'm not an attorney, but my understanding is an individual could still be pulled over for impaired driving based on their, probability that they're impaired.
True, but what I'm talking about is the law right now. Police officers, if they smell alcohol on your breath, they can pull you out. That's probable cause for them to investigate you for impaired driving, correct?
But I would assume that they had already been pulled over for another reason, correct?
Correct, yeah. They're not pulled over for impaired driving. They're pulled over for speeding. They're pulled over for, let's just say speeding. If somebody's pulled over for speeding, they've got alcohol in their breath, they can be pulled out for being tested for impaired driving, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Yeah. Whereas if they smell, if somebody in the back seat smoking marijuana or someone they smell marijuana, that's not probable cause for impaired driving, correct? Under 54-33P.
That's my understanding, yeah. But I will say, if the individual is impaired by cannabis behind the wheel, they will have other telltale signs as well that could be a reason to pull them out to perform an SFST.
But yes, potentially. But the easiest one is smell. Anyway, so you know how passionate I am about that. And I'm so angry about 54-33P. We got to change that. But I know we got other people asking questions. look, I will submit additional questions. I've got literally pages of questions for you that I will have to submit readily. I will leave you with this. Tom Cruise and Jerry Maguire said, "Show me the money." Good luck in Pennsylvania.
Thank you. And Representative O'Day, given your experience in this issue, having dealt with these cases before, I'd be happy to sit with you too. We have reams of data as well, and it is something I'm passionate about, all forms of impairment and addressing it. And so our team's been working feverishly to try and parse the information we do have so we can sit with you and walk through a lot of what we do have too.
Yeah, the vast majority of the deaths, 368 people died, and a lot of them, actually, the vast majority had no alcohol. And we've seen the state police, the amount of pullovers of the state police, literally just from 2019 to 2022, there's a 65% reduction by the Connecticut State Police in pulling people over, a 50% reduction in police statewide. And so that, I'm telling you, we've got to help our police, not hinder our police and handicap them. And as my good ranking member had pointed out, we've made it very difficult to police, and people have lost their lives because of it. So I thank you, Commissioner. I look forward to working with you on fixing that.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more question here in the the Transportation Committee. Representative DiCaprio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner. And I'm going to be very brief. Just the DRE training program. I just wanted to know, is there, I know you have to leave right now, or a minute ago, is there a point of contact from staff I can talk to to learn a little more about that program?
Absolutely. If you want to contact Ann Cleva or Phil Maniero, we have our Highway Safety Office. Head of it is Joe Cristalli. We also have 2 retired law enforcement officers on our staff, one of which runs our DRE program. His name is Rob Flynn. So we'll be able to provide you as much information as you need on the DRE program. We support all the DREs across the state, help them put them through training, and coordinate with them, and actually have set up a call-out system. So if someone does not have a DRE in their department, they can call and find someone from another jurisdiction to come over to conduct the investigation.
Okay, so there's someone online, maybe could you have someone reach out? Thank you very much.
Yes, we'll reach out to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no other questions today, thank you very much, Commissioner, for your testimony, for your hard work on behalf of the state. And you've received numerous kudos and applause for your focus on this issue. And again, I highlight this at every committee meeting and public hearing. We are dealing with some of the worst years in recorded history for Connecticut when it comes to roadway fatalities. Your focus on that, I know it isn't the thing that drove you into public policy or into this role, but it is something you've dedicated a lot of time, personal energy, and effort into. And I appreciate the continued work that you do to make our roadway safer for all users, and focusing in on what is a clear, obvious, and preventable number of fatalities on our roadways is I personally offer you my thanks for that. So thank you, Mr. Commissioner, and good luck the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Kerry Wood. I'm not seeing Kerry in. Next up, we have Senator Harding and Representative Candelora. Moving quickly today. Next up, we have Senator Kelly. Rep Callahan. Karen Barber. We'll hold on a minute while our clerk catches up to the online remote folks.
Karen Barber, if you could just accept the panelist request.
Ms. Barber, you've been sent a panelist request from the clerk. It should come from Sam Clark. You'd have to accept that invitation to join us remotely. I will definitely come back to you. Right now, we have Representative Candelora, sorry, Minority Leader of the House, Representative Candelora.
Thank you and good afternoon. I'll have to catch my breath through this as I ran down the stairs. So Chairman Cohen and Lamar and Ranking Member Kennedy, I'm here to testify in opposition to House Bill 5485. My testimony is submitted. I won't go through all the details, but as you know, one of the positions that our caucus took early on is that we believe that we should be weighing the merits of shifting to the EPA standard versus the California standard for the electric vehicle mandate. And I think that this commission doesn't allow for that potential opportunity. I do think that there's more flexibility right now at the federal level. I think they have broader depth in looking at this issue, especially as the technology continues to change. And so, that's sort of our caucus's position right now on this issue. And so I just wanted to put that in the record and happy to answer any questions. We have,
Thank you. I do appreciate it. Good to see you, Senator. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Do you want to testify as well? And I'm going to ask questions jointly.
Yeah, I really just want to echo what Representative Candelora had mentioned. Our caucus stands in opposition to HB 5485 and Act concerning transportation infrastructure. I believe this study is a clear path towards an electric vehicle mandate, and this legislation provides a quote roadmap for those in the majority to launch a full pursuit towards this EV mandate after Election Day. The bill calls for the creation of a quote electric vehicle infrastructure coordinating council, which is tasked with creating a zero emission vehicle roadmap, unquote. The reality, though, is that this council created by this bill is a public relations tool designed to move towards this California standard, which the public has resoundingly said no to many, many times over. However, what is alarming about this particular study is it does not require a review of charging infrastructure, electric grid upgrades, increased electric supply necessary for this, the end of life cycle with the battery disposals, all questions that I think both of our caucuses have been asking for answers to since the summer, frankly, and we have not received. So if we're going to have this true study and we're not going to study the questions that have been asked since the summer, I would really question why we're even putting this forward.
Thank you for your testimony, both of you today, and for your focus on this issue over the last few months. Elephant out of the room, we disagree, whether it's our caucuses respectively or us personally, we disagree. But I do respect and appreciate the amount of time and effort that you've put into this issue, some of the suggestions that your caucuses have made to this committee with respect to transportation infrastructure investments and different approaches that we might take. If I'll take your last comment first, Mr. Minority Leader, congratulations on that. But tepid congratulations. I wish you all the personal good luck, only moderate professional luck. Is that how this works?
I'll take any luck you want to give me.
Yeah, that's right. I do think if we want to look at the scope and the exact parameters by which we have the commission focus its work, I think that's an open conversation that I'm glad to engage you on and glad to engage our ranking members on. I do think, though, that this commission in its structure anticipates that very conversation. Like we purposely include our electric distribution companies as full members of the committee. The expectation is that they will help inform that conversation in a better degree than any legislator perhaps on our committee could. It brings a balanced perspective to that issue. It's not just Deep or Pura making those recommendations. They have a full seat at that table as well to inform that conversation. And I do think it's also important to note that whether we adopt the California standard or the EPA standard, a remarkable uptake in electrification of passenger vehicles in Connecticut is going to be undertaken. Every manufacturer in the country has indicated a movement in that direction. Most European nations have mandated zero emission vehicles at a much earlier timeline. This is not, and our car manufacturers don't operate just in an American economy. They operate in a world economy. So electrification of our passenger fleet is going to happen regardless, whether it's California or the national standard. I think the approach of this commission is to prepare us. One is to recognize that we're not there yet. I think your caucus is, but the general public made their concerns very clear over the last few months that they do not feel prepared to make this transition. And so it's my hope that this commission and its structure take those very concerns and move us in that direction, whether it's the EPA standard, which I think is not quite good enough for Connecticut residents, or if it's the California standards. I almost did an Arnold Schwarzenegger pronunciation of California there. Did you hear that? Which I think is the better standard. I think we're moving towards electrification regardless, and our state is not ready for it. And I think we all have to be honest in that assessment. We're not there yet. We could not meet either standard if we don't make strategic investments. And so I think that this commission is structured to get that feedback, to get that bipartisan, multifaceted, many stakeholder perspective in play for our state. And so that's my hope moving forward, is that, you know, once we remove the 1,000-foot level of the politics of this issue and we get down to the you and I and the us together vision of this, that it can be a productive conversation moving forward. And so that's my hope and my only response to testimony today. Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the good minority leaders for being here today and providing your testimony. Representative Candelora, you had mentioned that this is sort of a roadmap to getting to a California standard in your view. And I just wondered what in the legislation before us today, sort of in your mind, puts the thumb on the scale towards a California standard versus a federal standard.
Yeah, so currently right now, our state statutes mandate that we follow the California EPA, the California Clean Air Standards. And so while that remains in statute, it sort of naturally leads to the notion that the commission is going to be studying the implementation under the California model. And I'm not sure, absent action by the regs review, where we really are as a state. I mean, have we sort of tacitly already adopted the California standards? So I think we should be putting that on the table right now, because I think that question's in flux of what emission standards are applying to us right now.
So I will say, you know, we did adopt over a decade ago, we adopted the light duty standard for the California emission standards. And a couple of years ago, through the SB4 at the time, the Clean Air Act, which actually at the time I was environment chair, and we did that as sort of co-committee work, adopted the medium and heavy duty standard because the standards have changed in California. There's a need for us to promulgate and stand up new regulations. We have not done that. We are currently in the California emission standard, but we will default to the federal standard within a couple of years because we have not stood up the regulatory framework to correspond with the change standard that's taken place, namely a ban on the purchase of on the sale of new combustible engines moving forward in model years. But I will say, so you mentioned that we should be, your view, and I don't know if you mentioned it just now, but I know you've mentioned that you believe we should be following the federal standard. We had an electric vehicle roadmap that was published in 2020 by the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. And a lot of folks, as we were trying to stand the regulatory framework to correspond with the California standards, mentioned that we didn't have a plan in place. DEEP was pointing to the electric vehicle roadmap. That roadmap's now 4 years old. And arguably we are, as my co-chair mentioned, we are moving towards electrification. Regardless of emission standards, we're moving in that direction. Manufacturers moving in that direction, consumers moving in that direction. If we were to go with a federal standard, and we may very well do that, the movement is still towards electrification. And so I guess the question becomes, how does Connecticut get there? And does this commission or council, this 40-member council, not help us in Connecticut plan for moving towards either a California or a federal standard? And again, I'll just reiterate that the bill is silent on that. I do not believe it puts the thumb on the scale one way or another. I don't see anything in this bill that says that this council will make a recommendation in that regard. It doesn't, it doesn't implicate the California standards, but what it does say is that Connecticut needs to be ready as we move towards electrification. So I just wonder, from your standpoint, do you not think we need a plan to ready ourselves?
Yeah, no question we need a plan, but I think the first premise of us defaulting to the federal standards, I think is in flux. And that is, number one, what concerns me. And I think we need to ascertain where we are on that issue, whether we need to get an opinion letter from the Attorney General. We're just not sure whether that default would occur. And I do think we should be looking at both models and what will fit into Connecticut better. In terms of the commission, I think as Senator Harding pointed out, I think there's deficiencies on what we are actually studying. And I think we should open it up and be a little bit more broad to make sure that we are looking at the right issues. One of the things that amazes me about this state is we invested over $130 million in a bus electrification transit system out of Hamden. And we really need to look at that data. I mean, to start out, and no one ever hears about it. We don't get reports on it. I've been getting that data regularly, and it's interesting to see how often those bus lines are on that are actually being utilized and how many hours a day. I think that data that we have right now could help us make the determination of our path. And I think those are the things that we should be considering in the commission. But I think we first have to answer the question of where we are as a state. Are we defaulting to the federal, or are we still on the path of the California standards, given it's still in statute?
So, and I will just say, it's my understanding, and certainly we can get an opinion on that, but I've been digging on this as well. We are still in the California standards because we have that regulatory framework up through 2025.
Right. And the default, yeah. I mean, and that's what I'm being told by our nonpartisan office. But I think that we need to make that clear.
Okay.
And how we get there is the question.
And are you just fundamentally opposed to a council to develop a plan for either whatever standard Connecticut ends up in? Or do you have suggestions on how to make this legislation before us better?
Yeah, I mean, I think the council first should answer that question. And then second, the makeup of the council, I think, should be different than what is presented right now. I generally get concerned. I know it's been said by an agency head, they're concerned with even having our electric companies on this commission because they believe it's a conflict of interest. I think we've got to break that down and realize that they need to be our partners in this conversation. So I'm glad this legislation currently does have our utility companies in this commission, but I think there needs to be other stakeholders at the table as well.
And if I may, Madam Chair, and I just to kind of follow up on what Representative Candelora had said, we're not against studying any particular issue, but we're against compositions of groups that have predetermined answers. And I think that's what this comes down to. If you look at the individuals that are appointed to be part of this composition of individuals, the far majority are individuals that have publicly come out in favor of a mandate. Nothing within this study or roadway looks even at potentially adopting the federal EPA standard. So we explicitly list many things to look at. One of them is not adopting the federal EPA standard. In addition to that, if you want to talk about the collaboration of bipartisanship, myself and Representative Candelora have 3 appointments to this committee or the commission. All of them are restricted to certain individuals and certain industries, whereas the majority has 4 and 0 restriction on any of their appointments. In addition to that, you have to, this commission is tasked, or the particular deep commissioner amongst others are tasked with creating the roadmap prior to any public input. The deadline for their roadmap is November 15th. It specifically says in the legislation that there's no public input prior to November 15th. So these are all things that again seem to show that this is nothing more than a roadmap to an EV mandate, which has been said. We're not opposed to studying this issue. We think the issue has to be studied on ways we can look at how the electric vehicles are going to impact our lives here in the state of Connecticut and across our country. But when it comes down to a commission that seems very heavily in favor of continuing to push this mandate through, which again, the public has said time and time again they're against, that's what we're in opposition to.
Thank you, Senator Harding. And again, you've mentioned that it looks like a clear path to a mandate. I just don't see in, as I mentioned to Representative Candelora, I don't see in the reading of this legislation before us how it really puts the thumb on the scale towards either the federal or the California emission standard. It really is silent on that by design, ensuring that we are updating a roadmap that was in existence in 2020 and knowing that we are moving one way or another toward one standard or another, right? Whether it be that we promulgate new regulations to align with the California emission standards, or whether we default into the federal emission standards, we need a plan in place. And, we've been hearing that over and over again, quite frankly, from the Republican Party, as well as constituents and from members of my party. So I think in a bipartisan manner, we really need to figure out how we are going to move forward. Are we grid ready? Are these cars affordable? Is the charging infrastructure accessible? You did mention about the bill not really addressing the issue of funding for charging infrastructure and how we're moving forward. I would just point the good minority leader to line 319 in the bill, where there is some funding with respect to charging infrastructure, as well as various provisions on reporting on the installation of infrastructure in lines 139 and 148. I would also say, I think I really welcome comments when it comes to the makeup of this council, because I think that's what we're working on here. That's the legislation before us today. So I really, truly want to hear input on how we can make this council better. Whether it be adding more positions. Quite frankly, there's 40 members on this council, which is arguably quite large in determining how we move forward. But, what does the makeup look like? In your view, who should be members, who shouldn't be members? But I think we're all in agreement that regardless of whether we stand, a California emission standard regulatory framework and start following those standards, or we're in the federal standard, we need a plan to get there. And Connecticut needs to be ready from a national standpoint, from a regional standpoint, from our residents' standpoint. We need to make sure that these cars are affordable, charging is accessible, and that we have an equitable approach in getting there. And I think I've heard you both agree that we need a plan. So I am a little bit perplexed by saying, you're not in favor of the legislation before us, because I think that's exactly what this council is designed to do. Ready Connecticut for whatever comes, regardless of whether we're in the federal or the California emission standard. So again, I would just welcome the collaboration from all four caucuses working together to try and get this council right for the residents of the state of Connecticut.
We have Representative Kennedy, followed by Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Candelora and Senator Harding for being here. I'm just going through this very lengthy bill again, HB 5485, and the charge to this council that we're creating. One of my first thoughts are, and you had mentioned it, sir, in your testimony, is who's left off of this council. And my first thought is fire safety, life safety. Could you expand on that and could you make other recommendations? What are you thinking of? Because I know what I'm thinking of, so.
Yeah,
I'd
and I
appreciate
think you'll
that.
probably hear today from other individuals of who thinks they should be on there. But I'll say when it was first announced that the Regs Review Commission wasn't going forward, one of the first texts I got was from a firefighter in Stanford that said, "Thank you." Because there is a extreme difficulty in how to deal with the fires that come from these vehicles and the batteries. I think that is one component that we need to take a look at. Along with others. I think, the Metro Alliance, I think, might be providing testimony, but I think that's another group that we need to hear from, our busing agencies throughout the state of Connecticut. There's a lot of different stakeholders that can provide a lot of different perspective on the impacts that these regulations will have on all the various industries. And I think certainly when it comes to passenger vehicles, that technology seems to be moving much quicker than the heavyweight vehicles. And I think that is why I always put forth the federal as an option because, California led with the ban, which I think is a mistake for any state. I think we've got to lead sort of with allowing the market to take hold. And so making sure that we have a commission that's poised to have that piece of the conversation is important.
And I would just note, thanks Representative for the question is those in the manufacturing industry as well, how this mandate would impact them. And I think also, again, I think I mentioned it earlier in relation to, I think, Senator Cohen's question in that there should be public input prior to any draft of any particular roadmap. The fact that there's zero public input explicitly within this legislation prior to any draft being created is alarming to me. And again, the reason why I think many of us are speaking out in opposition to this mandate is because of the public and because of their concerns. So we should be leading with the public on this issue as opposed to waiting to conduct a draft and then getting the public input after the fact.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I just want to follow up by saying, I've also had numerous conversations with fire personnel that have had fires within their towns, and it is very difficult. And the amount of water that's used on an electric fire compared to a gas-powered vehicle is significantly different. So I would like to see those individuals or that group of fire safety people included in this council. But I look forward to working with you and the rest of our transportation committee and making sure that we look at this the right way. And as you just said, the input from all of our residents of the state of Connecticut is crucial. So thank you for being here today and appreciate your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And I just want to quickly correct the record on this. There is numerous opportunities for public comment at every hearing of this council in advance of November 15th. It's a requirement in the bill that the public be allowed public comment numerous times before the draft is issued. And then we set a very minimum standard that they have to meet, which is at least one public hearing after the draft and before full passage out of the committee. Again, public comment at every single meeting of this commission is a requirement of this bill. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Senator Harding, Representative Candelora. I was in and out with planning and development. If I repeat myself, forgive me. One of the biggest concerns is the composition of this board. When I'm reading through it, I've got multitude, and as the good chairwoman mentioned earlier, we're not putting a thumb on the weighting of it, but the reality, the numbers don't lie. What would you say from a standpoint of the composition that would give you greater comfort on a representation basis?
I mean, I think to start, if we're truly going to be bipartisan about this, I mean, I would think allowing the leaders of all the caucuses to have the same amount of appointments and allow them to be unfettered across both boards. I mean, again, the minority leaders, both myself and Representative Candelora, are restricted on the individuals who we can place on this commission, and then we're at 3. And again, the majority, Representative Ritter and Senator Looney both have 4 appointments with no restrictions on who they can appoint. So right there, if we're going to talk about a bipartisan composition to actually discuss the review this issue, you would think that we'd have the same amount or we'd have the same criteria for our appointments as the majority party would if this is truly going to be bipartisan.
And I think we should be looking at just different segments, as I've said, agriculture, manufacturing, firefighters, town planners, so that some of our testimony refers to the areas that I think we should be expanding that composition.
Along that same vein, one of the areas that kind of piqued my interest and having served on many of the task forces and committees and chair people have significant impact in directing the focus and the prioritization and the vision of how any council or task force goes. Any comments in regards to the designation of the 3 chairperson that are all appointed by the majority? I think in this case, it's one by the Speaker of the House and the President Pro Tem, and then the Commissioner of Deep would select the 3rd one. What do you say to that from a standpoint of, and through our legislative experience, the role of chairs in dictating some of the policies to have 3 areas in which the majority have significant impact in the direction of this council?
Well, I think obviously the majority leaders, I think, typically have appointed the chair people of the commission. I think for me, one of the rubs I do have is with our Commissioner of Deep. I think clearly there is a conflict of interest in having that agency chair the commission because they're not looking at the full perspective of the impacts of this mandate on Connecticut. There is no question that we are evolving away from gas-powered engines. We do all agree on that, but I think there has to be balance in the conversation. So we would have the ability to pivot. My concern is with the California standards, how they treat hybrid vehicles. And, 2 years from now, we could find that technology changes dramatically. Hydrogen could become an area that makes sense. I mean, our commissioner has not supported hydrogen in the past. So I would like to see a commission that's going to be looking at all of these issues in a way that's best for the state. So I am concerned about that chair in particular.
And I just, if I may, Senator Wong, I do, and Madam Chair, I do echo Representative Candeloro's concern regarding Deep's appointment. This is a commissioner that has been strongly in favor of this EV mandate, has been promoting the regulation to be adopted. And I would question the individual being, that individual that's appointed being truly impartial and not having a predetermined result to what the study's going to end up saying, which is, I know, important to you, Senator, as well.
Thank you. And it's interesting that the governor just submitted testimony that we all just got through the email. I'm trying to read through it. It's quite extensive and I appreciate the input. But one of the things that pointed out was there was actually a deep roadmap to EV adoption. It was called the EV roadmap that was passed and released in 2020. And the areas of citation of goals to focus on was, and I'm reading through the testimony, EV charging infrastructure, the cheaper program, electric school buses, environmental justice related initiatives, grid preparedness, and air programs. Now, that was a roadmap that was instituted in 2020 with great vision and without a lot of conflict, but we are at 2024. We're still talking about the same lack of preparedness on these related issues. We have 2024, 4 years later, after a roadmap, no progress in regards to infrastructure, because as I remember the conversation as we delved this year and Greg's review and et cetera, is there is no infrastructure in place. Environmental justice, grid preparedness, these are all points that the House Republicans and Senate Republicans have raised as important points of concern in regards to execution and preparedness. What do you say to that, the fact that 4 years later, after a plan that was passed, with very little execution. What does that say to you and how prepared we are to impose these kind of mandates on residents of the state of Connecticut?
I think, Senator, you hit the nail on the head. I mean, I think it speaks volumes to what an EV mandate would do in terms of putting the cart before the horse, so to say. We clearly don't have any answers to the critical questions that we need to get in order to actually roll this out. And based upon how the previous study or working group came out, it doesn't seem like we've moved any further or advanced any further based upon what we released 4 years ago than we are today. So I would really question whether or not rolling out an EV mandate now, and even with the composition of this working group, we'd advance any further in towards implementing the monumental aspects of what would have to be rolled out in order to make this even a practical policy of making an EV mandate, to your point.
Yeah, I think certainly this is evolving, technology. I'm glad that California did go first because some of those kinks will get worked out. And I think the longer that time goes, the better off we are as a state. But I do think that we need to broaden the outlook. I do think that the agencies, I don't want to be too cruel here, but, they sort of had their chance when they tried to get these regulations passed. And so I think that to the extent this is done, we're better off partnering up with various aspects of the industries to come up with a solution that makes sense for Connecticut.
Thank you. And I want to stand corrected and the good chairwoman emphasized, it's not a mandate, but we're looking at regulations. And for a better phrase that we're using nowadays is a roadmap. But the challenge in these kind of regulations and roadmaps is it is imposed on businesses and consumers. Even though it's not, quote, a mandate, you're forcing them to adopt to cost of business changes without real infrastructure to ensure that when they make these changes, that they're going to succeed because they have one shot. If trucking companies make a switch to light duty trucks, to electric cars, and we're not prepared to provide the infrastructure or the grid preparedness, they lose. Government doesn't. So I think, I stand corrected on the word mandate, but when you impose regulations and you utilize a roadmap to guide people to change their behavior, it is a significant cost and burden. And businesses and consumers don't take that lightly because they ultimately bear the cost. I think the other critical thing that I wanted to share that I've heard also in echoing my ranking House member is first responders have raised significant concerns about their ability to combat and provide safety in regards to fire deterrence and remediation. That is a real concern. And how would you feel about adding fire responders and law enforcement as part of this? Because when incidents happen, they need to have a real say in regards to saving lives and dealing with this new technology. In the town of Fairfield, our fire department did a fantastic job in raising and sharing a video that talked about the accelerant pace of an EV fire and how difficult and dangerous it was to prepare them for that. What do you say about adding a composition to that area to ensure safety is paramount?
Yeah, I think we should be looking at best practices for that too. And I think if this commission is moving forward, it would make sense to have them part of the conversation.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I just want to caution the committee, this is not just semantics when we're talking about regulation and mandate. We do not have a mandate before us. We do not have regulation before us. We're not the Regs Review Committee. We have a council before us today in HB 5485. That's what we're discussing. So I just want to caution us when we're using these terms, it's very important that we recognize we are not talking, there's nothing in this bill that insinuates there's a mandate, nor does it insinuate there'll be costs to businesses associated with such mandate. There are not regulations here before us. So I just really want to be careful about our terminology. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Zawistowski, followed by Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here today for this important bill. It's my understanding that under a bill that we passed, that became statute in 2022, does require the state to follow the California emission standard. It's actually a mandate. My question is, if we're taking an honest look at how we need to deal with this whole situation between California and federal, if we really want to be honest about it, shouldn't we be including a repeal of that statute so that we actually can take the time to be able to, we need to make a serious effort at doing this. I think that a repeal is absolutely required if we're going to be able to spend the necessary time and get the resources and input from the people that are most concerned about it. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, and that's sort of how I open this is I do believe that we should be taking a look at the current law that's on the books and whether or not we move forward under that law, or we should be moving forward under the EPA standards. Yes.
And yes, just to echo Representative Candeloro's point, I mean, if this is truly a comprehensive look at this, then that absolutely has to be a discussion point in a review.
And I appreciate that. I came in late because I was in a P&D hearing. No, I really think that otherwise we still continue to have the time pressures. And I mean, I think it's an important aspect, and I appreciate you bringing that up. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and no disrespect to the chairwoman, but regarding this bill specifically, do you think this is the first steps towards a mandate towards electric vehicles? Either one of you.
I think Senator Martin, to your point, and I think what Senator Wong may have been acknowledging, I know what he was acknowledging, is the fact that the way this is currently composed and the way this is currently drafted, it certainly seems that way, very much so. And the fact that you have the individual tasked with creating at least the draft roadmap is the individual who has probably been the biggest proponent for implementing an EV mandate in the state of Connecticut. It's hard to step away from that. It's almost impossible to. And so the fact that people might say mandate, I think you're completely fair in saying that, yes, this is a step towards this mandate. And I understand that the roadmap, that terminology may have been used in the past towards 2020, but when the title of this study is not a study on EVs, it's literally a zero emission vehicle roadmap. I don't know how differently you could possibly say moving towards what ultimately would be an EV mandate. And again, one of the individuals, the main individual, frankly, tasked with creating this draft roadmap is I would argue, the strongest proponent in the state, or one of the strongest proponents in the state for the EV mandate. And again, if you look at the composition of the individuals, I mean, I think it's fair to say about 27 or so of the individuals that are supposed to compose of this organization, I would probably count as pro EV mandate. That's a majority of the composition of 40 right there. So I mean, I understand you can say that this is not a mandate or the beginning implementation of the mandate. There's nothing that explicitly states that within this legislation. However, if you read the legislation and read how this is going to operate, everything is moving in that direction.
Thank you. I think our caucus has definitely have made comments that we are not anti EV or EVs, and but we do have some significant questions that are extremely would cost the state of Connecticut and the people of Connecticut, and would cost a lot of money to own one of these vehicles and building the infrastructure. But we do feel that it is a path that we should go down and get additional information before we start deciding into what direction we're going to go. So, but my question is, if this legislation had a better balance on the board, on this council, would you see this differently?
I think I get back to my original point of needing to, I think we need an even playing field. We should be making the decision of EPA versus California. That's where I think our starting point should be. But certainly the makeup of the commission would change my opinion of the council in question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you. And I think that is something that we've demonstrated a willingness to cooperate on. As you know, we have members of this council who maybe some agency directors don't think should be on there. So I'm certainly open to that. And I don't think I need to highlight for anyone that just because the majority leader or the speaker may appoint someone to a review committee or a council or whatever it is, doesn't necessarily mean they're in support of the final product. I think we have ample evidence to the contrary. Representative Chalesky, do you have questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The governor's testimony also references clear targets for the adoption of low emission vehicles. So whether we're talking about mandates or regulations, he specifically mentions targets toward that goal several times. I'm wondering, in your opinion, what should drive this inevitable shift to electrification in the first place? He also states that the transition will be driven by technology, smart planning by government agencies, and private sector investment. I've heard largely from my constituency that this is something that's going to happen naturally by way of the market and without the need for the heavy hand in government. So again, in your opinion, what do you think should drive the shift to electrification?
Yeah, I mean, I think part of that is the market. And I think, you know, California did a disservice by excluding the hybrids in this equation as we transition to zero emission. And I think this council, you know, if the governor's testimony, I haven't read through it yet, is referencing, you know, low emission, that would contemplate the ability to try to incorporate hybrids, which was a sticking point for a lot of people. But it's, you know, how we reconcile that when California, which we're under, has gone in a completely different direction. To me, that's what needs to be answered first. So I do think a lot of this is going to be market driven. And I do think at the federal level, the EPA is looking at that because they have a lot more states and stakeholders involved in that decision making. You know, they have the auto manufacturers that are at the table. I'm not sure California took those issues into consideration when they imposed their standards.
And if I may, just to echo on what Representative Candelora stated, that moving to the federal EPA standard, I think more recognizes what the market is doing, the shift in the market in the country as a whole. And as you probably read about, the Biden administration has moved back on some of the regulations that you've seen through the EPA as it relates to this because of the market issues. We've had a lot of issues come up over the past few months, if not the year, related to EV related issues. And one of the things that was alarming to me that I heard that in order to get a battery the size that you'd have to get to implement into a tractor trailer to have the same capacity a diesel tractor trailer would have, there's like no suspension bridge in the country that could take on that type of weight. I mean, these are all things that you've seen the EPA take a look at because they're controlling 35 plus states, or the entire country for that matter, where you're not seeing California take a look at. And that's why, you know, I think Representative Candelora and myself both think it's critically important that if this study moves forward or this roadmap moves forward, that reviewing whether or not to move back to the federal EPA standard has to be a discussion point.
And so there's also a concern that we're planning for one specific technology or energy. Do you see this council as addressing maybe some other solutions? And also to your point about the impact on heavier weight vehicles, do you think that this council should look at that?
I do, and I think that, you know, this council has been tasked with many things, and again, based upon the composition and some of the direction and terminology in this legislation, I continue to argue that it seems like this council is being pushed in one particular direction towards this mandate, which is our concern, our biggest concern. But I mean, when it comes down to, you just made a really good point, Representative, about the transportation infrastructure and some of the issues we're going to be facing with these much heavier vehicles on the roadways. And One other thing that this council isn't explicitly addressed to, or tasked to address is the loss in gas tax revenue that we're going to see if we ultimately implemented an EV mandate. And so you're going to have these heavier vehicles potentially on the roads. It's going to cause more damage to the roads. And then on top of that, you're going to deplete this gas tax revenue, which we currently have which is supposed to supplement the transportation infrastructure in our state. So absolutely, yeah, that has to be discussed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And then Representative DiCaprio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator and Representative. It's pretty clear that we're concerned about the composition of the council with that. But can you share a little bit about the original intent of Connecticut wanting to follow California's standard back of the old statute? A little background of historical background on that, if you could.
Yeah, I wasn't here when that happened. So we would need to do some research on the original intent, but generally speaking, every state has the option of either following the federal EPA clean air standards or California. And so Connecticut opted to go with California, and it probably served us well for a long time. And now we have this issue that's cropped up.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Just one follow-up question based on that question itself. Let's say we wake up November and there's a new President Trump who's won election, and it gets inaugurated in January. And one of his first acts is to appoint an EPA administrator who's dead set against these regulations. And they develop a new EPA standard, which has no clean air standards. And as you suggested, we've moved towards following the EPA standard. Do you think Connecticut residents would be served to not have as an option moving forward with the Connecticut, with the California plan?
So I think we would have to cross that bridge if it happened. I think that the first question to answer is, absent us expressly adopting the California regulations, where are we as a state, and do we default to the federal? Because I think that, there's an impetus to sort of move in this direction, but, we may be faced with a non-choice then, because I don't think the California standards will serve Connecticut well. I do think they're too extreme. EPA under, President Biden's administration has already took their foot off the gas a little bit, no pun intended, but so I do think that right now those standards would better serve us, because it does provide for options of a slower phase in and an options of hybrid. I don't know, up until now, I've been told we can't adopt a partial California regulation. So it is a quandary, and that issue might come up this November. If this commission does meet and file a report, that question might be there.
And I think there's an argument, and I by adopting the California standard, we have insulated the state from some other EPA actions. Like, we are already a non-attainment state for air quality. There are other EPA determinations that would have negatively impacted Connecticut businesses if we hadn't adopted the California standards. So the California standards have actually served us quite well to date. I think I get the sense that you're concerned about, like, how do we hit this next thing? Like, how do we move in this new direction, which bans the internal combustion engines for sale after model year 2035? And so it's my hope that, you and I, or just collectively our caucuses and through our leadership and ranking members, can work on the composition of this commission so that it feels like we're addressing the issues that you raise. I doubt we'll want to consider repealing SB4 or any provision thereof that allows us an option. But I do think, like, the recognition that this commission largely insists on is that our state be better prepared for what comes next, whether it's the EPA standard or the California standard. Because I think there's a recognition that while we have made significant investments, and while that roadmap of 2020 has actually put us in a really good position to take the next steps and has led to substantial investments in Connecticut, we have a ways to go. And so I hope go forward recommendations for inclusion on this commission. I hope you'll continue to engage us in a constructive way, because I do think there's a possibility that we can do this in a collegial collective way and have a real roadmap that guides our constituents in a profound step forward. With that, Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do appreciate your mention of air quality, because I do think up until recently, reducing greenhouse gas emissions in our state has been overwhelmingly bipartisan. We've seen that as evidenced through the adoption of these emission standards, both light duty and medium and heavy duty. We've seen that when we set up interim goals, in a reduction of greenhouse gas emissions per our Global Warming Solutions Act. We had set an interim standard of reducing to 45% of 2001 levels by 2030 and 80% by 2050. Those are really stringent goals we have set for the state of Connecticut. And what is concerning is, as my co-chair mentioned, that we are in severe non-attainment. We've been downgraded for ozone and air quality levels. So and there's new things happening right now. We're learning that the Supreme Court may overturn the Good Neighbor Rule, which is really bad news for states like Connecticut. Maybe good news for upwind states and manufacturers in Pennsylvania who can keep their stacks as high as they are, or I should say as low as they are. Really bad news for Connecticut, who's in severe non-attainment. And suddenly we're going to have all this terrible air blowing into our state. We are effectively the tailpipe of the country when it comes to airflow and air quality. And so we really need to be mindful of that. So I just wondered if you wanted to comment at all. I think we were mindful in incorporating the Department of Public Health into this council and making sure we're taking a look at our goals with respect to the Global Warming Solutions Act, which, as you both know, has been a bipartisan issue in setting those goals.
Yeah, and I think that, the bulk of the responsibility seems to always fall on New England, and our states have been addressing this issue for years because our residents are the ones impacted by it. Yes, yet our western states don't necessarily need to take on the same roles. And I think we reach some point, which is what's happening here, is there's only incremental value that we are now getting out of the zero emission car standards versus all of the pollution that's coming from the West. And I think that's a frustration that we all share. And so if we're going to be doing all this work and states could continue to pollute from the West, and in the meantime, we've devastated our economy, because I am concerned when I listen to our manufacturers, the busing companies, of how they're going to be able to move product around the state. That is a real problem too, that has to be part of this equation. But certainly at the federal level, we should be appealing more to our delegation to make sure that all of our states have collective responsibility for this issue, as we do end up the tailpipe for everyone else's pollution.
And if I may, Madam Chair, to your point, I mean, public health is obviously a critical aspect of both what all our caucuses are concerned about. I would argue that, frankly, the environmental justice statutes that we've both worked on, that the overwhelming majority of both our caucuses have supported, go a lot further way toward addressing air quality and public health in the state than anything that we're going to be studying here. And I just think, anecdotally, California is one of the worst air quality states in the country, and this is their regulation that we're looking to implement here. So I would think that, if our focus here, as it should be on public health and air quality in the state. There's a lot of other measures that we could be taking outside of mandating this EV mandate, which I think is just impractical, impossible policy at this time, unfortunately, or fortunately, however you want to look at it.
Well, I thank you both for that, and certainly your opinion as to what we could be doing. I want to remind everybody that transportation emissions is the largest source of greenhouse gas emissions. So if we want to tackle that and our air quality in the state, it behooves us to have a plan to do so. And certainly both the federal emission standards and the California emission standards do just that, right? They put us on a track to reducing transportation emissions, which is our largest source of greenhouse greenhouse gas emissions. I do just want to, we're talking a lot about the federal administration. The goal of the federal standards remains the same. There's definitely a slower progression in getting there, but it is still 67% electric vehicle adoption by 2032. California emission standards say 2035, ban on the sale of new combustible engines. And I do just want to set the record straight. Hybrids have always been in the mix. Hybrids would not be there would not be a ban on the sale of hybrid vehicles. They have always been part of the equation. So I think there has been a little bit of confusion on that, in fairness, but hybrids would not be banned. You'd still be able to purchase hybrids. But again, the legislation before us today is simply to look at a council as well as look at modifications to our cheaper program in terms of affordability and making sure that's structured in an equitable way for the state of Connecticut and our residents here. You're talking about environmental justice communities. We really need to be looking at Justice 40 communities and how we are implementing programs because these are the folks that are disproportionately impacted by the bad air quality we have in the state of Connecticut. And I think, in hearing from both of you today, I think there is an agreement that whether we follow the federal standard or the California standards, that we do need to plan for the residents of the state of Connecticut. So I appreciate your testimony today. And I hope there is, as you say, a willingness to work together so that we can, in fact, implement a plan for the state of Connecticut and all of the residents here. Thank you.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair. Thank you. I just,
I thought you were.
yeah, I was waiting for you to look this way and so Senator Harding, you mentioned the gas tax and how we're going to replace that revenue if we're heading down this path. And I know that it's been on the forefront of this committee for years. And I am concerned about it because, for years, we had this discussion about the STF being in a deficit and being concerned. We saw the decrease in revenue because of the efficiency in gas. So I guess for clarity, are we to be expecting in this report or from this council how we are going to address the funding or the lack of revenue that we have currently with the vehicle gasoline tax and how we're going to take care of replacing that?
Thank you. I don't know if you guys want to take that as a question to you or if you want me to quickly.
You can address it if you like, Mr. Chair. But one thing I would say is it's a concern, obviously, of mine as well, as I mentioned in my testimony. And I don't see anything explicit within the composition of the legislation, which does study that issue. And I think that's critically important.
Yeah, I think that's a fair response. The Commissioner of Transportation was here earlier. He did indicate that is a chief concern for him as well. How do we ensure that that's going to happen naturally, right? Like that loss in STF, it's going to happen whether we task this commission to study a replacement or not. So I think the Commissioner has had that as top of mind. If you have any suggestions as to how you would like to replace that inevitable loss in the STF, I would be more than willing to hear them. I think you and I had a number of conversations about that just a few years ago. But with that being said, thank you both very much for your testimony today.
Oh, still some more.
Like,
Okay.
Henry,
So
these guys have tried to leave 4 times.
No, Henry,
So-
I like Henry.
they,
I like Henry too. That's why he knows he gets to do this.
you keep looking away. So you guys have some ideas, some unanswered questions. Could you forward the list of those questions that you feel that this committee or this council needs to address? Because I'm a firm believer of information. The more information, regardless of how it impacts individuals or corporations, businesses, us as a whole, as a state, I think if we can get all the questions on the table so that we can address them, I think we can all collectively make a better decision. as to what path to go down.
And Senator, I completely agree, and I think Representative Candelar and I could send a joint email together to this committee with the questions. And thank you for that, Senator. It's a
Yeah, thank
critical
you.
point.
I am all done. Thank you.
Are
Mr.
you?
Chair. Yes, I am. Thank you.
Why don't you go ahead and turn that light up? There you go. Thank you both very much for your testimony today. We have Karen Barber next, to then be followed by Patrick Callahan and Greg Howard.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Karen.
Perfect, thank you. My name is Karen Barber. I live in Lisbon, Connecticut. I've been a lifelong resident for nearly 40 years. Today I come before you to discuss the banning of gas-powered vehicles in Connecticut. HB 5485 is not a sound or well-thought-out environmental policy. It is an aggressive and extreme agenda. This initiative will crush the working, middle class, and low-income families across the state. The median cost of an electric vehicle is $53,000, yet the median income is $40,000. This burden is more than the annual salary in Connecticut. The cost of electricity is astronomical throughout the state and continues to rise. Connecticut does not currently have a grid that is capable of delivering the necessary power that is required of such an extreme and invasive initiative. I have concerns regarding the impact of this mandate and how it will affect our highway infrastructure and roadways. Electric vehicles are considerably heavier, twice the weight of vehicles with an internal combustion engine. How will this affect our highways, such as the Jersey Barrier, our bridges, parking garages, and so on? The increase in roadway maintenance, roadway paving required due to this excessive weight. Furthermore, I have concerns with how electrical vehicles will run in extremely cold winters, inhibiting people's ability to travel in the winter months. The lack of charging stations, the time in which it takes to charge those vehicles, finding mechanics and garages that are able to affordably repair EVs. Additionally, the rise in electrical fires and the safety of our fire and rescue personnel. In conclusion, I believe that all Americans, specifically residents of Connecticut, should have the freedom to make our own choices that will drastically impact the livelihoods of our families. My family and all those that I have spoken with regarding this bill do not support HB 5485, and I kindly request that you do not pass this unconstitutional bill. And thank you for taking the time to hear my concerns in opposition to HB 5485.
Thank you, Kristen. I appreciate your time and testimony here today.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Patrick Callahan and Greg Howard. I should refer to you as Representative Callahan and Representative Howard. I do apologize for the informality of my.
Contrary to popular belief, we don't go everywhere together.
Did you at least carpool all the way up there?
He's from the other side of the state. We're actually both 63 miles away. He's like a brother from my another town here. Thank you, chairs and ranking members. And I know public hearings can be a long day, and a lot of things have been said already. So I don't like to read testimony, because when I'm on your side of the desk, I don't like to listen to people read. But there are some facts I want to get on the record. EVs have been a frequent topic over the past several months. I'm glad that the regs review, the governor and the legislature decided not to push the mandates this session. Smart move, is EV mandates are extremely unpopular with Connecticut residents, as is evident if you've taken a look at your written testimony today. It was about 150 to 2. My wife said I should say 75 to 1, because they'll think I don't know how to do fractions. But that most people opposed to the bill, as is the person who testified before me. I read the bill, and it doesn't at this point appear to be recommending an EV mandate, but it takes many steps towards an EV mandate and almost seems to be an EV mandate by proxy. So I have concerns with that. The bill is loaded with taxpayer-funded incentives, and as Margaret Thatcher said, eventually you run out of other people's money. So how are we going to afford these when those incentives run out? I'm concerned because with a move to full electrification, as the good Representative Lamar said, we still generate our power with the majority natural gas. About 38% comes from nuclear, and hydro is some, but renewables are still a small percentage. So that power, electricity is not is not power supply. Electricity is just a delivery method. So I have concerns of what that's going to do to the cost of power and electricity to the people of Connecticut, because we have some of the most expensive power in the country, as we all know. Now, for the zero emission, zero carbon myth, it takes a massive diesel machine to move about 500,000 pounds of earth to make one EV battery, not to mention the unethical, environmentally disastrous process to mine and refine lithium, cobalt, graphite, etc. Most of this is done by China, about 75%, not exactly a friend to the United States. By the way, for every ton of lithium mined, there's 75 tons of acid waste, and each metric ton requires the use of 500,000 gallons of water, which easily leaches into surrounding soils and aquifers. In addition, there's not enough mining in the world at this point to supply the elements needed to the US for storage batteries and EVs, and because as the minerals continue to decrease in purity, the concentration is rapidly decreasing, is becoming more expensive. And we recycle only about 5% of the batteries. So there's not enough mines, and it takes about 16 years to permit a mine. So that's going to be difficult as everyone's building EVs, trucks. There's not going to be enough elements. Therefore, supply and demand cost is going to go sky high. EV cars, buses, and trucks are an environmental disaster. Just because you don't see it out your kitchen window doesn't mean it's not happening. Hertz, Ford, Honda, BMW, GM, Freightliner are cutting back completely, if not bailing on EVs for lack of demand. Places where EV buses have been tried are experiencing big problems. Jackson Hole, for one example, bought buses from Proterra. The buses constantly broke down and malfunctioned, have been abandoned. Edmonton, Canada tried it too and failed at the cost of over $1 million to the city. Proterra, Lordston Motors, Electric Last Mile Solutions have all filed for bankruptcy, and about a dozen others are hanging on by a thread. Here in Hamden, an electric bus caught fire in September. 2 workers and a firefighter ended up in the hospital. Trucks, as mentioned earlier, would require about 10,000 pounds of batteries, cost 3 times as much, and have short ranges and won't be able to carry the loads as diesel trucks. All these add up to more expense for the people of Connecticut. I have other things to say, but I'm happy to talk to you at sidebar, and I just wanted to leave it up to Representative Howard if you have questions for me.
Representative Howard, why don't you go ahead and do that? We'll have.
Yeah, sure. And I'll be very brief. I set up here with my colleague who just to basically lend support to his exact comments. And I'll just add to it. You know, electric vehicles are newer. They're somewhat expensive, especially in comparison to many vehicles that our working families are driving. You know, outside of the environmental issues that the ranking member of the Environment Committee just outlaid, you know, it concerns me when we're giving additional tax incentives to people who can afford high-end vehicles. A lot of individuals go to work every single day and they're trying to make ends meet. We're not in the greatest of economy. We know that. And, you know, we as the legislature, as our speaker laid out just at the beginning of this session, have worked really hard in giving great tax incentives, reducing taxes on working families. And, you know, for me, that's one of the places that I like to focus. I want to get more tax breaks if we have them to give, whether that's federal money coming in or state money. I know sometimes we pretend, well, it's state money. Well, it's still taxpayer money. So when that money is coming, if we have it to give, I really want to focus a bit more on working families that are, you know, unfortunately, and I know some of the older vehicles that are being driven aren't exactly friendly to the environment, but they're really friendly to hardworking moms and dads in this state that are trying to get to work to feed their families. So I just want to mention that.
Thank you both for your testimony today. I do feel like a lot of the issues and concerns that you raise point us in a direction towards needing a council established to investigate all of the myriad challenges that we have as a state towards complying either with the federal regulation or the California regulation, right? Like we don't get to choose a third option. We either have to move towards the federal obligation to electrify at a rapid pace or the California standard, which is slightly more aggressive, right? Like but under no circumstance do we get to just put our head in the sand and say, no, we're not doing it. We have to make these investments. We have to plan for a future in which the overwhelming number of Connecticut consumers will be driving a different type of vehicle than they are driving right now. Now, the good thing about all of that is that you contended that most of these manufacturers are moving away from that. I've had the opportunity to speak with every major manufacturer in this country, and every one of them is committed to moving forward with electric vehicles. Every single one of them. They said it to me personally. They said it in their filings to the federal government. They've made commitments to the EPA to do the same. So thankfully, I think, recognizing the direction we have to go in, we can make a strategic choice about how to get there. Now, I think that's where the opportunity for us to work together is. It's like, what do we need to do to position our constituents, to position our state, to maybe offer the types of incentives that you're seeking for hardworking Connecticut residents? Because that's certainly something I share. You know, I represent New Haven. There aren't a lot of folks driving even the type of car that I drive in my community. And so I know that I need to create and craft an environment in which people in my community feel comfortable. They don't have garages. They don't have places to charge, you know, they don't have driveways, right? Like we need to create that infrastructure so that we're all able to recognize where we're going. So I'm hoping that a number of the concerns that you raised, and it'd be irresponsible for me to suggest that those aren't real concerns. They are real concerns. It is my hope, though, that we get away from the 1,000-foot political conversation that we're having and get into the weeds on the policy choices that we need to make as a state to get us there. Because I think that's what's going to benefit our Connecticut residents the most, is the understanding that this change is going to happen, whether we're currently prepared for it or not, and that we need to put ourselves in a direction to be prepared. Senator Cohen.
Hello, thank you both for being here today and for your time and testimony. Just as I asked our colleagues before, it sounds to me like you'd both prefer that we follow the federal emission standards here in the state of Connecticut. And I would just say, we heard a lot from folks, both colleagues as well as residents across the state, about our need to ready ourselves prior to adopting any standard. But regardless, we're in one or the other. If we default to the federal standard, we'll be in the federal standard. If we stand the regulations in the meantime for California emission standards, we'll be in the California emission standards. And we need to be ready so that these cars are affordable, so charging infrastructure is accessible, and we're taking an equitable approach to all of that. And so I would just ask, in terms of adopting standards one way or another, because again, we're required, as my co-chair pointed out, we can't just put our head in the sand and pretend this isn't happening. This is the movement. Do you think that the council is a good idea in terms of readying the state of Connecticut and our residents for this transition?
Thanks, Senator Cohen, and thanks for your years as chair on environment. I wish you told me how much work it was. But it's, as far as the standards go, I think we should just continue to pay attention to the facts. And I know the study, and as I read it, and then I read the governor's comments briefly before, I know, because they just arrived, it just, I just don't want the council to be a preconceived notion of where we're going to go. I know that electrification, as you both mentioned, is coming whether we like it or not. But I know Representative Lamar, you mentioned manufacturers are full on, but I also just watched a statement from the Honda CEO talking about he's going hydrogen. So I guess we're putting all our eggs in this basket, and I hope it's the right basket. And we're gonna build this whole infrastructure to charge electric vehicles, and hopefully that is the future. But I just know in Connecticut that the power still comes from fossil fuels for the most part. So it seems to me we're just kind of moving the problem around. But when it comes to, I know we have to follow one of the standards, and we don't have a choice. I guess so I'm not answering your question. It's just I'm just concerned with the choices we have.
I appreciate that. And I will just say hydrogen fuel cell vehicles are part of the clean car and truck rules. So, as our hybrid vehicles. So this council is set to look at and report out and update a roadmap that is already in existence. But it's antiquated at this point, right? We need to update, we need to ready ourselves, we need to look at, valuable questions have come out of this process, right? As these regulations went to regs review, are we grid ready? You mentioned about our grid and what is happening right now in terms of infrastructure investment, charging infrastructure, what's happening in our urban areas versus what's happening in our rural areas. Are we going to have the necessary infrastructure that those folks need? And how are we working with our car manufacturers, as you've mentioned, to set up an incentive structure? Number one, a lot of these regulations do just that, set up an incentive structure for manufacture of these vehicles. And so, how are we doing that? And that's what this council is designed to do. It's really set up so that Connecticut can, work in concert with the nation and our region for the residents of Connecticut. So I appreciate your comments again, as I said to our colleagues that sat before you, the good minority leaders. I'd appreciate any input you have on this in an effort to work together in a bipartisan manner to get this council right for the residents across the state of Connecticut, because it does seem, regardless of whether we're adopting federal emission standards or California emission standards, we're looking towards a clean car future for our air quality, for our health, and for everybody's benefit. So I really want to make sure we get this right. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cohen. And just, if there is going to be a commission that does this, if you build a box around a combustion engine car and run it, you're obviously going to have smoke in the box. If you build one around an EV, it'll appear it's running clean. But there's a lot of things that go into making that EV. They're very, very, they use a lot of elements. And so you have to take the whole picture. And I hope the council takes that into account. Good.
Thank you. And it appears if Representative Kennedy, followed by Senator Wong, Representative O'Day, Senator Martin, Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And gentlemen, thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. And I appreciate all of your testimony on House Bill 5485, but I'm going to switch directions if I could and direct this question to both of you, or Representative Howard. Would be SB 424, reducing the BAC.
Sure. Thank you for that. So I should say I support SB 424. For some of you who don't know, I've been a police officer for 22 years. I received the Mothers Against Drunk Driving Award multiple times for DWI enforcement, something that I've worked really hard on throughout my entire adult life. And I heard the commissioner earlier sort of articulate quite well that how the BAC is actually applied. And I think that that's sort of misunderstood by the public oftentimes. In a general DWI stop, a police officer has no idea what somebody's BAC is until they're already under arrest. There's anomalies to that. Certainly, if there's a crash and the individual is taken to the hospital and the blood evidence is obtained through search warrant prior to the arrest, then you would know. But generally speaking, your general car stop resulting in DWI, to read the statute clearly, you're not, you don't get a chemical test until after you're already in custody. So how do you end up in custody, right? That's sort of the question. And the answer to that is police officers in this state are trained to standardize field sobriety tests. And they're standard because they're scientifically created and scientifically proven that people who, we don't use this word, but for public purposes, fail the test, they're above 0.10. So while I support this bill, because I do think it may have a collateral positive effect. For example, somebody may say, well, geez, I can even have one drink now and drive. Well, good, then don't. That'd be perfect. But I think the net of my reservation on it is I don't want this legislature to have the illusion that we're addressing this crisis on our highways, to use the commissioner's terms, when I don't think in practical application this is going to have much effect. I think the bigger effect, frankly, is speed. And I think that that's something that I would implore you to look at, because if I'm driving distracted, or I'm driving under the influence at 25 miles an hour, or I'm doing that at 100 miles an hour, we're talking about a significantly different outcome. When you look at the data of the state of Connecticut, the spike in fatalities that we're seeing is not relevant to a spike in crashes. So, well, the crashes may be up slightly or somewhat, not statistically different or significantly different. Fatalities are up. And the reason for that is because the crashes that are happening at higher speeds. As my colleague said, he and I both travel 63 miles from here to get home. Now, you may wonder how we know that. And the answer is because when we leave here late at night on our Bluetooth, we generally talk to one another so that, we kind of, stimulate our minds as we're going. But I drive here 63 miles back and forth every single day that I come here, and it's treacherous and it's a concern. Some states have adopted what they call super speeder legislation, where fines are significantly high once you breach certain speeds. And certainly you've heard testimony today, and you know this already, I'm sure, of the enforcement issues. And I would implore this committee to go back and read several reports around data-driven approach to crime and traffic safety done by NHTSA and the DOJ time after time that proves a significant reduction in traffic crashes and speeds when you up enforcement. So while I support 424, I don't want to give the residents of the state of Connecticut the illusion that we're addressing this fatality problem, when while that may help, I don't think that that's really going to have a significant impact. So thank you for asking me that question.
I appreciate your response, and also appreciate pointing out that people are driving at a much higher rate of speed. And that is a good point as to why we're seeing so many fatalities as well. So thank you both for your testimony, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And we found something we completely agree on. That's great. It's always
we find a lot of things.
we actually usually do, but not the first part of the testimony today. But that was good. I think you're exactly right on that one issue. Specifically, this committee has looked at ways of addressing speed on our highways, upping enforcement. We've had constant communications with our state police about what they need in order to return even to pre-COVID levels of enforcement of speed on our roadways, using automated enforcement to get to some of this. We do have graduated fines for people who exceed a certain speed, but I'll take a look at some of the super speeder legislation in other states. That's great. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question for each of you. Representative Callahan, as the ranking member of Environment, I think your testimony is poignant for me because you have the utmost respect for the environment. You're intimately aware as a big proponent of water and clean air. It's important, and it's important to note your input. Your challenge in this bill relating to EV is not from a lack of environmental respect, but it is also in the execution. So it shouldn't be a zero-sum game, as some people are kind of purporting it to be one way or the other, and both sides are in that position. But in your environmental leadership, it is about clean air. And as the chairwoman of this committee said, you know, it's a factor that's kind of impacted by many other states. We're the tailpipe of many other states. And so that's a bigger, broader solution. I know we want to do our part in the initiative we're undertaking, but offer to this committee your expertise in saying, why do you oppose this, being fully aware and being respectful of the environmental and clean air concerns, which you're such an advocate?
Thank you, Senator. I oppose it because it's to me, and I know maybe the chairs disagree, it seems like a foregone conclusion to move to electrification and of our vehicles. And there's an assumption that these are clean. They may be clean once they hit the road, but it takes about 70,000 miles of driving for them to recoup the greenhouse gases it took to make them. And then you've got 1,000 pounds of battery to deal with afterwards, where we don't have the recycling mechanisms in place, and the amount of water to use and the acids being used to make these batteries are an environmental nightmare. And just because it's not happening outside your kitchen window doesn't mean it's not happening. So I have concerns. And I come from a background, Senator, where I worked for environmental groups in my district and testified before you. And that's why I got an interest in this, because I am greatly concerned with our environment, but I just don't think that these vehicles are as clean as people think.
Thank you. And I think another factor that, in listening to many of the comments back and forth, and they're valid, and it's why we have the public hearing, but nowhere have I heard the economic disparity difference. It costs more money to be able to buy an EV, costs more money to be able to maintain it. If your livelihood is dependent on your vehicle and not from a standpoint of point A to point B, that's 30, 40, 50 miles, but if you're on your day all day on the road, it's a necessity. And I don't hear a lot of people talk about the economic disparity in regards to EV ownership. Maybe I'm seeing you smile, but maybe you can articulate a little bit about it. I mean, look, I love the EV cars. I've owned them, but there is a significant cost, and that is not for everyone.
Yes, Senator. I think when we first sat down, I think you might have had to step out, but I mentioned exactly that. Not quite in Senate eloquency, but it said that I have concerns over the working class in my district and really around the state of Connecticut, and people who can't afford them. I talked about, we're giving tax incentives to vehicles, on or considering, I guess would be a better way, right? Tax incentives into vehicles that are expensive, that certain members of our population can afford and maybe others cannot, and the reliance on these vehicles. And I just think it's important that we're mindful of everything, right? So we talked about fatalities on our roads. I think we can agree that we would have 0 fatalities on our road tomorrow if we stopped all cars from going on them, right? But that's not reasonable. We can't do that. We have to weigh this environmental concern against all of the impacts. And you talk about the economic impact, and that's what I was indicating as well. And it goes beyond the tax incentives and the cost of the vehicle. As we move to electric vehicle, mechanics work on combustion engines will become probably more scarce and therefore more expensive, right? If we are going to agree on the rules of supply and demand that we've operated on for many years. So there are a lot of considerations. I appreciate the senator's point that, listen, that what we're trying to do, and the chairman said it, we're trying to get to a point where we've considered, we want to consider all of these things and make sure we make the best decisions for the people of the state of Connecticut. And that's sort of what I was here to make sure that I put on the record, that is a consideration, because it's not lost on any of us, me included, that we put forth legislation and we think, oh my goodness, I didn't think about that, right? None of us are perfect. Some of us in the Senate think so, but anyway.
Thank you, Representative Howard. And as the ranking leader on the public safety side and as a law enforcement official, I'd love to get your thoughts on 424, the blood alcohol content. You've seen, unfortunately, some of the terrible preventable tragedies on our roads.
Yeah.
But I also wanted to get your input. One of the lasting impressions that I've had in this legislature is your interaction and debate on the House related to marijuana legalization. And I remember one of the discussions, and I've asked the proponents of 424, and I support the idea of impairment in any way is not a good thing on the road.
Yeah.
But I had, if you can recount the exchange that you had on the floor in regards to your role as law enforcement.
Sure.
With the legalization of marijuana and your ability on probable cause and deterrency. I remember, if I can refresh your memory, it was an example
I
of
remember well.
pulling over a bunch of 18-year-olds and our law says you got to be over 21,
Mhm.
and the limitation in probable cause to deter any further potential danger on the roads. Can you recount that?
Sure. So I should say that we've debated and discussed in this legislature for years that the growing mind at age 18 and 19 comes with its challenges, right? Reckless behavior. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that when I was an 18, 19-year-old young man, I wasn't far more reckless than I am now, because the fact is I was. Sometimes I wonder how I'm still here today, to be quite frank with you. But what I said at that time, and I continue to say today, is when we legalized marijuana in 2021, we did a few things. One thing was, we said that you have to be at least 21 years of age to possess it and use it legally, which made sense. The other thing we said is that if an individual who is 18, 19, or 20 years old is caught in possession of that, we didn't make it a crime. There's administrative sanctions where they have to attend, certain classes, and I don't remember exactly what it was, but there was sort of administrative sanctions to sort of make them, educate them on the dangers of narcotic use. There's concerns about it being gateway drug, and there's et cetera. So I thought the way we crafted that was quite responsible for our young people. But then we went on to say that if a police officer stops a vehicle and 2 people in it are in it and they're both 19 and he smells the odor of marijuana, he can't search the vehicle to take that dangerous drug from them while they're driving down the road. And I thought that was fairly irresponsible of this legislature, quite frankly. And then we said in that bill that because we know what secondhand smoke does specifically in marijuana as we talk about secondhand smoke in tobacco when we were growing up years ago, that it was harmful to your lungs. But we know that secondhand smoke, when we're talking about marijuana, is actually an impairment. So for that reason, we said that it's illegal to smoke marijuana while you're driving a vehicle or smoke marijuana in a vehicle while somebody else is driving, because it would have the same or similar effect. But then we said that if a police officer observes this behavior, they can't stop the vehicle and stop that behavior. And again, that was irresponsible. So to your point, Senator, that exchange with the chairman of the Judiciary Committee at the time, I ran an amendment to fix those three particular things. And the other one less impactful about delivery to a minor is a misdemeanor as opposed to a felony as an alcohol, but somewhat less impactful. But I think that if I recall correctly, that was the amendment that I ran that unfortunately didn't pass. But it is a concern, and I think that we look at the uptick on our highways, and did it happen around the same time we legalized marijuana? Yes. Is that significantly the reason? I don't know. I think the bigger issue is speed, quite frankly, but we can't discount impairment at all. And down in my district, there was a fatal crash that involved the use of marijuana at the time of the crash, and it was a low speed crash. So there are times when we are losing lives about that, and I think it's time for this legislature to get really serious about our traffic safety because we are losing innocent lives completely unnecessarily.
And I appreciate that. I want to respect the committee's cognizance and going back to 424 because the conversation has been about lowering the blood alcohol content level. But I truly believe, and your testimony reinforces that you can't do one without the other.
Yeah.
And it's impairment nonetheless. So if there were some particular language related to marijuana impairment accountability that you cited, I think that would make it much more valuable saying impairment of any kind based upon substance, whether it be alcohol or marijuana or any other substance is a bad thing. And we want to prevent that for safety. So I just going back and closing on 424, you do support the lowering of blood alcohol content for safety on the road.
Correct.
Just complementing it with some real legislative solutions to ensure that accountability is also on the marijuana use. And I'll close by saying, it is a well-deserved honor for you to get MAD Legislator of the Year because it reflects the great work that MAD has done for year after year. And in receiving that honor myself, I think it's very important to acknowledge the great work that they have all done. So, but thank you very much. Maybe you can close with
Yeah, I
Anthony on
just
the
want to
PAC.
clarify just because you guys know how I'm a stickler for accuracy. The MAD awards that I got were in my capacity as a law enforcement officer, my enforcement efforts, just so that I'm not misrepresenting my resume, so to speak. And I would only close by saying I'll be happy to offer the amendment I ran in 2021 to you all for your consideration on this bill. I think it is germane, and if you're happy to consider it, I'll be happy to send it to you for your consideration on that issue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the indulgence.
Of course. And as I recall saying to you in the chamber in 2021, I think I'm with you on that issue as well.
As I said earlier, we agree on.
We're going to go to Representative Chalesky, then to Representative O'Day, and then to Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh. I just want to thank Representative Callahan for bringing up the concern around the electric buses. With the breakdown and the catching of fire, it just so happens that this committee is considering a resurrection of a grant program that's going to help schools put seatbelts on buses, and I have some concerns around that as well. And it was a program that wasn't very broadly utilized, but that's a whole different conversation. And if that proposal goes anywhere, I hope it comes to us on the Education Committee. But today we've at least determined that electrification is imminent. And it was also mentioned about the consequential loss in revenue from gas taxes. And would you also be concerned that this could be a path to, Representative Callahan and I both represent a border city, that this could be a path to tolling or a mileage tax to make up for that loss?
Thanks for the question, Representative. It's a tough call. We're gonna have to make up the revenue somewhere. And with the weight of electrified trucks and vehicles, the wear and tear on the road is going to be increased exponentially. So we're gonna have to come up with the money somewhere. And being in a border town, I do fear the return of tolls to make up that. But I wish I had a crystal ball, but I don't.
Agreed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Let me assuage your concerns that no toll proposal that Senator Martin and I discussed in great detail just a few years ago included border tolls. But that being said, we're going to move on to Representative O'Day and then to Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as we all know, border tolls are illegal. In any event, thank you very much, Representative Callahan and Representative Howard, for your testimony. Just a couple things. First, Representative Callahan, in taking a look at 5485, I mean, I share your concerns. You know, the line 14, you know, there is established an electric vehicle infrastructure coordinating council. And so my point is, and I think you would alluded to this, why not have it be alternatively powered green vehicle infrastructure coordinating council, so that we can look at hydrogen fuel cells, compressed natural gas, propane, solar, hybrid electric, and combination. So what are your thoughts if we can include those kind of vehicles in this study?
Thanks, Representative O'Day. My point exactly. I just don't want to put all our eggs in one basket. If we're going to spend all this money on infrastructure, we better be right. So I think right now you see delivery trucks going around with compressed natural gas. There are other ways to do this. And my point today is that the electric vehicles aren't as clean if you take them in their entirety. So no, I would love to see that. Thank you.
Yeah, and the example I gave on the floor was that Norwalk had invested in propane, which is cleaner than other combustion gases, certainly gasoline, and now we're not including them in this. So I appreciate your testimony very much. You and I are on the same page. And then Representative Howard, putting your officer hat on, you probably remember my argument on the floor. I had put in an amendment to have recreational marijuana limited to 25 and over, because there's been a lot of arguments in this building, or in the LOB, I should say, about how juveniles don't comprehend the impact of their decisions until, particularly males, until they're 25. And when we were doing the recreational marijuana bill, you know, I'd asked all the medical experts about the impact on brains of utilization of marijuana under the age of 25, and they all admitted that it has a bigger adverse impact on the younger brain under 25. So I'm not going to ask you about your younger years and risky behavior, but as you know, you were much more polite. 5433P could be some of the dumbest pieces of legislation we've ever passed, in my humble opinion, because of what you just articulated. Did you hear my questions to the commissioner about how you can pull over somebody if you smell alcohol, but you can't pull them out of the car, but you can if you smell marijuana?
I caught part of it. I was over in Representative, and trying to listen to that and watch your.
I'm sorry, what committee were you over in?
Judiciary.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
Are you trying to point out the fact that I missed part of Judish? Is that the point, Chair, Mr. Chair? Anyway, I hear you. I hear you. I understand that this is not directly in line, but I guess the questions you heard, I don't know if you heard some of my questions about the lack of stops.
Yes.
And so I guess my question to you is, are you aware about the lack of police stops throughout the state, and how much they've gone down?
Yes, Representative, I'm very aware of that. And as I said earlier, speed is a major factor. And if a state trooper in this state is on the side of a road with a disabled motorist with his lights on, everybody going by him slows down. Everybody. They have no idea. They know there's a state trooper there, and they're going to slow down. That's what they're doing. This reduction in traffic stops that we've seen, and it's starting to come back a bit, but comparative to 2019 to 2022 was significant. 65% by our state police, the reduction that we saw. And that's based on testimony given by the executive director of the Connecticut Racial Profile and Prohibition Project that he gave on February 23rd of 2023. There was like, I think, a 50% statewide reduction at the time that we saw this. It's a major, major concern. As you know, Representative, I've dedicated my entire life from the time I was 14 years old to public safety and saving lives, and it is killing me. And I don't say that loosely or with any pun. It is killing me to watch what's happening. It's completely unnecessary. We need to get our roadways safer, and we need to do that through enforcement. That is the true underlying reason that we are losing And this is not specific to Connecticut, and we should be clear about that. This is happening in other places too, where this reduction in law enforcement is leading to faster speeds and more bodies. And that is a problem. And this legislature needs to address it, and we need to address it correctly. And I'm not saying that 424 does not help the problem. Certainly, lowering the BAC will discourage people from drinking and driving on our roads. But I pause because I've been in this building long enough to know that we look at problems and we pass things to say we did something, and perhaps we aren't doing anything. We need to get the speeds down, and we need to do that through enforcement. And I will just say, because we did reference, and I did support as well, as you know, Mr. Chairman, the automated ticketing. But again, when we pass that legislation, if you recall, it says it has to be a huge sign. It says, don't speed in the next 20 yards. So people are going to slow down where those things are posted to be, and then going right back again. And that's human nature. And I see it. I know what's happening. And it's, again, we passed it. Did it help? Yes. Did it solve the problem? No. We need to, what we should do, and what we could do, is we could take those speed enforcement devices like radars. We can mount them on the side of something like a Ford Explorer, for example, and it can move around. And we could put like red and blue lights on the top and put people inside the vehicle. And as they move around and people pass them driving fast, we put the lights on, pull over, and we find them. It seemed to work for a long time, and I think it's high time we get back to it.
The sarcasm is not lost on me, Representative Howard. And to your point, the 368 people who died in car crashes in Connecticut in 2022, 80 of those involved deaths of drivers, pedestrians, and passengers who were under the influence of drugs, alcohol, and other medications. So even without the under influence deaths, which were, 80 is outrageous, I agree, but that's still 328, which is what the second most we've ever experienced in deaths. And that's not involving people who are under the influence, correct?
Yeah, so those numbers are accurate. And I would say, as I said earlier, driving intoxicated is detrimental to public safety. There's no doubt about that. Anybody who argues to the contrary is unreasonable. But if I'm driving intoxicated and I crash into a pole at 25, my chances of fatality are low. If I'm driving intoxicated, same intoxication at 95, my chances of fatality are significantly higher. We know from NHTSA, and everybody in this committee knows, that distracted driving, impaired driving, and speed are the three major contributing factors. But speed alone is the biggest contributing factor to fatalities. And that's what's important to recognize. That if everybody's driving around intoxicated at 25, dangerous for sure, would not advocate for it. But that's not going to increase fatalities as if everybody was driving around at 100, that sober or not. And I think that's the real focus where I think this should be is unimpaired driving for sure, but we cannot lose track of the fact that we have got to reduce the average speed on the roads.
Thank you very much, Representative Howard. I certainly would encourage you to pass on that amendment. I plan on running it. And to rebut some of the comments, I've already gotten a couple texts. I'm not in favor of impaired driving under any circumstances, and I'm happy to have this conversation. What I'm upset about is the lack of any efforts to change 5433P is what I find hypocritical and outrageous. But thank you very much, Representative Howard, for your testimony, and I appreciate it. And same to you, Representative Callahan. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just regarding the last conversation regarding the speed limits or driving at a higher rate of speed, Representative, what are your thoughts on if we explored lowering the speed limit here in the state of Connecticut?
Well, we raised the speed limit, Senator, several years ago. And it's not a secret to anybody that law enforcement in this state exercises discretion when it talks about speed. The people aren't getting pulled over for doing 66 or 67 and a 65. And we didn't see the fatality rates then that we do now. when I tell you, if I come in here at 75, people are going by me like I'm standing still. Arguably, I'm holding up traffic. And that's not, I mean, I see nodding heads. People who drive the highways here know that. I don't know that the reduction is necessary. What I think is enforcing our current speed limit the way that we did prior to 2020 is the way to go. Because we were on a perfectly good track there. And we can't lose track of the fact, Senator, that our vehicles, we talked about vehicles here today, our vehicles are, because of technology, are safer now than they ever were. You know, as far as the interoperability between phones, for example, and cars, and all the cars coming that they're all voice activated. The way that our phones, the user interface that is designed with our phones to keep our distractions at a minimum. All of these things are moving in the right direction, but our fatality rate is moving in the wrong direction. And the one empirical and anecdotal thing that has significantly changed is speeds are significantly faster and enforcement is significantly down. So I'm a detective by trade, you know that, right? So we look at investigation, we were at this point, and now we got to hear what changed. Well, what changed from 2019 to 2022 is enforcement went way down and the average speed went way up. And that's where we need to focus it. Is impaired driving a concern? Yes. What Representative O'Day just articulated with around marijuana, is that a concern or contributing factor? Certainly. But the biggest issue is speed. And that is my only reservation on 424s. I do not want to dupe the people of Connecticut, say we, the legislature, did something, when in practical application, we did very little at best. We have to get to that speed issue.
Would you be able to submit those how to get back to where you were a few years back? I think with those recommendations, we might be able to make sure that they're included in the legislation regarding the impaired driving. But I think your suggestions and your experience would go a long way of helping us correct this. So particularly, you know, making sure that we're able to stop individuals who are speeding. Representative Callahan, you mentioned early in your testimony regarding, I'm going to call it the dark side. It's something that we've overlooked or tend to overlook regarding the mining of the materials that are required for the EV batteries. You know, most of that is not done here. It's done in third world countries or other parts of the world where mining and the human rights are much different there than they are here, because we would not be able to get away with what they are doing here. And you mentioned something about how we are changing we're shifting the burden that we're trying to solve here with our air quality, and we're shifting it to another part of the earth. So do you think it's important for this council that this piece of legislation is we're looking to form here? Do you think it's important for them to look into that aspect of it, how we are shifting these burdens over to another part of the world? You know, we're talking about mining materials that are dirty, that are dangerous, and you know, it is a concern, and not even taking into consideration that those materials are owned by some other countries that are not particularly friendly to the United States. Could you speak to that just a little bit?
Sure, Senator Martin, thank you. I would like this committee, if it's put together, to take the entirety of the manufacture and production of these EVs, the batteries, because if the massive pit mining and sulfuric acid, if that was happening here, I think people would be up in arms. But since it's happening somewhere else that we can't quite see, it's not noticed. And my concerns of, yeah, the human rights in the Congo, the unethical mining of some of these elements. But when you get to China and they control the manufacture, the processing, I always lose what do they call the ports in the battery? I forget what they're called, but they manufacture those. So we have to ship these things back and forth. So they're dug by diesel machines. They're shipped back and forth with diesel ships. These are all things that have to be put in the box when it comes to the emissions that are taken into account with any vehicle we drive, whether it be natural gas, gasoline, electric. We just have to look at the whole picture and not ignore what's happening. We also have to look at where that electricity is coming from. So I appreciate the question.
Thank you. I think you're spot on, regarding the overall impact of, just simply mining the materials and the quantity of materials that are required to manufacture one lithium battery and the amount of energy that it requires just to move that material. And what are we doing to the air quality in other places? Regarding our roads and the use of going from gasoline powered vehicles, either lightweight, medium, or heavy weight. The literature that I've read, there seems to be data that speaks to the damage to the roads, the increase in damage to the roads. And, and also it's the roads and the effects caused by the extra weight, but also some of these, we're just talking about accidents and some of the steel guardrails that we have on our current highways and roads are not designed to absorb the impact of the extra weight of these vehicles. Do you think, as part of the council that this bill is wants to form here, do you think it's important that they look at that type of data as well?
The weight's a huge issue for a couple different reasons. The brakes and tires on these vehicles degrade much quicker. We had an EPR on tires last year in environment, and they're tough to deal with. When you're replacing tires on an EV every 2 years versus every 4 or 5 on a lighter vehicle, those particulates are going somewhere as they degrade from the brakes and tires. They're going into the air, and they carry a lot of pollutants with them as well. So then when you're talking about the weight and the fatality, maybe Representative Howard's gotten into this. He's probably seen crashes that involve an electric vehicle and the added weight. But the added weight, what it does to our bridges and our roads and how we're going to pay for that and what it does to fatality of accidents when the inertia of a much heavier vehicle is hitting another vehicle. I think I'd love to see the council look at these things too. But if we have the Q Bridge, it's loaded with 18 wheelers that each have 10 to 12,000 pound batteries on them. I don't know what'll happen because I'm not a structural engineer, but
Yeah, and I probably would include parking garages as well
Yeah.
for that.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative DiCaprio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. I just want to let Representative Howard know, thank you both for today, for coming in to share. And you may have already touched on this, but speed enforcement, I couldn't agree with you more. As being an emergency responder with DEEP and going to a hazmats and all this, I've been in the passing lane with lights and sirens on and someone's behind me wanting to pass me. Just unacceptable. But anyway, can you, I know last session we bolstered the state police, the ability for them to improve the compensation to get more troopers. But can you just, you may have touched on this already, but why is enforcement down, in your opinion? Or what you can share?
Well, there's a lot of reasons for that. First of all, we can't lose track of the fact that the benefit package for police officers in this state has not significantly declined in the last 3 years. In fact, 4 years ago, thousands of applicants were showing up for hundreds of jobs for less pay than we're all paying police officers now. And we're down significant ranks statewide, and that includes the state police. So a reduction in the amount of officers that are out there is certainly one of the contributing factors. But Representative, we cannot ignore the morale that is going on around our law enforcement. And again, that's not specific to Connecticut. This is a national issue. A lack of support from culturally within legislatures, et cetera. But I also think that, it's especially in Connecticut, if you listen carefully, we've sort of boxed ourselves out of requiring those who we pay to go out and do that job. I mean, the previous commissioner said that he took the amount of traffic stops an officer completes out of their performance evaluation. So in order for them to go out and do that self-initiated activity, they're going to have to do it by their own personal motivation, which comes from high morale. And that's not me saying that. You ask any person who supervises individuals. If you want someone to be self-initiated and self-motivated, they have to have high morale. And the morale in the law enforcement, I mean, the new commissioner said earlier this month, early in February. He said he visits every troop as a new commissioner. He said morale is low, troopers feel beat up, and they feel unsupported. Those are his words after visiting all the troops. So we have to get that back. We have to get our troopers back to work. And I don't want to represent that our law enforcement are doing some sort of organized work stoppage. I don't think that at all. In fact, I know that's not true. They came to that door not for pay and benefits. Maybe some of them stay after a while for that. But they came to that door because of a desire to serve. I know that personally. I know that in speaking to all of them, and they want to go out and do their jobs. They want to go out and patrol their highways and keep it safe. I assure you the numbers that Representative O'Day just shared hits at the heart of every police officer in the state of Connecticut. I know that. But we need to let them know that they're supported. I think we're asking a little too much from them at times, and we need to be a little bit more realistic about it.
Okay, well, I appreciate it. I have a son that's an officer right now, and he was local and he's with the state. So I know there's many challenges, and I know there's staffing, certainly staffing, what their coverage area is. So, and traditionally, it's been pretty tough to cover areas, but thank you for sharing that today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative DiCaprio. I think that's it for today. I just want to highlight there have been some comprehensive studies on full life cycle costs associated with internal combustion engines versus battery electric vehicles, where they look at the sort of the intensive production emissions. There's sort of intensive emissions productions related to the manufacturing of the battery and also the increase in emissions related to power plant source based emissions. But even when you evaluate the full life cycles of each of these things, battery electric vehicles are far, far less emissions intensive than a traditional ICE. And I think that's leading to it. Like also, like compared to different types of emissions, like tailpipe emissions are far worse than any emissions that come out of a power plant, for example. So I think there have been some analysis of that. But I do think even proponents like myself of moving towards electric vehicles and moving towards, and that's just, electric vehicles is a bit of a shorthand, right? Like it does, like the considerations have always included hydrogen, fuel cell, plug-in hybrids of course. I do think that there's room for us to be a little bit more exhaustive in how we portray what the choices and trade-offs are. So that there is that full scale understanding of what happens, right? Like just like what's happening to the mining of the component parts of batteries is awful and egregious, and there should be some international standards on that. That is also true from where we get oil from. And like pretending that like the conditions, the working conditions, the sort of international relations associated with shipping oil across the globe. We do not produce oil. We can like in almost no standard of the oil that we could generate here locally in the United States would meet the standard necessary for sale in the automobile markets. So we couldn't even do that domestically. So I think there's a broader understanding of this topic that is necessary, and it's something we've probably failed to do as we've moved forward over the last 5-6 years, is help our constituents understand the challenging choices they have in front of us. It's my hope that with your thoughtfulness to this issue, that this council can be equipped with even greater breadth and understanding of what the myriad choices are that we have before us. And so I do thank the willingness that you guys have to come here today and testify.
Thank you. Sorry for making your day longer, and sorry for the public for holding them up.
That's right.
Mr. Chair?
Senator Martin has a question for you. Cannot leave yet.
Mr. Chair, you made reference to some documents or some information or reports. For us to have a broader understanding, if you could share that with the committee, that would help us out. So, thank you.
Next up, we have Teresa Eichel and Senator Kelly.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for taking the time to hear my testimony, Senator Cohen and Representative Lamar and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Terry Eichel. I live in Preston, Connecticut, and I'm the Executive Director for the Interreligious Eco-Justice Network. We are a faith-based environmental organization, and we work with religious communities on environmental issues such as climate change, air and water pollution, toxic chemicals, and biodiversity loss. And every faith tradition talks about the importance of caring for the planet and for all of its inhabitants. Every faith tradition has a creation story that highlights each aspect of the earth as something to be treasured and celebrated and as a reflection of the love of its creator. And scriptural texts also speak of humankind's role as a steward, instructing us to care for the planet, to not pollute or destroy it. And all faith traditions talk about the importance of justice and protecting people who are poor, sick, and suffering. And I'm here today in support of HB 5485, an act concerning transportation infrastructure for electric vehicles. Connecticut's air quality is poor, and people who live in urban areas and environmental justice communities suffer the most from related illnesses such as asthma and respiratory diseases. And I will say, working with the religious community, we do a lot around energy efficiency and, quite frankly, gardens. We do a lot around environmental issues that intersect with other areas of life where people may be facing challenges. And religious communities are very, very concerned about climate change. They're concerned about pollution. They're concerned about how they live on this planet with sort of respect and compassion. And so often they will dig into their scriptural texts and find, always that there's so much theological background for acting in environmental capacity. And they're participating in these Energize Connecticut programs that not only help their houses of worship and their members' homes become more energy efficient, but they're also interested in the electric vehicle charging aspects of the small business programs that are now part of that Energize Connecticut packet. Some of them are also looking at heat pumps and solar. I mean, it's a really comprehensive thing. I wanted to say we were very supportive of the California regulations, and some of the things that I've heard addressed. The California regulations would actually provide more affordable zero emission vehicles, and they would actually provide more consumer protection for people than the federal regulations. So that's an important thing, I think, to note. And I would also say that I am an electric vehicle owner. My electric vehicle was very affordable to purchase. It is very affordable to maintain. I haven't had any maintenance costs except that I got a flat tire last week. So it's been very affordable to maintain, and it is cheaper to charge. Even if I have to go to a public charging station, it's cheaper to charge than filling our Outback with gas. So, I just want to encourage that, this is a roadmap that I think is important to help our agencies and our departments and our advocates and everyone understand how we're going to move forward towards this. But I also hope that we can really look mindfully at the benefits of the California regulations as opposed to the federal regulations. So thank you very much. I did submit testimony, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ico, for your testimony on behalf of yourself and also your organization. I do appreciate that. Are there any questions for Ms. Ico? Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You as well. We have Senator Kelly, who I'm not seeing in the room. We'll come back to him. Next, we have Amberly Wang, followed by Charles Baugh. All right, the next person I see in the room is Peter Sear. Peter, the floor is yours. Good to see you again.
Thank you to co-chairs Cohen, Lamar, and other esteemed members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Peter Sear. I'm a program coordinator with Greater New Haven Clean Cities Coalition. We work to help adopt equitable clean transportation solutions in New Haven, Middlesex, and New London counties. Testifying in support of the passage of HB 5485, an act concerning transportation infrastructure for electric vehicles. Supporting this bill because the transportation sector makes up 40% of our state's carbon emissions, and tailpipe exhaust is one of the leading contributors to our state's poor air quality. However, to wait another year for a plan is too long. We need to fund real solutions now. We have a duty to act. Most of our state gets an F for air quality. Connecticut received a non-attainment grade for ozone emission level planning. And according to the American Lung Association, Connecticut could prevent 27,000 children asthma attacks with an ambitious shift to EVs and a clean grid. In addition, 60% of our population lives in risk of a flood zone. If we take trucking as an example, the panacea for clean trucking is a clean hydrogen fuel cell electric vehicle. Unfortunately, right now, a heavy-duty fuel cell electric vehicle is roughly 3 times the cost of a diesel one. As it stands, we have no funding for a medium and heavy-duty state-level tax voucher, even though its creation was approved in SB4 last session. This basic program is needed to create cost parity like we've seen in the successful light-duty program. These vehicles also require fuel, not just electricity. Currently, we have 0 hydrogen fueling stations in our state compared to almost 2,000 gas stations. Looking at other states making a rapid transition, you find they have been investing in infrastructure for years in the form of large public-private partnerships. There is federal infrastructure money available for this that we need to be aggressively pursuing. Lastly, if we put energy from combustion vehicles onto the grid without properly incentivizing green energy production, we will end up burning more fossil fuels. Other states with aggressive goals have big programs that invest funds made from fossil fuels into renewable energy production. New York runs a cap and invest model. Oregon's renewable energy development grants are funded with a surcharge on the dirtiest emitters. And even Texas has one of the most robust energy credits in the country. It gives tax exemptions to properties producing renewables. If we commission a study and don't authorize the right funding to solve the problems, the findings will go to the bond commission to die. A medium heavy-duty voucher, coordinating an alternative fuel freight corridor, and a renewable energy credit are the least we can do if we want a clean transportation future. So I urge you to pass HB 5485 with an all above the approach and a more reliable funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I do greatly appreciate your testimony. I think you echo a lot of the thoughts of myself and my co-chair who've been working on SB4 for a couple of years in this issue as well. Sadly, a lot of this ends up at the hands of the bond commission after it leaves here. And so we do need continued support from advocates and allies like you to make sure that this isn't just a plan on a wall, right? Like there's stuff that we can do legislatively inside the Transportation Committee, but to effectuate the changes that we seek to make, we're going to need continued allies. And I do greatly thank you for your steadfast commitment to being an ally on these multi-purpose issues. Thank you, Peter. Hold on, if you don't mind, Peter, we have one question from a member, Representative DiCaprio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Sear, for sharing today. You mentioned the ozone example. Can you, which I don't know, is there any transitory pollution coming to Connecticut, or is that all Connecticut generated, what you're talking about?
Well, I think it's both, but we do also know that higher rates of asthma are located right next to highways, right? You know, if you're in a city that has a highway going right through it and you live right next to that highway, you're much more likely to get asthma than if you live in a suburb in the woods, right? So yes, a lot of it is transitory, but also a lot of it happens right next to you in communities that are right next to highways, which typically end up being environmental justice communities.
Okay, so we don't really have sampling data, you know, basically out of state showing. I'm sure probably the air folks in deep have that, but I was just curious what for that example. Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Peter. Next up, we have Ruth Conavoy, followed by Kate Rosen.
Hi, good afternoon, distinguished chairs and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Ruth Canovi, and I'm the Director of Advocacy for the American Lung Association in Connecticut. We work to save lives by improving lung health and preventing lung disease through research, education, and advocacy. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide comment on House Bill 5485. We support the parts of this bill which aim to increase the equitable access of financing and charging infrastructure for zero-emission vehicles and hybrid vehicles. While we applaud this first step, we want to emphasize that incentive-based efforts cannot alone resolve the wide-reaching public health inequalities occurring from vehicle-related air pollution in Connecticut. Transportation continues to be a leading source of harmful air and climate emissions in Connecticut. As you've heard, our State of the Air report found that Connecticut received an F grade for high ozone in 4 counties, and we really have the worst ozone pollution east of the Mississippi River. Air pollution can cause health emergencies, including asthma attacks, heart attacks, and other lung and cardiovascular diseases, and particulate matter pollution specifically is a recognized carcinogen. I'll note that we have made progress with air quality since the implementation of the Clean Air Act, but we are seeing changes to that progress, and we know that climate change is threatening our ability to clean up the air that we breathe. Our change in climate is a public health emergency, and bold action is required to protect public health. We strongly support providing the Bonding Commission with the power to issue millions of dollars for charging infrastructure and rebates in environmental justice communities, as well as for building chargers along state highways. We also support increasing the rebate amount for zero emission and hybrid vehicle purchases for residents in the environmental justice communities. As widespread charging infrastructure and financing support is necessary to increase the access and affordability of electric and hybrid vehicles for all. We know that major disparities continue to exist in terms of access to clean air, particularly stemming from heavy-duty transportation sources. The EPA estimates that 72 million Americans live near major freight routes, and those living along these high traffic corridors are more likely to be exposed to harmful air pollution impacts, are more likely to have lower incomes, and be people of color compared to the national population. Stronger regulation of this small percentage of vehicles contributing to so much pollution would have a huge benefit to both health and health equity in Connecticut. The transition to zero emission transportation will provide critical health benefits to all residents and address disparities in our most overburdened and vulnerable communities. We also know that reducing emissions from the transportation sector actually has large public support. The Lung Association released a national poll earlier this month that show voters support the U.S. efforts to implement stronger limits on carbon pollution from new trucks, buses, and cars. So I ask you to pass the measure in this bill to make electric vehicles more accessible and affordable in Connecticut. It really is a great start. Let's do all that we can to really clean up the air from transportation-related emissions and pollution in Connecticut. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony on behalf of the American Lung Association. I do share my great worry is we are going to continue to neglect the public health implications of our current actions, right? Like I go home at night to New Haven, which is one of the 3 locations in the state of Connecticut that permanently exists on a list of the worst air quality in the entire country. I know you are fully aware of that, and I do applaud your efforts to focus this conversation on the public health aspects of it. Too often it's about like whether you like your electric car as much as your internal combustion engine. We kind of focus on some bigger picture political issues about the California standard versus the federal standard. And we miss the reason why we have these conversations in the first place, frankly. And that is the profound impact on public health we could have by making these simple investments. Yes, they can be expensive, but so are missed days of work, missed days of school, hospitalizations for the number of children in my community and throughout the state of Connecticut, frankly, that we could avoid by making smarter choices. I frankly thank you deeply for your commitment on public health aspects of this. Senator Cohen.
Hi, Ruth, and thank you so much for your testimony today and all of your work with the American Lung Association. I really appreciate and echo in my applaud of your efforts as well as your nonprofit's efforts in just spreading more information about this. I do think focusing in on the health aspects of this is vitally important. And I wonder if you have any statistics to share with us in terms of the uptick in lung-related disease that we've seen in the state of Connecticut. And I guess if you have anything to share with us in particular about how there is a disproportionate impact, by my understanding, in our environmental justice communities, and for those who live along highways, certainly, and these major roadways, major byways. So if you could share any of that, I think that would be illuminating to the committee.
Yeah, thank you. So thank you so much for your comments. And yeah, I mean, we definitely have much higher rates when we kind of look at overall asthma rates throughout the state of Connecticut. But when we look at specific demographics, they're very telling. And of course, I have a ton of screens up on my computer. But the thing that really gets me that I remember is that, like, for childhood asthma, 8% of white children have asthma in the state of Connecticut. 16% of Latino Hispanic members of residents in Connecticut have asthma. That's 100% more. That is significant. And so our State of the Air report also kind of looks at who is most at risk for breathing poor air quality. And it really is people who live along those high traffic corridors, people of color, low-income communities. And, you know, we could spend days and days and people write theses about why that is, but there have been systems in place that have designed that, and we really need to do all that we can to address environmental justice and really clean up the air that people are breathing. And frankly, we're talking about people who don't live in cities and who aren't driving that much are really breathing in the majority of our pollutants, and it's really concerning. And so just thank you for highlighting this health aspect. I feel very passionate about this. There was a really great event this morning that the Connecticut Health Professionals for Climate Action put together that really underscored the public health connection to climate change. And I think it's so important that we continue that conversation because it's scary. So thank you so much for bringing this to, you know, having this conversation with me.
Thanks again, Ruth. And when we talk about 5485, we obviously have the commissioner or her appointee on the council, and there is some, you know, mind paid to our Justice 40 communities. Is there something from your standpoint that we could do to strengthen the language, you know, and empower the council to dive deeper into the health implications? Or do you think that we've done it justice by the current makeup?
There's certainly a lot of people on that board and a lot of representation. And so I'll double check and get back to you. But I think really ensuring that environmental justice is there, the health voice is there. And right, like we support electrification of transportation, but we also want to reduce vehicle miles traveled. And so I think there will be lots of things and lots of conversation around that as well. So I think it's always great to have a holistic view of the transportation sector and all that we can do to reduce climate emissions, because that is a real win-win for public health. Because while we know that climate change impacts public health, there's also pollutants that come out from our tailpipes that impact people's health immediately, like the particle pollution and ozone forming molecules that are really concerning. So thank you. And I'm happy to kind of continue that conversation as well.
Well, thank you so much again, Ruth. I really appreciate your testimony and again, everything that the American Lung Association does in this state and nationally, you know, in terms of helping folks with lung-related diseases. So thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ruth, thank you for testifying. Ruth, I have a question regarding, it has to do with marijuana, actually. Or before I go there, how long have you been the director for advocacy?
I've worked for the Lung Association since 2011, and I've been in the advocacy space since about 2013, I think. So 11 years, give or take.
Regarding marijuana specifically, what type of information do you have regarding the effects of marijuana on our air or breathing period? Although anyone who is using marijuana and smoking it, what's the impact, let's say, compared to cigarettes?
Yeah, that's a great question. And so one of the challenges, well, first I'll say is the Lung Association's position is anything besides clean and healthy air and something that has been prescribed by a medical healthcare provider is not something that we want people breathing in. The challenge with the designation of marijuana is that it has always been very difficult to study with its designation in its drug class. So we don't have a lot of data about it. So it's something that the Lung Association is closely following and advocating that we have more abilities to study, because certainly it is concerning, right? I mean, we know that smoke of any kind is bad for our lungs.
Would you consider cigarettes being a national hazard?
I mean, yeah, I mean, I think that tobacco smoke is the leading cause of preventable death and disease in our country and our state.
Do the cigarettes have a greater impact on the quality of air that one breathes, or if you're in a household? I guess I'm trying to get a comparison to the emissions, you know, regarding those that live near highways or you know, in general, public in general, I guess, is it greater harm with the cigarettes or is it greater harm with the emissions?
To be frank, I haven't seen those things compared. I know that tobacco and cigarette smoke has a number of carcinogens. We know that particulate matter is also designated a carcinogen. So I haven't seen those compared, but I'm really happy to do some digging. And if I have any information, that I will certainly follow up with you.
That would be very much appreciated if you could.
Yeah.
do that, 'cause I'd like to see that, you know, because I was not an advocate of the marijuana legislation that we passed here, but I keep hearing this, you know, the effects of the emissions that we're producing through our gasoline powered vehicles and the impact, and particularly those that live near the highways and the asthma, the effects of that, you know, being asthma for some, well, for many people. But, you know, regarding the marijuana use and cigarette use, it'd be interesting to see which one of those is it greater harm with the cigarettes than it is with the emissions? Is it greater harm with marijuana? Because I've read some literature that, you know, you smoke one joint and it's comparable to, you know, like almost 2 to 5 cigarettes for one person smoking that amount of cigarettes compared to one joint. So it just dawned on me while you're talking here, and then listening to the asthma testimony and the effects. It just dawned on me, gee, if we compared the two, which is a greater hazard? Is it marijuana? Is it cigarettes? Is it emissions? Just
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question, and I'm happy to do a little digging and follow up for you.
All right, thank you. I
Yeah.
appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No problem. I would remind folks that only one of them is the purview of the Transportation Committee, though. Thank you, Ruth, for your comments and your advocacy both today and in the past. We do greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. Good luck today.
Thank you. Kate Rosen, followed by Gretchen Dyers.
Good afternoon, Co-Chairs Lamar, Cohen, ranking members Kennedy and Fleming, and honorable members of the Connecticut General Assembly Transportation Committee. My name is Kate Rosen, and here as a proud member.
Kate, if your volume is at a really low level, we're going to try to address it on our end. I don't know if there's anything on your end that might be contributing to that, but we can barely hear you.
Is this better? Yes, okay. Do you want me to start over? Or?
Yes, if you don't mind, Kate, that'd be great.
Okay, so good afternoon, Co-Chairs Lamar, Cohen, ranking members Diane Kennedy, and honorable members of the Connecticut General Assembly's Transportation Committee. My name is Kate Rosen. I'm here as a proud member of the Connecticut Chamber Board as an advocate for sustainable and equitable electric mobility. I stand in support of HB 5485, the crucial step towards enhancing our state's transportation infrastructure for electric vehicles. This bill, with proposed amendments, promises to not only advance our efforts in smart EV adoption, but to also significantly improve the electric bicycle incentive program under TICA, making electric mobility accessible to all Connecticut residents. I wholeheartedly endorse the formation of the Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Coordinating Council. I think it's vital for ensuring informed, inclusive, and effective integration of EVs into our transportation network. By utilizing tools such as the EPA's AVERT ADE auditing tool and the COBRA Health Impact Screening tool, both of which I go into further detail in my written testimony, we can make data-driven decisions that prioritize the health and well-being of our residents, especially those in urban and environmental justice communities. I would suggest clarifying the draft report due dates, as one says 11/24 and another says 11/25. With the final report being due on January of 2026. The Cheaper Electric Bicycle Incentive Program is a beacon of innovations and equity. We had over 6,000 applicants showing unprecedented interest, and it's clear that there is a strong desire for electric mobility solutions. Prioritizing low-income residents and those from environmental justice communities in this program ensures equitable access to these transformative mobility options. The marketing requirements in this piece of legislation are an excellent addition. To further the cheaper mission, I would propose increasing the MSRP cap for electric bicycles from 3,000 to 6,000 to be able to include cargo style bicycles in the program. Those tend to be more expensive, and there's more information that in the little testimony as well. This amendment will make these versatile and environmental friendly vehicles accessible to more families and businesses, especially in dense urban areas. Additionally, ensuring that each provides at least 2 cycles of vouchers per year and securing more funding for the program overall will help meet the high demand and extend its benefits to more residents. Recent research underscores the effectiveness of these electric bicycle incentive programs nationwide in a fostering culture of cycling, which can lead to broader infrastructure improvements and societal benefits. And as such, the proposed changes are not just about promoting electric mobility, but about building a more sustainable, equitable, and healthy Connecticut. So in closing, I urge the committee to contemplate the suggested amendments, and thank you for this legislation.
Thank you, Kate, for your detailed reading of the bill before us and making these thoughtful suggestions for edits. I do appreciate that and both your effort in almost every issue before this committee and helping us be smarter and more thoughtful in our approach to legislation. Any questions? Senator Martin has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kate, thank you for testifying. It was kind of hard to listen to what you had to say, but I caught some of it regarding the EV bikes. And you're on the board here. Would you be able to provide the committee the statistics and the information on who bought EVs and who utilized the credits? I'd like to know who specifically in what parts of the state, who bought them, if they were from the urban communities, if they were from the suburban areas. It'd be interesting to see who those purchasers were and who utilized the incentive that we have, because this piece of legislation also talks about incentivizing the purchasing of EV vehicles. And if we are going to do that, I'd like to know who, who are going to be buying these most likely. I got a feeling I know who, but we need to know and make sure that if we are doing this to improve the air quality, and particularly in the urban communities, that those who live in the urban communities are also able to purchase these vehicles, because there is an additional cost being a consumer, not only the purchasing of the vehicles, but the maintenance, the tires, the batteries, charging stations that need to be purchased. So there's a lot of information that we need, and I think if you could provide us the information on the EV and those that have purchased it and who have utilized the credits, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Did Senator Martin want me to answer that, or is that information I should send after the hearing?
Kate, a little bit of both. Like I know you have some data available to you. If there's more detailed breakdown that you want to provide to the committee at a later point, that's also greatly appreciated. But anything top of hand would be great.
Excellent. So I'm going to talk about the 2 different buckets, and I'll do it very succinctly because I know that you guys have a jam-packed day. Connecticut has had electric vehicle rebate programs since I believe 2014, and this data is all on the Cheaper website. There's a annual report for both the e-bikes and electric vehicles, and we've seen EV vehicle adoption robustly across the entire state of Connecticut, including in urban, suburban, and rural areas. So much to the point where I think that the intent of this bill to really examine where we're sending these incentives to should kind of look at, if we've got such high uptick in a variety of areas in the state, where can we really focus our resources to support people who need the extra financial boost? And then with the electric bicycles, the program set up in SB4, which was passed in 2022, was very intentional at targeting the resources for that program in a tiered manner. So people who are low-income residents, people who are service qualified, so they use SNAP, or people who live in an identified environmental justice or distressed municipality would be put at the head of the line for those incentives and would be able to get a higher upward incentive. And the EV program has that as well. There's Rebate Plus, which gives a higher voucher level to people who fall within those same parameters. Because the bike program was so hugely popular with over 6,000 applicants, we awarded 500 vouchers, and those went exclusively to people in environmental justice communities, low income and service qualified. The original intent of SB 4 in 2022 was to be able to hopefully get vouchers to regular folks in a smaller amount than the other ones. But there was such an overwhelming desire for these amongst those vulnerable populations that we exhausted the amount that we had for 2023.
Thank you, Kate. I knew you'd know most of that offhand, but it was also great to have the resource that you pointed out available to committee members as a whole. Seeing no other questions, Kate, thank you again for your testimony today. Next up, online, we have Brooke Cheney, who I did see in person earlier in the day, but I guess Brooke is online now. Brooke, are you there? All right, Brooke, I see you.
All right, I found the unmute button, but I'm still trying to find the camera button, so I'm almost there.
No worries.
Yeah. Yes, actually, I did show up this morning and then my belly disagreed with me, so I had to leave you lovely people. So you're just happy I'm not with you, I promise. So, hi, everyone. My name is Brooke Cheney, and I'm from Harwinton, Connecticut, and I'm an actual tree hugger. As a child, we hugged trees and thanked them for the warmth they were going to give to our family for the winter to keep us warm. I've been taught since a young age that there is a full life cycle for all of us, and we must be aware of what we give and what we take. I have a deep connection with the nature. I've always been aware of everything matters to everyone. Now, would it be nice if we had a simple, easy solution to everything? Of course. Do we all want to do the best we can for our environment? Yes. Can we do it without harm? Maybe, maybe not. When I was a child, I spent my time in the woods. I would play with frogs and twigs and play in the stream. And I just love being outdoors. The joy of nature is something that I feel many of us have lost. Now, when we look at our life, there's a beginning, a middle, end, and death. And unfortunately, in Bill number 5485, I'm not seeing directives that show out of this 40-member council that looks like a full life cycle of an electric car. I've heard testimony today where we are talking about some of the challenges as far as there's no such thing as a zero emissions vehicle, because we do have to look at the entire life cycle, whether it's the 1,800 gallons of diesel fuel that is needed in order to run the heavy machinery that gets the lithium for a single car battery. The life of the car, the dangers that it brings to us and to our EMTs and our firefighters when one of these things catches on fire. I was not aware of all the infrastructure issues that there could be with the heaviness and the weight of this. But to the chair's point, as far as staying on topic of what the bill actually offers, within the 40-member council, it looks as though there's DOT transportation doesn't look like they're a part of this. And if the heaviness of all these cars matters, then they should definitely be there. And I agree with her. 40 people is already a huge council. So that is definitely a challenge. But in general, I love our environment. I want to take care of it. I want to see lots of things that do good for us as a community. As has already been mentioned, because we're trying to get you to your hockey team, I swear. Not your hockey team, your hockey dinner. But, you know, we do want to look at something beyond electric vehicles. And I know we keep saying that that's not it, but the title of this bill is Infrastructure for Electric Vehicles. So I'm happy to hear the chairs talk about the other options as far as the different options we have. I'm looking forward to seeing definite changes to the buildup of the council so that there are things that are looking into the full life cycle of an electric car. And honestly, I feel that zero emissions is not a fair thing to say, because there is no such thing that we create as humans that has zero emissions. And as a hugger of trees, I will tell you that even trees produce carbon. So we have that, and oxygen, all those things. There's always emissions. So that's really all that I have. And thank you for your time, and good luck getting to your hockey tournament.
Thank you, Brooke. I do appreciate the comments. It's my son's closing banquet after 8 years in the Yale Youth Hockey Association. He's
I understand. My son just got his Eagle Scout, so all of these celebrations are very precious of our children. So
I'm not going to miss it, no matter what happens.
excellent.
So, and I just want to like assure you that the Commissioner of Transportation is on the council. So, I do think that's a relevant concern that folks have brought up about how we address longstanding financing and infrastructure concerns, and the Commissioner of Transportation is a component of this council. So, we do have that part. That part is solved to your satisfaction. But everything else, I take your good words. Thank you
All
again.
right. You're welcome.
Oh, Brooke, there's a question from Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Brooke. Congratulations, by the way, on your son receiving Eagle Scout honor.
Thank you very much. He received your card. I am in Henry's district.
It's quite the accomplishment. And hockey, isn't it a great sport? Brooke, can you just speak a little bit about the safety of the firefighters?
Yeah, so last year I happened to start training for EMTs. And one of the things we do is we're looking at FEMA and we look at scene safety. The number one thing is it safe for us? Because as first responders, the idea is that we are always looking to make sure that we're saving our lives so we're pulling ourselves out of the fire. A big challenge that I learned in the EMT field is then talking to our firefighters. And when we're looking at costs and that sort of thing, firefighters have to go through yet a entirely different training in order to be able to put out an electric vehicle. And as it was mentioned earlier in testimony, a ton of water is being used to put out a fire of an electric vehicle versus a standard vehicle. Now, the other thing that he didn't mention, which I think is super key, is that all of that water that is used to put out that electric vehicle is now toxic waste, and there's no way to recover that. So water is one of our most precious resources, and we know that that's very true. So it's just when we're looking at all of these, we want to make the world better. We just have to make sure we don't have our blinders on, and that we want zero emissions, and that's awesome, but it's unattainable and it's not something that's real. But then also what happens before, all the mining, all the diesel that's there. And then at the end, it's like, what are the safety concerns? And a lot of firefighters, EMTs will absolutely tell you, it's like, of all the fires out there, an electric vehicle fire is the scariest. And unfortunately right now, relative to their availability, as far as like the percentage of how many EVs are out there versus combustion, they are at a higher rate of actually catching on fire. So that is just another cost that people want to think about, is that when there are more EVs, we're also going to be having to train our firefighters and putting them through more training. And a lot of us out here in Harwington, for example, we still have volunteer firefighters. So now we're putting our firefighters through more training that they have to take more time off work and they're not available to us. So that would be just another concern when you're looking at the whole big picture.
So Brooke, I know we still have quite a few people to go through here, but would you be able, you mentioned the entire life cycle. Could you provide us a list of what you feel are the issues that we need to be addressing regarding the whole spectrum of, the going from, I guess, getting the raw materials to the end of, what do we do with the batteries?
Yeah.
If you provide that, what you feel is the life cycle.
Absolutely. And I mean, my husband and I went into looking at getting an EV, and we just couldn't. His commute is too long. The technology just isn't there to serve everyone yet. The ideals behind it are spectacular. And as soon as the tech is up there and we have a safe way to actually decommission the batteries after the fact, and maybe the batteries will get lighter, so they're not such a big thing. So I'm looking forward to technology, but I will happily send you a list of some of the negative impacts that I think has been sort of glossed over when we're talking zero emissions, because like I said, zero emissions does not exist.
Thank you, and congratulations to Max. Again, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you again, Brooke. Have a great afternoon.
Bye.
Next up, we have Thomas Tella.
Good afternoon, members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Tom Tella. Although I happen to be a member of the board of directors of the Connecticut Forest and Park Association, I want to make it clear that I'm not speaking on behalf of the CFPA today. I'm here as a private citizen. I'm an electrical engineer, and a long time ago, I was a professional auto mechanic for about 12 years before I went back to engineering school. I happen to be the very happy owner of a fully electric car. I wish to refute the notion that EVs are expensive. Although the sticker prices are somewhat high right now compared to internal combustion vehicles, they're certainly coming down and will certainly continue on a downward path. What I think a lot of people don't overlook is how very inexpensive they are to operate. These autos require almost no service, no more oil changes, no more tune-ups, no more worries about antifreeze and belts and hoses, no more leaking water pumps or blown head gaskets, no more check engine lights, and no more struggle to get the old clunker through an emissions test. No more transmission headaches. And did I mention the brakes last forever because of regenerative braking that's present in all electric vehicles? It looks right now like the life expectancy for an EV will probably be at least twice that of an internal combustion vehicle. That means half as many old cars going to the junkyard, and it means no more waste oil to deal with. Another issue frequently brought up is the notion that the widespread use of EVs will cause an overwhelming burden on the electrical grid. The fact is, the vast majority of EV owners charge their cars at home on timers set to charge only in the wee hours of the morning when the majority of the load is off the grid. In fact, Eversource and UI right now have rebate programs set up to reward EV owners for doing just that. They can actually control when your home charger charges your car. Most daytime charging will be done only by folks out on a long road trip. It has also been complained that roadside charging infrastructure is not in place. Nothing could be further from the truth. All modern EVs have charging stations highlighted in their onboard GPS systems. It's never hard to find a charging station. Right now, today, it's very easy to drive an EV out to the Cape, up to Montreal, or even to Florida, stopping every 150 miles or so for a quick and cheap 10 or 15-minute charge. Not to mention, no more smelly, greasy gas nozzles to handle either. Many shopping malls now feature free EV charging while you shop as well. I did this just the other day at the Brass Mill Mall in Waterbury. My last comment deals with the very harsh reality that even if my above commentaries were not true, we simply have no choice. We absolutely must abandon the use of fossil fuel automobiles. We cannot ignore the scientific fact that the widespread—
Mr. Tella, just a heads up, 3-minute marker.
I'm sorry. We cannot ignore the scientific fact that the widespread burning of fossil fuels has brought about climate change. It is real and it is now. I beg the opponents of this measure to think about your grandchildren and great-grandchildren and the kind of overheated world we are condemning them to. I not only fully support HB 5485, but I submit to you that the year 2030 is already too late. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom, for your testimony today and for coming out and spending the morning with us. You've heard a lot of conversation about this issue already, just by your proximity to this before you.
Yeah.
The council itself is looking to evaluate a lot of the concerns that folks have highlighted to us, both Republican, Democrat, both EV proponents and those who don't want to see us move in this direction. Is there anything that you've heard today or thought today that maybe we just haven't considered yet as an aspect of this?
Well, this is business about the weight of the EVs and their impact on the road infrastructure. Number one, the technology is constantly changing. In fact, the EV I just bought has a brand new battery that's already lighter. So we can anticipate there will be a light load. But at the end of the day, it goes back to what I said in my final commentary. It doesn't matter. If we have to put more money into the bridges, we'll have to. We simply have to make this change. Climate change is real.
Thank you. Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Mr. Tella. Thank you for being here today. So, and obviously I appreciate your testimony, speaking as a user yourself of electric vehicles and your experience. I too have electric vehicles in my family, and I share some of the joys of not having all the maintenance and paying for gas and all of these things. I can't help but put you on the spot a little bit in your role for Connecticut Forests and Parks. And I fully anticipated that you were here to testify on 5484, which is an act concerning tree and vegetation management. So I won't put you on the spot because I don't know if you've read the bill or not, but I would love for you to weigh in on that piece of legislation, just in terms of Connecticut Forests and Parks, because I think, you know, that proposal before us today talks a lot about vegetation management, clear cutting, and what procedures the Department of Transportation should take with respect to replacement. There's a consideration in there for no net loss. And, you know, I think in talking about climate change, and certainly in your role for CFPA, you know how valuable our carbon sinks can be. And so I just would encourage you, again, I won't put you on the spot unless you want to talk about that bill. But I would encourage you to read it and comment in your role for Connecticut Forests and Parks as well.
I will admit I'm not prepared for that at the moment, but I certainly will review that. What was it?
It's HB 5484.
5484.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Thank you so much. Thanks for your time.
Thank you all for what you do.
Mr. Chair.
All right. For anyone in the room or online, let's make sure we get Senator Martin heard before we move. Senator Martin.
We're making this a habit, aren't we? Tom, thank you
Sorry.
so much for being here. I think you've been here since the start of the hearing. So thank you for testifying. I'm glad to hear about the maintenance aspect of the vehicles. I want to talk a little bit about whether, you know, you said you're a electrical engineer, and have you looked at what the infrastructure is going to be required to move forward with the EVs at all?
Well, my background actually was in industrial automation. I'm not really an expert on the electric grid, but I do know a few things about it. And, you know, for example, the electric company, they can't just shut down a nuclear reactor or even a hydro plant. Even fossil fuel plants can't easily be shut down for a few hours to save fuel. They just generate electricity all night long. And I think this has always been a very significant thing about home charging. And that's where most people charge their cars. I very rarely, well, I am planning a trip up to Quebec next week, and I'll find out for sure, you know, how it is driving through Vermont, but I'm not really worried about it because I've already looked into it. There's plenty of charging stations along 91 and 89 on the way up there. But yeah, back to the original comment is that most of us will be charging our cars at home overnight when the load is off the grid.
Yeah. So, and you know, we're trying to grasp what is going to be required to build in the infrastructure throughout the state, and then, you know, nationally as well. No, though that's not in our purview to address here, but you know, it's, you know, I can see the homeowners who have homes, houses, but there's also those who rent. You know, we have about 1.5 million housing units in the state of Connecticut, and maybe about 35% are renters throughout the state. You know, some of them are in 2 families, 3 families, 4 families, some are in 50-unit complex. And part of our discussion and debate that we have to have is who's going to pay for the bill to providing charging stations, in particular, the renters, So I heard something earlier today regarding those, we're not going to have the lines, perhaps. And that's sort of how I interpret it at the gas stations, because a lot of people are not going to go to the gas stations or charging stations because they have a charging station in their home, right? So, but there are those that are renters that we have to figure out as a body here. Geez, are we going to put that burden on the landlord? I know we addressed a little bit last year. I think we passed legislation regarding condominium associations and not making sure that the association wasn't prohibiting any unit owner that wanted to put a charging station in the, on the premise. So there's a lot of stuff to sort out, right? Particularly when it comes to renters, where are they going to go? That if the landlord doesn't put it up, then they're going to go down the street and they're going to be paying a premium in order to get charged up, particularly if it's a high speed charger, right? That rate is going to be much higher than if we were at home and we were doing it overnight. So I guess, and then if you think about the infrastructure you're talking about, and this is Eversource, and this is not UI. We're talking about Eversource that says we're going to need to put up 14 new stations, substations, in order to provide just to keep up with the demand and also upgrade 8 current substations. So there's a lot of that we have to think about, and a lot for this council that needs to how to implement this roadmap. A lot of unanswered questions that we have to answer. So I'm just curious to see if you had given any thought to the renters.
I certainly have. As a matter of fact, I have a friend who lives in a very large apartment building in Waterbury, and she was asking me, well, geez, if I get an electric car, how am I going to charge it? And I said, look out front. They just put in half a dozen charging stations. I don't know if they have to pay to use them or they put them in as an incentive for people to rent apartments in the building. But even when you go to one of these roadside supercharging stations, believe me, I looked into the pricing on this. They get about 36 cents a kilowatt hour for charging. And, our standard residential rate in Connecticut, at least with Eversource, is around 24 cents a kilowatt hour. So it is more expensive, but it's still, I did the math on this. I mean, it's like roughly 25–30% of what you would be spending on gasoline. It's cheap. I'm telling you, electric cars, driving electric is sweet. It really is in so many ways. It's very economical.
Yeah, there's probably additional information about that itself regarding the kilowatt hours, the cost of it, in addition to the maintenance aspect of it as well. So there's a lot of information that we have to gather and think over. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We almost need, I think we agree that we need a council to study these issues. Senator Martin, do you have any other questions? You sure? No problem. Richard Ponson, followed by Brendan Kane. Is Richard here? Not seeing Richard. Brendan.
Yes, thank you. My name is Brendan Kane. I live in Stratford. I'm a systems engineer at Sikorsky, a Marine Corps veteran, and a registered Republican. I actually received an email from Representative McGordy's office inviting me to testify in opposition to Bill 5485, but I'm actually here to testify in support of it. While some of the points being raised by my fellow Republicans have some shred of merit, I contend that these points are being raised in bad faith in an attempt to undermine even the possibility of an EV mandate and should not be given any consideration as reasons not to pass this legislation. I think the most insulting have been the false concerns raised regarding the environmental impacts of lithium mining and increased tire wear. The simple, indisputable fact is that the climate crisis from greenhouse gas emissions is an existential threat to our country and to our species, and the discussion around zero emissions vehicles has lost sight of that fact. The Pentagon has identified climate change as a national security threat since the Bush administration. Our naval infrastructure is vulnerable to rising sea levels and extreme weather, which threatens our ability to project power abroad. Our dependence on low gas prices limits our ability to use soft power in regions with OPEC members. And finally, the growing number of climate refugees are a hotbed of radicalization and global terrorism. I would also like to highlight an often overlooked aspect of the science, which is ocean temperatures and phytoplankton. When we think of the environment, we think of trees, but phytoplankton are responsible for between 50 and 80% of all photosynthesis. As ocean temperatures rise, we are on the precipice of a mass die-off of phytoplankton. And if that happens, we will enter a destructive feedback loop, accelerating the impacts of climate change in our lifetimes. In the face of this threat, all other concerns are secondary, whether they be environmental, economic, logistical, or safety. I find it laughable that we are discussing the risk of their batteries catching fire when we are faced with famine on a global scale. The only reason to be raising these concerns is to drag your feet and deliberately muddy the waters of this discussion. Electrical vehicles are a net reduction in carbon emissions, even when charged with electricity generated by coal, period. That's all that matters. The federal standard is insufficient, and we must pursue full electrification as aggressively and as quickly as possible. I don't like heavy-handed government mandates as much as the next Republican, but frankly, we have no one to blame but ourselves. We've lost the luxury of a slow, gradual adoption of electric vehicles because of decades of climate change denialism for within our own party. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your testimony, Brendan. Thank you for staying with us. Sounds like you've been paying attention to a lot of the conversation that we've had today. And I hear that passion on both sides of the aisle. And I think, sadly, this has been conflated a little bit as like a Republican versus Democratic issue. I do think this is a nuanced conversation. We're hoping that the council gets to a lot of this, right? You're hearing the concerns. I think they're held earnestly. I think there are people who don't have the familiarity either with the technological aspects of this, the scientific recognition that you have of the ongoing challenges that we face in the country and across the world. I do think there's earnestness in the concerns people have. And so it's my hope that folks like you, folks like me, who are passionately in favor of moving towards a California model, help inform the work that we have in front of us. Because I think the evidence from the last few months here in Connecticut is we haven't done a good enough job educating our constituency about the need for this, the urgency with which we should be considering this, and the challenges that we face to get there. And so it's my hope that we can get to the point that the average constituent in Connecticut, your average neighbor, my average neighbor, understands the choices that we have the way that you, I, and a lot of other people do. So I thank you for the passion you bring to this and your willingness to educate yourself and testify today.
And I thank you for the clear depth of the understanding of this issue, and it restores my faith in our elected officials to hear the responses that you've been given to the concerns raised today.
Thank you, Brendan. Are there any questions for Mr. Kane? Representative O'Day has a question for you.
Mr. Kane, I would just take strong exception to your initial statement that anybody that objects to this legislation is in bad faith. That's not true on my side or my aspect to it, and I don't believe any of my colleagues were testifying in bad faith. So I take exception to your comments. I encourage you to be a little more receptive to some constructive changes to the legislation, and including I'd like to see more alternative type powered engines like propane, the hydrogen cell. So I think you're wrong, but I appreciate some parts of your testimony. Thank you, sir.
If I'm mistaken in it being in bad faith, then unfortunately it's woefully uninformed.
Well, if you want to call me in bad faith or uninformed, then I respectfully disagree with you and take exception to that. I don't have any questions for you, sir. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you for your testimony today, Brendan.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Next online, I have Peter Lee in person. Is Peter here? Number 25, Ayana Dahlquist.
Yep, Elena. Good afternoon.
I am sorry, I mistook that L for an A.
You're okay. I had to fix my own name on here, so I think it was typed incorrectly. But good afternoon, chairs, ranking members, and members of the committee. My name is Elena Dahlquist, and I am the State Government Affairs Manager at the National Safety Council, and we respectfully encourage you to support both SB 423 and 424. I won't run through my full written testimony because many of my points have been mentioned earlier by others, especially the testimony we heard by NTSB. But the most dangerous thing most people do every day is travel on or along our roadways. As we've heard in 2021, 298 lives were lost on Connecticut roads, and all of these are completely preventable crashes. Of those fatalities, almost 40% involved alcohol impaired driving, and driving under the influence of alcohol continues to be one of the biggest safety issues on US roadways. In 2021, also, as we've heard, over 13,000 people were killed in alcohol impaired crashes. And this is an increase from 14% from 2020, which is the most amount of deaths that have been recorded since 2006. Lowering the BAC from 0.08 to 0.05 is a proven effective way to deter drinking and driving. While the 0.05 BAC policy is prevalent internationally, as we've heard, Utah is the only state in the US that has implemented this change. According to the NHTSA study that was referenced earlier in the hearing, traffic deaths in Utah decreased when the state lowered its BAC. In addition to the lives that were saved, overall alcohol impaired driving was reduced. The judicial system, including law enforcement, was not overburdened, and alcohol sales as well as tourism both increased. The study also found that more drivers arranged for a sober ride home prior to going out. And in 2019, over 22% of drinkers in the state had indicated that, in fact, their behaviors had changed once the law went into effect. So these bills are not about stopping responsible alcohol use. They're about encouraging and educating drivers to make safer choices when they're drinking. And Connecticut has the opportunity here to address one of the most dangerous driving risks and save lives. So the National Safety Council encourages you to support these bills and thanks you for your leadership. Thank you.
And thank you, Elena, for staying with us for so long today. I do appreciate that both the research that you've compiled and presented to this committee and the manner in which we can have a really frank conversation amongst committee members about the appropriate way to move forward. The Department of Transportation actually proffered two different solutions to this issue. One was the driving while ability impaired, and the other was the lowering to 0.05. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at the driving while ability impaired legislation, but like we're trying to figure out what the right model for Connecticut is. Would you strongly encourage us to move in one direction versus the other, or how do you feel about the corresponding ways that they seek to approach this issue?
Yeah, the National Safety Council overall supports the 0.05 standard, but as I think we heard earlier, some progress we think is better than no progress. So we've, seen in some other states the difficulty of getting 0.05 over the line. So we think that just any improvement would be better than not doing anything to address the issue. But yes, the National Safety Council would favorably promote the actual 0.05 legislation.
That's great. That's great to know. I think I'm too struggling with it. Like I want to make sure that we get something done this year, but also I want to do the right thing. And personally, I think moving towards 0.05 is the right thing. So I'm kind of struggling with it on my own level. Looking at this nationally, do you see other states taking similar approaches? We've heard that Utah is the only one. Connecticut would be number two. My co-chair and I have both been on calls with advocates from across the country about their consideration of similar legislation. What do you think the national appetite is for this sort of stuff? Are you seeing anything that makes you think that this conversation is gaining ground? both in states close to Connecticut or around the country, that we wouldn't be ourselves alone on this one?
I think the conversation gets more favorable. I think every year we keep seeing more and more states take this on, even if it's, preliminary discussions about introducing a bill. The one that particularly comes to mind is Washington State seems to be getting closer and closer every year. Both the bill last year almost got over the finish line, and sort of the same thing happened this year, but it had more support than it did last year. So I think as these state sessions keep going, I think we're going to see more states sort of jump into this discussion. So yeah, I think favorably and eventually we're going to see a larger appetite for getting this done.
Terrific. Thank you again, Elena. I see a question from Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Elena, for your testimony today. Appreciate you being here. You had mentioned that the state of Washington was considering lowering their BAC. Were there other, and you mentioned possibly others following suit? Can you mention some of those states?
Yeah, I think a couple were run through earlier. We've seen bills in Michigan, bills in Hawaii, and bills in New York State are the ones that come top of mind to me, in addition to you guys and Washington State.
Thank you. I appreciate your input. Thank you, Elena. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for testifying. The previous speaker from your organization mentioned the stop testing when some of the once they tested and they found that the the driver was impaired. Do you find that taking place throughout the whole country, particularly in states that you're trying to advocate for the change here? Is that part of, we're trying to figure out, yes, some of this is alcohol related, but also some of it is also marijuana related. And can you speak to that just a bit?
Yeah, so just for clarifying purposes, I'm not from NTSB, I'm from NSC. We just largely, a lot of the points that were made in that testimony earlier fall in line with what NSC and other safety organizations typically promote when it comes to the 0.05 issue. But no, we would agree with the continued testing, past the alcohol impairment. NSC agrees with that position. I'm not totally an expert on that. Like it sounds like my friend over at NTSB would be, so I can't really provide any additional insight into what other states are doing in regards to that.
We heard earlier from a police officer who testified that speed had a lot to do with these accidents. Can you, I guess, looking at it from a national perspective, do you find that to be true with what the information and data that you're seeing?
Yep, speed continuously ranks among one of the highest reasons for these fatal crashes that we're seeing across the country. A lot of bills too, just like these 0.05 bills are coming up. We've seen bills across the states trying to lower speed limits. I would say particularly giving more municipalities, cities, counties the authority to lower their speed limits themselves. New York in particular has a lot of bills like this trying to give more authority sort of further down the chain for speed limits to be lowered. But yeah, the speed is always going to be a top contender for these fatal crashes.
How long has Utah been have had this legislation?
A few years. I'd have to go back and look when it actually got implemented.
And have you seen a significant change in the fatalities and accidents?
Yeah, the study that NHTSA did a few years back shows that there has been a decrease in fatal traffic crashes. I'm happy to, if you don't have a copy of that, happy to pass it along, but that's sort of the major study that gets referenced, and that's been conducted since Utah got this over the finish line.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, if you could send that our way, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you again for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jay Stange, followed by Chris Phelps.
Good afternoon, Senator Cohen, Rep. Lamar, Senator Wong, and Rep. Kennedy and Transportation Committee members. On behalf of the Center for Latino Progress in Hartford, Connecticut, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of House Bill 5485, an act concerning transportation infrastructure for electric vehicles, as well as SB 423 and SB 424, which both would enhance road safety, reduce drunk and impaired driving incidents, and save lives here in Connecticut. The center's mission is to advance the socioeconomic conditions of residents of the capital region at large, with emphasis on our Hispanic community members. We do that through education, training, youth programming, supportive services, leadership development, and advocacy, and our BCCO community bike shop and our Transport Hartford Academy programs work to ensure that walking, bicycling, and transit opportunities are equitable, affordable, and accessible, which supplies a critical need in a city where 1/3 of our families don't have access to a car, which is among the top 10 highest rates in the nation. We support SB 424 to reduce Connecticut's legal blood alcohol concentration from 0.08 to 0.05. This is an important change for our ongoing effort to make roadways safer in Connecticut, especially for vulnerable users in the face of an epidemic of fatalities and serious injuries. We also support HB 5485. We see it as a good faith effort to answer questions, provide data, and support the growth of the electric vehicle industry in our state. Generally, an equitable and environmentally just electrification and climate action strategy does not just focus, however, on EV cars and trucks. E-bikes and EV micromobility has to be part of the plan. Last summer, as was mentioned earlier, DEEP rolled out its e-bike purchase incentive program. More than 6,000 applications came through before the program got shut down. The application portal got shut down in 10 days. DEEP had budgeted $500,000 for the program, but in response to that intense demand, they increased it to $750,000, and they focused the voucher awards on plus vouchers for residents that were in environmental justice and distressed communities, as well as income qualified folks. So ultimately, almost 500 vouchers went out for $1,500 each. And the language in this bill, in 5485, that would remove geographic definitions of eligibility and focus the voucher awards on income qualified residents will make more e-bike incentives available to more people who need them most. So thank you for that. And increasing the maximum MSRP, which isn't in the bill, to $6,000 from $3,000 would also expand the availability of cargo style e-bikes to support family e-bike use in lieu of any kind of vehicle. All vehicles are getting more expensive in our country. Please include e-bikes in Section 3 of this bill so that $10 million in bonded funds would include support for charging and storing e-bikes in urban areas where it's not always possible for people to carry a 70-pound e-bike up sets of stairs or to store them in their apartment. And also please include e-bikes and EV micromobility in references to the Connecticut EV roadmap in subsection J of the bill. We think that e-bikes, scooters, and low-speed vehicles are an important part of reducing greenhouse gas emissions from our state's transportation sector.
Mr. Stain, just a heads up.
Which produces 38% of them. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Jay, for touching on a lot of bills in a short period of time. That was really efficient and really well done. And I do take your suggestions with respect to e-bikes storage and like planning and how that needs to be specifically called out. I do think it's as we saw just a few months ago, a very dramatic shift toward that direction is going to happen. And so it's good for us to be having forethought to include that in the planning and the capacity constraints. So I appreciate that. Are there any questions for Mr. Stange? Are there any questions for Mr. Stange?
I'm looking to Senator Martin.
Yeah, just quadruple. Okay. Thank you, Jay, for your testimony here today.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Next, we have Chris Phelps.
Goodbye, everybody.
To be followed by Sam Bertels.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative. I'm Chris Phelps. I'm the State Director of Environment Connecticut. We're a nonprofit, nonpartisan environmental advocacy organization here in Connecticut. And regret being unable to testify in person today, but I'm here supporting House Bill 5485, an act concerning transportation infrastructure for electric vehicles. You have our written testimony. I won't read it for you verbatim. I'd be happy to answer any questions about it if you have them. But we are supporting this bill as a positive step towards laying the groundwork and really answering the questions, many of which you've been talking about today. The questions about how do we transition our transportation infrastructure and our transportation economy towards low and zero emission light duty vehicles and medium and heavy duty vehicles here in Connecticut. I heard Mr. Kane speaking a little while ago, very forcefully and passionately about the urgent need to do exactly that in order to fight climate change. You know, for 20 years in Connecticut, we have been requiring manufacturers to sell cleaner cars in Connecticut in order to clean our air and fight smog and other air pollution. It also fights climate change, as he spoke about so eloquently. I'd like to talk about one other element that's actually not the environmental element, the climate and clean energy and clean air element of why we need to transition to clean cars and figure out how to do that as a state. And it speaks probably to a question that I think Senator Martin might ask. And that's the economics as a consumer. As I mentioned in my testimony, there have been many studies over the course of the last decade, including from Consumer Reports, who found, for example, that the maintenance and operation costs of owning an electric car are roughly 50% less than the maintenance and operation costs of owning a purely gasoline-powered car. And when they studied that, they studied not just purely electric cars, but also plug-in hybrid electric cars. I can testify to that directly. I'm an owner of a plug-in hybrid electric car. I've had it for about seven and a half years now. And it costs me far less to maintain and far less to operate than the other car in our family, which is a Toyota Camry. Costs about half as much to fuel my car on both gas and electricity than it does to fuel our gasoline-powered Camry. And you better believe when we replace that Camry, we're replacing it with an electrified car because it's cheaper and it will save our family money right now. It also is better for the environment, and that's a good thing too. We think this bill is a good bill because it can help Connecticut policymakers such as yourself answer the question, what do we need to do to accelerate the transition to clean cars, to low emission and plug-in, zero emission hybrid electric and electric cars. And the last part of that I want to just point out is I think Senator Harding, I think earlier today, raised a question about the types of things that this commission, this entity should be looking into. He talked about infrastructure, charging infrastructure, the readiness of the grid, and he criticized this bill for not speaking to those concerns. I think he should look at the bill again because I saw in multiple places clear directive to this commission to actually look at exactly those questions. And that's exactly what it should do. So we hope you will pass this bill, move it forward, get it to the governor for a signature, and really continue to move Connecticut forward towards a clean, low, and zero emission transportation economy for the future. Because again, as Mr. Kane said a few minutes ago,
Mr. Phelps, just a heads up, you're passing 3 minutes.
Perfect timing. I'm done there. I'd be happy to answer any questions, although I hope I managed to preempt Senator Martin's question.
I think you did, frankly. I doubt he'll be asking any questions, actually. I think the questions and answerings that we saw earlier today, I think prove the point that we need this council, right? There are a lot of questions and concerns that people have, both in the public that we saw over the last few months, from each of the 4 caucuses in this building, but even from legislators who testified and spoken today, there are questions and concerns that people have. But I think the tacit acknowledgement that we are moving in this direction, whether we are prepared or not, why wouldn't we prepare ourselves, is the right frame of mind to have at this moment. Like, electrification is an imminent issue that our state has to grapple with, that our constituents need to be ready for, that our infrastructure needs to be ready for. And I think this council's aim is to ensure that we are ready for that transition. So I thank you for recognizing that and speaking towards that. I think there's probably some disappointment that you and I share about where we are in this conversation right now. But I think there's opportunity and a reason for optimism about how we can proceed over these next few months and years towards, I think, our probably shared goal. Are there any questions for Mr. Phelps? Seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And I agree completely with that perspective. Thank you.
Next up, we have Samuel Bertels, followed by Rachel Briggs.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Sam Bertels. This afternoon, I would like to present my case against House Bill 5485. I submitted a written testimony with all the citations and everything. So if you wish to check anything that I'm saying in my written testimony, but I'm just gonna read this and then provide commentary. Would switching over to electric vehicles be worth the cost? The people proposing this bill are stating that electric vehicles are better for the environment, thus they should replace all existing vehicles so that there may be less carbon dioxide in the air that is responsible for climate change. One thing that they need to realize, though, is that their main premise is false. This bill states that it is trying to create a state of zero emissions. This is not possible by swapping over to electric vehicles, though, because electric vehicles still put out carbon emissions. I did a lot of the math to present the most factual study possible for the facts that I'm presenting. The average electric vehicle can last anywhere from 100,000 to 200,000 miles, while the average gas-powered vehicle is anywhere from 200 to 300,000 miles. And the lifetime of the average electric vehicle is 35 to 50% more efficient when it comes to carbon emissions than gas-powered vehicles. But this is because it only lasts 100,000 miles less than a gas-powered vehicle. On average, the emissions building the cars and the emissions recycling the batteries and everything, the electric vehicle creates 9 tons of CO2 in every 50,000 miles versus the gas cars, which emit approximately 6 tons. By the time you factor in how much carbon is created or is made by creating and destroying the batteries, electric vehicles in their lifespan actually are worse for the environment than gas-powered vehicles. Another point that was brought up earlier is gas-powered vehicles are worse for breathing conditions because of the extra CO2 that they create. But the air quality in Connecticut has only gone down in recent years, but the amount of gas-powered cars has not gone down, or has not gone up. The only thing that has changed in the recent years to create the excess pollution in the air is
Mr.
there have
Patel,
been
just a heads up,
more.
your 3 minutes.
Okay. The only thing that has changed in the past few years to make the air quality worse is there are more electric vehicles now. And the only other thing I really have to say is this bill, it is a roadmap for making it so that we can make it so that it is only legal to own an electric vehicle in Connecticut. This is stripping away a basic freedom of choice for the American people, for all these people. Like I myself am
Mr. Patel, once again, you have 3 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Hills, for your testimony. I really do appreciate it. And I know you've been on for a lot of today, listening to a lot of the conversation that we've had. And I do appreciate, like you mentioned in your testimony, you've provided a number of reference points for us to consider and to look at some of the research that you've done for your testimony. And I think Representative Kennedy would like to say something as well.
Thank you for being with us all day. And just to be brief, I just wanted to thank you and compliment you on the research that you've obviously done. And we will certainly look at that and take that into consideration. But thank you for being here today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Of course.
Thank you again, Sam. Next, we have Rachel Briggs, followed by Jerry Cunningham. I know I saw Rachel online.
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Rachel.
All right. Good afternoon. And thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you, co-chairs Cohen and Lamar, ranking members Huang and Kennedy, members of the Transportation Committee. I'm here today to testify in favor of HB 5485. I'm here on behalf of the Conservation Law Foundation, which is a regional environmental nonprofit dedicated to creating a thriving New England for generations to come. And we see electric vehicles as a key component of safeguarding our natural resources, the health of our communities, and our economy. As such, I do just want to note outside the scope of the bill that we do strongly encourage this body to adopt the California regulations. As Senator Palm noted earlier, Connecticut has stringent standards under the Global Warming Solutions Act. And the transportation sector accounts for about 40% of greenhouse gas emissions in Connecticut. So moving forward with the strongest standards possible is important for meeting those climate goals and protecting air quality, as we've talked about a lot today. That being said, we are in favor of this bill, and I wanted to pick up on a few points that were made by advocates earlier. The first is this idea that HB 5485 represents sort of a tacit step towards adopting the California standards. And frankly, my organization would be delighted if that were the case. But that is not how I read the text of this bill. I think that, regardless of the council composition, this bill seems very targeted at creating information and doing planning for the electrification that Representative Lamar, you noted, is happening regardless of what standards Connecticut adopts. So I think this is a really important step for allowing Connecticut to just plan for the future that's coming, regardless of what legislators decide. We've also heard a lot of testimony today in opposition to electric vehicles or particular standards that the legislature might adopt around those. And as others have said, I think that is just more evidence of why this council and the roadmap are necessary here to really help us address some of those concerns and questions and create a forum for lawmakers, for agencies, for industry folks to all come together and have some of those, cross-sector, cross-cutting conversations. I also just wanted to note that under Section 2, subsection F2, that's just one example of a place that I noted a great opportunity for community input. And there's some conversation about whether the council's mandate was broad enough, but I see those places for community input is a way for, a broad variety of questions to get addressed, and also for stakeholders that may not be on the council to have input into the process, because as we've talked about, this council is rather large at 40 members. Finally, I just wanted to briefly touch on Section 2 of the bill and note that we're very supportive of the efforts to ensure that rebates and outreach happen in environmental justice communities, and see this as an important step in the right direction towards more equitable implementation of these rebates. So thank you again for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Briggs, for being here. And you paid me a compliment in calling me Representative Palm. We do often get
my apologies.
Not on this committee, but we work very closely together. So, but I do want to just ask you, number one, I commend you and commend you for reading the bill, because I would venture to say that some folks haven't been able to get to it yet, and I do know it's a lengthy bill with a lot of substance. So I appreciate you taking the time to read it so thoroughly and provide feedback on the various sections. Is there anything that you think, you mentioned that you feel the council's very large, at 40 members. Is there anybody you think we're missing from the conversation, or is there anything that you think we could do better to make sure that we are indeed getting to an updated roadmap, that could be beneficial for residents across the state, regardless of what emission standard Connecticut adopts?
Thank you for the question, Senator Cohen, and my apologies for that slip up earlier. I don't have any specific feedback on the composition of the council or ways to move that forward. I recognize that you've got sort of a balancing act in terms of inclusivity and also speed. And so I think that, balancing those two things, the bill represents a good compromise and brings a lot of different stakeholders to the table. There is a similar council in Massachusetts that I believe is a little less inclusive. And we've heard some comments that, they wish they'd been able to bring more stakeholders into that space. So I appreciate that Connecticut's made sure to make space for those broader ranging conversations, given just how many different industries and aspects of life electrification touches on. So yeah, we really appreciate all the work the committee's done.
Well, and I appreciate you mentioning Massachusetts because there was a lot of attention paid to in the creation of this proposal to what Massachusetts had undergone already and who was included and who needed to be included in Connecticut. And I'm hopeful that by the end of our public hearing today, we'll have even more advice and counsel on how to move forward with this particular proposal. Representative Kennedy has a question for you.
More of a comment, but thank you, Attorney Briggs, for being here and for your thoughtful testimony. Senator Cohen actually addressed some of the questions I was going to ask of you, but I just wanted to comment that I think the composition of the council is extremely important. I thought earlier in your testimony, you said it didn't necessarily matter, but I think who is on the council does matter, and making sure that we address all the concerns of all those individuals and stakeholders possible. So, but I do truly appreciate your thoughtful testimony today, and we'll see what we come out of this. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I do just want to clarify, we certainly agree that an inclusive council is important. I was just noting that regardless of the composition, I don't think that there is that there's a way this council could determine which standards are adopted. I read this bill as being very targeted towards planning and infrastructure and information gathering. So just in response to some of those comments earlier that we heard that this was a tacit step towards adoption of the California standards.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no other questions, thanks so much for being with us today.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Bryce Chenault. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me know I was here. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before the Transportation Committee in opposition of parts of the current structure of HB 5485. My name is Bryce Chenault, and I am the Director of External Affairs at Yankee Institute. The general topic of electric or zero emission vehicle requirements reminds me once again of Thomas Sowell's insight that in public policy, there are no solutions, there are only trade-offs. And there are a lot of trade-offs this bill as written, I think may omit, and trade-offs the council it would create and the roadmap that council would produce may also overlook. I am encouraged by the committee's commitment to studying policy impacts, however, and I'm concerned that the intent of this bill, but I am concerned the intent of this bill is to confirm a policy decision, not to fundamentally question the effectiveness of it. This concern comes from the makeup of the council, which leans heavily partisan in its appointment powers, and the title of the council's report, A Zero Emissions Vehicle Roadmap, which assumes an outcome before the council begins its work. This is accentuated in line 115, where the council's report will analyze the benefits and costs of zero emission vehicle usage, but then only list what would reasonably be considered benefits in the list of items to be considered. The costs that could be mentioned here include the environmental impacts due to increased global mining, as has been discussed, direct costs to residents and businesses due to increases in electricity demand, increased costs for consumer goods due to less efficient trucking, increased particulate matter due to the heavier weight of EVs, the efficacy of spending millions of taxpayer dollars to produce an infinitesimal reduction in global carbon emissions, and other easily forecastable opportunity costs. I'll try to address a couple of points that were raised during the hearing. There seems to be an assumption that an all EV future is inevitable, and that manufacturers have told us that this is where they are headed. As much as I enjoy EVs and look forward to ever greater innovations in this space, I disagree with these points. It wasn't long ago in the UK that policymakers adopted a roadmap to get everyone into diesel cars to improve the environment. Eventually, policymakers recognized the flaws in this policy. As to EVs, they clearly do not produce emissions, a benefit to be clear. But as noted by others, this isn't remotely close to the whole story. The IEA notes that on average, it takes 6 times the amount of minerals dug out of the ground to make one EV compared to an internal combustion engine vehicle. For the average 1,000-pound EV battery, you need to dig up around 100,000 pounds of mineral ore. and around 500,000 pounds of other materials referred to as overburden. As do manufacturers, they have invested millions of dollars into these types of cars, so they have a vested interest in requiring consumers to buy them. This dynamic is commonly referred to as regulatory capture in economic literature. Beyond that, Toyota has publicly stated that they do not see EVs as a sustainable path forward. GM and Honda just scrapped a $5 billion plan to make an affordable EV. Hertz is trying to sell off their car rental fleet. Connecticut dealerships have expressed real concerns with their ability to sell these vehicles and other concerns. We could continue to increase subsidies for the purchase of EVs as noted in the legislation. So we could be like Norway, the only country where the majority of new car sales are indeed electric. But I'd note that it costs taxpayers there around $30,000 per car. And the country affords this through its massive exports of oil and natural gas. As subsidies have recently been pulled, the demand has subsequently fallen. On the point of hybrids, unless we modify the California rules as I understand them, only a narrow subset of hybrids would currently qualify. Most hybrids that people currently drive would not meet the 2035 requirements beyond. I believe I've hit my time, but I'm happy to answer questions.
Well, thank you, Bryce, for being so mindful of your time. And I appreciate your input. I wonder if some of the things you mentioned in terms of outcomes of the council will just be a natural points of discussion, certainly as there's room for public comment, but also because it is intended that there be a manufacturer at the table. There's, electric distribution companies at the table, as well as various other stakeholders. And I would think that some of the points that you mentioned would come up organically by nature of them being a part of this council. Would you say that might be the case?
I certainly hope so. And I would honestly, I would volunteer to be a part of that council too, to help raise them if it would be helpful.
I appreciate that. Also, we've been talking a lot about, whether or not electric vehicle manufacturer is going to continue the way it is now, if it'll slow pace, if, there won't be such an uptake as we've been seeing, or have been anticipating. That being said, regardless, I think that we need to either be following the federal emission standards or the California emission standards. And right now it sets us on a trajectory towards more clean vehicles, including electrification. And that being said, I think we need to have the infrastructure in place. We need to make sure that the cars are available and more affordable for our residents, as well as charging infrastructure across the state, in rural areas, in urban areas, and suburban areas. And so would you agree that this council is necessary in order to ensure that we have a plan in place to follow one standard or the other?
Good question. I think a council that's genuinely committed to making sure that we are abiding by federal rules and regulations that we have to abide by, that makes sense. I don't know that a new council is necessary for something like that, but trying to ensure that we do this in a way that actually works for people at the end of the day, yes, I would advise. And I would definitely support Connecticut being along the lines of the federal practices if for no other reason, we actually have some level of say in the outcome of that policy versus, say, an executive order in California. Is the council necessary? I guess I don't know. I'd have to see what, the full details of it as it's fleshed out, but I appreciate the attempt of a council to try to resolve those issues for low-income communities in urban environments, for low-income communities in rural environments that don't have access to that many early adopters of EVs have.
Okay. I'd have to go back. I think I'm on the Yankee Institute's mailing list, and I sort of remember as we were going through these standards, there was a lot of talk of sort of not having a plan in place as we moved forward. And it seems to me that this sort of does that. It provides for, we already have this electric vehicle roadmap, but it's outdated already based on what we know today. And so forming a group of key stakeholders, when it comes to electrification, to me seems like, we would be updating this roadmap and have more of a plan in place. You also mentioned an infinitesimal reduction.
Yes.
I think that I don't have the exact tonnage, but I understand there'd be like a 40% or over a 40% reduction in smog pollution. I just wonder if you could talk to what you think is infinitesimal with respect to carbon reduction. What numbers do you have in terms of if we were to adopt a specific standard? Say the California emission standards, which has been, talked about and cited a number of times today. What is that number that you see in terms of tonnage or percentage reduction?
Yeah, in my public comment to DEEP during the proposal of the EV regulations, I noted that according to DEEP and then according to the International Energy Agency, so DEEP's analysis of transportation sector output of emissions here in Connecticut, and then the global output of emissions from human action is 0.04%. I don't have the specific numbers in front of me, but I think, Connecticut's transportation sector was something like 15 million tons, and global emissions output is something like 54 billion. I'd have to double check those numbers to be specific, but it's something in that ballpark. So 0.04% of global emissions from Connecticut's transportation sector.
Okay, so I sort of at the top of the meeting, I talked a little bit about how, up to this point, really making sure there's a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions has really been quite bipartisan. There's been an effort on the part of both Republicans and Democrats to sort of move us forward in terms of air quality, not just here in Connecticut, but really nationwide, widespread recognition that we need to do something. And there's been a lot of studies around what the makeup of what's the source of those greenhouse gas emissions. And in Connecticut, it's been cited that transportation emissions is the number one source of greenhouse gas emissions. Are you saying that's not true?
No.
Okay.
I believe according to DEEP's data, transportation sector is the largest within Connecticut.
Yeah.
So yes. Yeah.
Okay. So do you think we need to do something about that in order to address greenhouse gas emissions? And the only reason I'm asking is because if you don't, then you would obviously not think a council's appropriate for moving forward.
Well, I would note that the emissions have been decreasing in the transportation sector in Connecticut for over 20 years now. And that also it would not be true that taking the emissions down to zero is an optimal public policy. So there's a opportunity cost for every action taken. So you could hypothetically take emissions down to zero, but along the way, you're going to incur massive costs. And so you'd have to assess if the reduction of one more unit of carbon is worth the cost of reducing that unit. And so you could, for instance, $1 spent on reducing a carbon emission on something is $1 that can no longer be spent on education, just to point out one example. So it isn't so much that you should or shouldn't, you have to do a holistic benefit cost analysis on it. And then you get into detailed specific things. So you'd have to be more specific on that. But I do not think a zero output is optimal for human well-being or anyone's, or the environment's well-being, animals' well-being, all of the above.
Okay. I appreciate your time and testimony today. And one might argue that our greatest existential threat is climate change. So when you're weighing whether to spend $1, on preventing, climate change versus education, one might decide that that's a pretty important investment in our future. But I again understand that there's varying viewpoints on that. Yes, Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Bryce, thank you for your time. And I want to applaud the Yankee Institute for your work, because it's always been a focus in regards to government's responsibility and transparency and accountability to taxpayers. And through your research and your investigative work, you've been really diligent. So I applaud you on that. And it goes back to it. So I think the good chairwoman articulated, and I do agree, climate change initiative, environmental impact, and sustainability are absolutely critical. We have we have a responsibility as lawmakers to ensure that we provide a better future. But for me, and many of the readings that I've gotten is the fact from your organization particularly is the affordability, the opportunity for everyone to be able to afford to undertake this initiative. And that is really the biggest point of contention is not everyone can do this. Not everyone in an economic basis can make that transition. And to put that kind of we're not going to use the word mandate, but that kind of regulatory path that says you must is something that has kind of that kind of reverberated in the communities that have posted testimony and feedback to say, boy, you know what? I'd love to be able to do it, but I can't afford to do it. And you're putting me at that position. And that's been a big struggle of government. So how do you articulate to that to say what you see is the economic challenges of being able to execute this said plan?
Yeah, it's a great question, Senator. There may be a lot of ways you could go. I guess to maybe come back to the legislation that's here, I guess I'd say I'd appreciate that the point of the subsidies that are discussed in this bill are targeted towards lower income households, because the subsidies that the state of Connecticut and the federal government have been doling out for the purchase of EVs have gone to wealthy residents, largely, vast majority of them. But also, yeah, the average cost of an EV. Now, I would fully anticipate that innovators and productive, industry will come up with solutions to these things and improve them over time. Like that would be my expectation. But it is definitely a financial burden to get to the position to be able to purchase an EV. And it was mentioned earlier too, charging infrastructure. So it's, you're a wealthy house living in a home in Connecticut and you're a wealthy resident. You can afford to do some infrastructure at your home to install a solar panel. But can you do that in a low income housing complex in Hartford, in Bridgeport? And can you do that on a rural farm in, our rural communities? And will those things work in an effective way in those places? I noticed in the legislative office building parking garage, there's a couple of charging stations in the lower level of the parking garage. But there are towns that, due to the recommendations of their, chief of firefighter chief, are recommending not putting them in lower levels of parking garages because of the fire risk and the inherent structural and damage that can come around that. So yeah, there would be lots of barriers to lower income households being able to get this. And I think that was noted in the follow-up press conference when the regulations were rescinded, that there's a bifurcation between access to these things from high and low income households.
I just wanted to add that, it's not just wealthy individuals. There are a wide spectrum of people that believe in that mission, and God bless them and applaud them. And I encourage that kind of an adoption. But there are people struggling in Greenwich. There are people struggling in Avon, in Branford. So it's all of our communities. And I think one of the intent of mass adoption is that we want to get into a whole economic spectrum of everybody getting involved. But the situations you cited means that there is more government intervention. There is more government subsidization. And what does that translate to? More taxation. And I think that's the challenge you have to undertake. Is these are noble goals, and I support them. But nevertheless, the execution and the fairness in that execution for a noble goal has to be measured. And I think the market forces and the original the manufacturers and the marketplace has to dictate that. I mean, the reality is you run the gamut of a Chinese manufacturer. That's always a caution. But YTD is building a electric car that is 15, 20,000. And that are we going to say, do we adopt that kind of a manufacturing prowess to the betterment of our industry? Because that's affordable. So we have to weigh that, because I think we hesitate to take a widespread adoption of Chinese manufactured cars against US. And in fact, the recent passage of the Inflation Reduction Act that looked at support of electric vehicles was very, very heavily leaned and legislated to cater to tax subsidies for American-based manufacturing, right? And we've seen that the adoption has slowed significantly. So I think I'm rambling on, I apologize, but I think the struggle is, I would love for us to get there. I would love for us to reduce air pollution and emissions and fossil fuel usage. But the struggle is, how do you do that in a fairness basis and respectful for all the people that we represent, and not just the select group that desire to want to do passionately or have the financial ability to do so? Do you have the solution for that?
I don't have them all, but thank you for your comments and for being my representative here in this legislative body.
Representative Meyer.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for coming today before us and testifying. I've enjoyed your testimony. I know I've had to be in and out a little bit today. I've got 2 other public hearings I'm going to, but I have not heard a lot of discussion. One of the things I would like to see on this council, and I'm thinking you might be able to kind of touch base on this a little bit. You skirted around it some, but we talk a lot about students, we talk about a lot about lowering carbon emissions. But if you could talk to us also about maybe the difference in air quality versus carbon emissions versus what's really good for the environment. And maybe I think that there's a lot we need to dig into with electric vehicles and understanding, yes, they're really good for our air quality because we don't smell their emissions, but for CO2 emissions, they still have that, and then affects the environment. I think we just don't know a lot of the details, and maybe you can kind of, I don't know if you can touch base on this a little bit.
Yeah, let me try to think of a good response for you. So it was mentioned earlier in this hearing that the Attorney General has sued the EPA because of we're receiving emissions from other states over here, right? So we recognize that there is a concern with that. There's an externality that's occurring, that's happening elsewhere, and it's impacting us here. Well, that's true for EVs as well. Just because we don't see and witness the manufacturing of them here, if you go to the Democratic Republic of the Congo and visit a cobalt mining location, you will be aghast. If you travel to South America and witness a lithium leach field, you will be aghast. If you travel to where these minerals are processed, largely in China, as was mentioned, you'll notice that many of them are run on coal power and that they are building new ones every week. So the cumulative effect here is much different than what you see as an end consumer. I see estimates from the folks over at Manhattan Institute where it was, I mean, you have to drive an EV tens of thousands of miles before it begins to reduce aggregate carbon emissions. But along the way, as noted, you're driving that vehicle. And when you're doing so, you're driving a vehicle that's heavier on average than its counterparts. And this increases wear and tear on roads, on tires, etc. And these also have emission offsets. So if you have to replace roads and bridges at a faster rate, you are therefore increasing carbon emissions because it requires emissions to replace them. If you're replacing tires at a more accelerated rate, you are increasing emissions. You are increasing particulate matter. And you are doing so in, as was mentioned earlier, in urban environmental justice communities, you'd be doing that as well there. So yeah, there are a lot of, it's much more so than just the driving of the vehicle. And, you know, Connecticut's Council on Air Quality notes that when you run your air conditioning unit, you are increasing emissions because of the nature of the grid and the sources of our energy. The same must be true for when you plug in your EV.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that answer. And you know, I'm very big on data and understanding where data comes from and having all of the numbers in front of us. So I really hope whenever we get this council through that we'll be able to not kind of be the ostrich with our head stuck in the ground, but we have a full understanding of what these EVs are doing. So appreciate your answer. Thank you.
And maybe one other data point on that. I asked a physicist professor over at Yale this question. So under the Connecticut or California regulations, we would have had to have like a third of car sales in 2026 would need to be fit underneath this EV adoption. That's roughly 47,250 cars in Connecticut to use last year's new car sales data. According to the U.S. Department of Energy, an average EV uses somewhere in the ballpark of 4 megawatt hours of electricity. You take 47,250, multiply it by 4, you get roughly $189,000 or 189,000 megawatt hours. I'm doing that math off the top of my head, so I could be slightly off, but that's roughly. The Park City Wind project that we've invested millions of dollars in and we all hope is successful is supposed to generate about 800 megawatt hours of electricity. We're talking about 235 more Park City Wind projects to keep pace with the first year of that requirement. Or put another way, 17,000 home solar panel arrays. You could do those things potentially, maybe it could be feasible, but at what cost? And at what opportunity cost? What is foregone as a result of that?
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Bryce, to your point, it's probably a good thing that we are including the electric distribution companies in this discussion. It's also probably a good thing that we have PURA dockets on grid modernization and understanding, how renewables will be incorporated into that. And we're talking about data points and moving to electric vehicles. And I sort of put you on the spot in terms of, carbon reductions. And while it's widely known that the production currently of an electric vehicle has a higher carbon output over the life of the vehicle, and Ford and University of Michigan just did a joint study on this, and I'm sure you're familiar with it. You've been citing a lot of numbers, but just looking it up right now, on average across the US, light duty EVs have approximately 64% lower cradle to grave life cycle greenhouse gas emissions than internal combustion engine vehicles. Also, the bigger the vehicle, the greater the benefit of electrification. Average lifetime emissions reduction was found to be approximately 45 tons of CO2 for sedans, 56 tons for SUVs, and 74 tons for pickup trucks. And again, that was commissioned by Ford together with University of Michigan. So I think, we have to look at, as you were saying, as a lot of our members were saying, we really have to look at this holistically. So, if there's a greater carbon output in manufacture, obviously currently that's a concern, but we have to look at the big picture and the overall carbon reduction. So I think that's really important too. I don't see any other questions. So thank you for being with us and thanks for your patience and sorry about the confusion.
Quite all right. It was an honor to be here. Thank you, Sam.
Next we have Jerry Cunningham. Who's Jerry?
Jerry is on the phone. Jerry, you should be able to talk now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
I wanted to preface my remarks by thanking Representative O'Day and Senator Wong for really pointing out the inconsistency in having a noble goal to reduce traffic deaths caused by impairment, but at the same time, when it comes to cannabis impairment or cannabis plus alcohol, it's like, we shrug our shoulders. So we have scientific certainty when it comes to blood alcohol levels, and we have judgment calls by 20 statewide resource officers. So thank you, gentlemen, for pointing out the gaping hole in terms of more complete traffic safety laws. I'm calling, but the main purpose of what I called and stayed on the phone was to express my opposition to the idea of having a committee create a roadmap to electric vehicles. And while I was on hold, I can't help but wonder how many electric coal plants, power plants did China put up while this coal's been going on for a number of hours? I mean, we can do all we want, but at the end of the day, they're not going to change their behavior. And so here's why I'm opposed to electric vehicle mandates. First of all, is what I call in my opinion, the big lie, that electric vehicles are emissions free. Simply not true. So I oppose it because this is bad for the climate, but it's also bad for the rest of the environment. There's a public safety aspect that hasn't been mentioned that I like to mention. And finally, there's national security. That China is the OPEC of EV minerals and batteries, and therefore we are making our nation more dependent on an enemy nation. And I think you really have to hate this country to do that willingly. So in terms of CO2 emissions, yes, others have pointed out 60% of the power in this country right now is still generated by burning hydrocarbon. So you have to burn hydrocarbon. But yes, as others have pointed out and studies have shown, that the mining and processing of EV minerals and metals is very, very, very energy intensive. And it's happening in countries where there is little, if any, concern about CO2 emissions. So the numbers I've seen is you have to drive an EV 70,000 miles before you're carbon neutral in terms of being better than an internal combustion engine. So again, the issue isn't how to deal. The issue is not climate change. The issue is, are EVs an effective means for dealing with climate change? The second environmental aspect is, as others have pointed out, the massive, massive amount of overburden that you have to move. The numbers I've seen are 500 tons of earth and overburden have to be moved for 1 ton of material to manufacture EVs and their batteries. And that means if there is a global adoption of this, there's 280, I think, million hydrocarbon powered vehicles in the United States, 280 million. You're going to indelibly scar the earth in the name of protecting the climate with a climate move that doesn't really reduce net CO2 emissions that much. And we've actually been here before.
Mr. Cunningham, just
remember
let up your
25
past 15 minutes.
Okay, well, I will just say that we did it when we banned the incandescent light bulb. We got mercury in a landfill. So the public safety, and this is one that hasn't been mentioned, so if you give me 30 seconds, and that is, in addition to the fires and everything else, you become a stationary target when you are charging an EV. So imagine a single mom, a waitress, getting off at midnight, and she finds she's low. She needs to charge.
I'm sorry, you're past your 3 minutes.
You let everyone else go on. I've paid taxes in this state for 40 years. I deserve another 30 seconds. The point is, you're putting people at risk by forcing them to charge their EVs because it becomes stationary.
Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. And I have not let anybody else go on. We have a 3-minute rule. We just ask people to wrap up. I think, we try to be as generous as we can there, but I don't see any questions from the committee. So thank you for being patient and hanging in with us today. All right, Chris Herb, welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Herb. I'm the president of the Connecticut Energy Marketers Association. We represent 600 energy marketers in the state. Our members employ over 13,000 people, and our motor fuels members supply over 1,000 convenience stores with gasoline. We're here today in opposition to language in House Bill 5485. We complement the thoughtful approach to examining this important issue, but the bill is missing some significant components that would compromise Connecticut's migration to electric vehicles. And I do compliment the chair's many comments about a plan, because that was the original concern when we first testified to DEEP in the summer. While the bill requires the consideration of a number of important issues, it does not provide the Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Coordinating Council, or the council, the direction based on data necessary to make a responsible determination on whether we're able to actually accomplish this, right? The goal here is to put a plan together so that you can actually succeed in this migration. Specifically, the bill should require the examination of the cost of public charging versus home charging. And cost in general need to be looked at by the council and is really missing in the bill overall. This legislature is intimately aware of ratepayers' rising up in righteous indignation of the last couple of rate increases that happened. That will compromise any future move. If the legislature has to intervene to stop rates from going up, that will stop this from moving forward. You should also include in the bill how frequently chargers need to be available to ensure adequate access, what the cost to purchase light and medium and heavy duty vehicles are versus traditional vehicles, cost estimates, traditional vehicles that can use low carbon liquid fuels, that is, cost estimates to accompany the requirement to estimate the number of chargers needed in the state per capita to meet CARB zero emissions mandate. And even though CARB isn't mentioned in the bill, you at least have to use the most strict requirements moving forward to make sure that you don't miss the mark on any sort of transition, and implement a producer responsibility program for the disposal of batteries. In addition, the bill only looks at electric transmission and generation needs based on the number of EVs today. That is specific language. If you look up, it says, the council shall look at the electric generation that's today, not what will be needed for the CARB or EPA standards in the future. That is a significant flaw. You will fail if you only determine how much electricity you have today, not what you need under these regulations. The bill also leaves behind the needs of rural Connecticut. Rural Connecticut, the requirements for DOT to do the study there are not due to the legislature until July 2026, while everything else is due November 15, 2024. I don't know why the rural areas of Connecticut are being left behind. Finally, the bill needs to consider two other significant policy moves that are happening simultaneously. We have policy that is pushing to electrify the entire heating sector, and we have a state law that is being proposed to accelerate to go to zero emissions electricity. Unfortunately, I get to testify at enough committees that we look at policy in silos because different committees are looking at them, but they're all interrelated. There is no way to electrify the entire heating sector, the entire transportation sector, and move to zero emissions electricity.
Mr. Hurt, just a heads up, you have 3 minutes.
All at the same time. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, and our industry is here to assist the committee, but we are opposed to this bill as it's written and would like to be included in it amongst other critical stakeholders like electric generators, which have not been mentioned. I know that the distribution companies have been referred to many times, but the generator should have a seat at this table at minimum, and a bunch of others that I'll get into another time.
Thank you, Chris, for your testimony today. I know that you've been really invested in this as we move forward. I also wonder, you're sort of saying that, are we prepared for a future of electrification, not just with respect to EVs, but just is the grid prepared to handle all of our changing energy needs? I guess what I'd say is like, what's the suggestion? We either have a federal standard or a California standard, both move towards the electrification of vehicles and both have, very stringent standards in place, and how we get there. Just wondering, in your viewpoint, what's the alternative?
Sure. So I will say that we believe that the EPA standard, since it moves more slowly and allows for greater adoption of hybrids, is a more responsible way to do this. Maybe you accelerate in the future once you're able to accurately examine what the impact of heating sector electrification is, how fast, if you can actually accomplish zero emissions electricity, the requirements that are under the law. So I think that taking a more prudent and slower approach probably makes more sense in accomplishing your overall goals. We've talked a lot today about some numbers, and there's a really important one, many important numbers on the DEEP's website, but one in particular is about how much emissions are we really addressing in Connecticut? And I heard some statistics that you did, but I looked at what the actual monitors that are sprinkled throughout the state. And in particular, we've cited this in a lot of testimonies. The Westport monitor says that in excess of 90% of the emissions in Westport are coming from the New York City, Philadelphia area. So this isn't going to change any of that. So taking a slower approach to adopting full electric vehicles with a little bit of hybrid seems to make more sense at this time, so that we don't topple the economy, the lights don't go out. And I'm not fear mongering. I'm just saying that since all these things are moving at the same time, those are true risks. And so I think taking the slower approach now, you're meeting every year, and you'll be able to change that if you think you're ahead of schedule and there's no risk of the lights going out. So why don't we take the more prudent approach? That's what we do in my household. We don't buy the most expensive thing, we buy the moderate one. And then if we save up enough money, we might be more aggressive in something a little bit better down the road, the bigger TV, instead of something that we can afford at this time. I just don't know if we can afford to take those risks right now.
I hear you, and I appreciate your comments in terms of like, where does the pollution come from? And I obviously, we do recognize that we are receiving pollution from other states. And, I referenced the good neighbor rule. I hope that stands. It doesn't sound like it's going to, unfortunately. And so that puts Connecticut in a really tough position. But we also have to deal with what is in our control. And one of the things that's in our control here in the state is impacting our emissions output. And so I think it's incumbent upon us to, make our air quality as good as we can with what's, in our grasp here in the state.
And I agree with that. And that's why I'm saying is that you have the control of the pace of this. You can control the pace, and taking a more conservative, cautious step forward can potentially avoid problems that we don't want to have to deal with in the future that could be difficult to overcome.
And is your organization like moving towards an electric future? Is that sort of like the goals of your organization in terms of,
Yeah, we probably, as one industry, have more electric vehicle chargers deployed than any other industry within the state of Connecticut. So I think the simple answer is yes. I mean, we started off as repair shops back in the 40s and 50s. We've moved into the convenience store area. Now you see we're serving fresh prepared food. So we are an evolving industry. We're here to meet our customers' needs. And right now our customers don't demand these. So it's not being adopted as fast because there is no consumer demand. I mean, artificial government intervention will force that to happen more quickly. But right now, to make investment in something that has no return doesn't make a lot of sense. So again, we are here to provide the public with whatever they need to get from point A to point B. And even though 80% of charging is going to happen at home, our business models are changing as that evolution occurs. We are concerned that if that evolution is forced to be a revolution and happens quickly, that we'll be left behind. Family businesses that have been around for 3, 4, and 5 generations will be lost. So that's the other reason why I want to take a more cautious approach.
Thank you. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chris, great to see you. I think one of the things that impresses me most is the vast network of your membership and providing the necessary resources. And I think that is one of the contrasts. What we're trying to propose in this bill is to create that kind of infrastructure and network. But I think the devil's in the details, as we said over and over again, is you and your organizations that you represent have the vast network because of market supply, meeting the market needs, and then addressing it and providing a business model that succeeds. It took time. It took a lot of time and a reaction to consumers. You talked about the adaptation of what your members have done to now kind of create some alternative energy sources and services and provide the convenience for travelers. You pointed a little bit in regards to how daunting this task is, right? For one. And I know the advocates of this bill says we got to start somewhere. But I struggle, and we should incorporate your expertise in this in understanding that it just isn't happening by government you won't use the word out of respect, government regulations and kind of the nudge toward that advocacy. I think that's my first point. I think the second point is you also, because of your vast network, provide tremendous energy sources, right? If we're going to displace that with a energy electric grid, we're not even close in regards to the capacity concerns. If this plan of full electric vehicle utilization, we're not even close to meeting the capacity needs right now or in the very near future. Would that be fair to say?
I believe it is fair to say, and I would add to it that we have offered multiple times over the years at more hearings that I can count at deep, where we said we would like to be a part of the solution. There has been very little outreach to us to say, how does the largest motor fuels network in the state? I mean, we literally are in every single community in the state. The divorcement law passed in 1979 prohibits refiners from owning and operating gas stations in Connecticut. So they're owned by local families, like I said, multi-generations. And there's been no outreach to us to figure out how can we play a role in Connecticut's motor fueling future if it's going to be electric or some combination of other things. There's no examination of how low carbon liquid fuels can play a role in this, that our members are already providing, whether it's biodiesel or other renewables that can propel vehicles and lower emissions 80% today. Instead, we look to full electrification many years out. The one thing I've learned in the 23 years that I've had in this role is that government plans typically never work out the way that they start, and they go wrong a lot. And I think the approach that our members have taken over the last 100 years, we'll call it, it happens for a reason. We're in the locations we are for a reason, because they work for consumers, they work for the businesses that own them, and that's why they have the staying power that they've had, where a lot of government plans end up falling apart because they're forced on an idea based on the circumstances that exist today, not on how the needs of the environment or consumers are in the future.
I appreciate that. And that's a very helpful explanation. And I think it's important as the ranking member and support and being an environmental advocate. I think all of your members understand that we're all striving to address climate change and climate initiatives and air pollution emissions, fossil fuel. But ultimately, they also recognize it's a very heavy lift. And they're trying to adapt their business to be able to move forward. But right now, they don't see that as a very viable marketplace. And I think the second part of it, as you articulated so well in your representation of your members, there's a lot of jobs at stake here. And so I think it's important to articulate that, you know, your members understand that we're striving to evolve to that. But the marketplace is much more complicated, much more kind of resistant in some cases, unless they're forced to. But third, you're talking about job implications and business implications in this initiative as well. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, like I said, we have nearly a century of private investment that has developed this network. It's served the economy well. I think we continue to play that role in the future, and forced regulation can jeopardize all of that and may not even succeed as it's planned. And that's why one of the suggestions we had in the written testimony that I didn't get to in my oral comments is diversifying the representation on that, to include us, of course, probably the last people you want on, but to include us and others that have a view of the world that is very different than how this council is composed. I mean, we know where the governor stands on this. He's been very public, and to have that many bureaucrats serving the purposes of it is a concern to us. Is that I don't want to believe that there's a predetermined outcome, but it's hard to say that that's not what's going to happen the way that the council is put together, and who's going to write the roadmap that the council will evaluate. And that's why we think those other pieces that we suggested that the council shall look at, it should be a shall, would be helpful in having the best outcome to succeed.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you for your work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative DiCaprio.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Chris. Good to see you again. I don't know if you remember me.
I do.
All right. Can you just expound what you said about rural Connecticut? Just what your thoughts were there, if you could. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so the language in the bill requires DOT to look at a whole bunch of important information, just like the one that's tasked to the council to look at, except their timeline is inconsistent with the report, the roadmap that's going to go to DEEP. The stuff that DOT is supposed to bring back to the legislature isn't due until July 1 of 2026, where unless I'm getting the numbers wrong, but it's in November 15th, 2024, the bulk of what the roadmap is supposed to report to the council is due. And that seems like a huge disconnect. And I don't quite understand why rural Connecticut is being treated under the examination of transportation sector electrification would happen on them versus what happens in my hometown in Naugatuck, which I don't think would be considered a rural area. So I think those dates should be synced up. I mean, I was trying to be constructive to say that they should all be November 15th, 2024. It shouldn't be July 1, 2026.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's a good point.
Thank you, Representative, and thanks, Chris, for being with us today. I don't see any other questions.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jay Derwin. Tom Swan, I don't see. Christian Robinson. All right, we're gonna go to, oh, Christian, there you are.
No, I'm
All
here.
right, see you.
Yep.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair Cohen, Co-Chair Lamar, and members of the committee. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify today on behalf of the Specialty Equipment Market Association, or SEMA. SEMA with an S, not SEMA with a C, like Mr. Herb's organization who just spoke. SEMA, we're a trade association with a very diverse membership, representing over 7,000 small businesses nationwide, including 51 businesses right here in Connecticut. Our members are manufacturers, distributors, retailers, publishers, auto restorers, street rod builders, restylers, car clubs, race teams, and more. They specialize in various parts and accessories that enhance vehicles, making them more attractive, unique, convenient, high-performing, safer, more efficient, and even like new again. 95% of SEMA's members are small businesses with fewer than 100 employees. Connecticut is home to a thriving specialty automotive aftermarket industry. This industry significantly contributes to the state's economy, generating $3.79 billion in economic impact. This translates to supporting over 13,000 jobs, $1.26 billion in total wages and benefits, and $195 million in state and local taxes paid. SEMA believes our members' expertise would be a valuable asset to the council that this bill would form. I know there's been a lot of discussion and debate today about the composition of that council, and we're asking that our industry be considered for a seat at the proverbial table. Our members are at the forefront of innovation in the automotive aftermarket, embracing new technologies to make vehicles cleaner and more efficient, which includes hydrogen, new synthetic fuels, alternative fuels, and improvements to the internal combustion engine, and even retrofitting older vehicles to run on alternative fuels instead of internal combustion. SEMA's participation in the council would allow our members to provide critical insights into the needs of the aftermarket industry and how it can contribute to developing a comprehensive plan for Connecticut. Including a representative from the automotive aftermarket on the council would ensure that small businesses, which are a significant driver of the economy, have a voice in the critical decisions that will be made in the coming years. We urge you to include a representative from the automotive aftermarket on the Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Coordinating Council. I thank you for your time and I look forward to working with you on this crucial initiative and would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Christian. Could you just let me know, I know you work with a bunch of folks who, obviously are modifying cars in the aftermarket. Are you modifying them to become electric vehicles? Obviously, the point of this council is to look at electric vehicles, hybrid vehicles, fuel cell vehicles, and what the impact of these vehicles are on, the grid, on charging infrastructure, just the entire landscape of electrification as it pertains to Connecticut and an update of the electric vehicle roadmap. So I just wonder if you could explain how the aftermarket industry is involved in that aspect.
Yeah, absolutely. So SEMA, we're probably best known for our trade show, the SEMA show in Las Vegas annually at the Las Vegas Convention Center. And I'll use that as an example. We're the largest trade show, I think, now in Vegas, just ahead of the Consumer Electronics Show, CES, which I know a lot of folks are familiar with, to kind of give you a sense of the scale of the show. And one of the features that we've had at our show in recent years, something that was called previously SEMA Electrified and now SEMA Future Tech Studio. And what that is an area where our members can display the latest innovations in various zero emission or near zero emission technology. And one aspect of that is the conversion of vehicles from internal combustion to zero emissions, including battery electric. That's predominantly what people are doing in that field. So they're taking older vehicles that started their life with internal combustion and they're retrofitting them to run on EV. We started to see OEMs like Ford and GM offer off-the-shelf crate motors to allow this to be accomplished, as well as a lot of smaller businesses that are offering training and similar conversion kits. We've also got a number of companies that operate in the alternative fuel space, including combustion of hydrogen, which puts off near zero emission vehicles, near zero emissions, as well as propane and alternative fuels.
Okay, thanks so much for answering that question. And obviously, no matter how the council moves forward, there's certainly opportunities for weigh-in. There's going to be, as laid out in the legislation, informational sessions where they will seek the feedback of industry experts. And I would anticipate, based on what you're telling me, that your information would be valuable to the council in terms of the aftermarket and looking at not necessarily, and paying attention to maybe the ICE vehicles that are on the roads today that could be converted later on, which is what I'm hearing you say. Is there any, Representative Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Christian, for being here. Just following up, I really appreciate you expanding on what you thought you could bring to the table on this council. It is already certainly a large council of 40. I hope that we may be able to consider you being placed on that, but I certainly would hope that you will bring testimony when the work dates are moving forward, and that you can bring testimony to the council. Thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other questions, I appreciate your testimony today, Christian.
Thank you.
All right, Jeremy Schulich.
Yes, hi. My name is Jeremy Schulich. I'm with the Greater New Haven Clean Cities Coalition. Thanks so much for holding this hearing. I support HB 5485, and I mainly want to focus on one thing that has driven much of the opposition to EVs in Connecticut of late, which is the pervasive myth that EVs are unaffordable for most people and are always more expensive than gas-burning cars. I wrote an op-ed just published in the New Haven Independent yesterday, which demonstrates how several EV and plug-in hybrid models can actually be less expensive than similar gas-burning cars after the federal tax credit and the Connecticut Cheaper Rebate Plus incentives are factored in. The starting MSRP of a Chevy Bolt EV, for instance, can be brought down to less than $15,000 after incentives, while a Kia Rio, a comparable gas-burning subcompact hatchback, starts at about $17,700. After incentives, a Hyundai Kona Electric can be leased for under $21,000 and about $3,300 less than a conventional Hyundai Kona. I hope that people can start citing such actual price comparisons before assuming that EVs are unaffordable. It's true that some models are still pricey. There are plenty of pricey gas-burning cars too, but the bottom line is that if you're looking for an affordable EV with a decent range, you can get one thanks to incentive programs. I'm happy to share a link to the full article to anyone who might be interested. There also needs to be more awareness around Connecticut's Cheaper Rebate Plus incentives. Most dealerships I've spoken with apply the cheaper standard rebate to EVs, but seem to either be completely unaware of the rebate plus or under the impression that only people near the poverty level are eligible. Dealers and the general public need to know that just living in a distressed municipality, which includes New Haven, Hartford, Bridgeport, many other towns, that makes people eligible too, and that can greatly expand rebate pluses utilization and therefore people's ability to buy EVs. Just a couple other quick points. I'm happy to provide further life cycle analyses that show that EVs have significantly lower emissions cradle to grave than gas burning cars, even when electricity is sourced from fossil fuels. And a note on fire safety, as our organization has actually conducted fire safety trainings for first responders on EVs and hybrids. The nature of these fires is indeed different, so first responders need to be trained. But based on a study of more than 10 years of data, gasoline and diesel-fueled vehicles are far more likely to catch fire than EVs. And finally, I'd just like to hear more from those opposed. If a more ambitious shift to EVs is not a solution to reducing Connecticut's formidable emissions from transportation, what would you propose? So thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. I appreciate you hanging in with us today and your testimony, and appreciate your advocacy on behalf of not only New Haven, but our urban centers who really bear the brunt of these carbon emissions in our state and in other states as well. And, you mentioned a number of things that this legislation contemplates, which is ensuring the council considers affordability of these cars. Where do we stand on EV affordability, as well as ensuring that folks know about our cheaper rebate program? Because one of the things that we have heard, not only from the cheaper board, but from just communities, looking to purchase an electric vehicle, is that they're unaware of the cheaper rebate program, or perhaps unaware that if they live in a community that they are automatically eligible. And that, this legislation also takes it a step further and contemplating enhancing those rebates, particularly for our Justice 40 communities. So appreciate you pointing out a number of those things. And again, just thanks so much for your advocacy. I don't see any other questions from the committee. So again, thanks for your patience with us today.
Sure. I appreciate the hearing. Thanks so much.
Yeah. Is Sydney Barnwell here? Hi, Sydney. Sydney's taking the place of Aziz, who had a doctor's appointment. So thanks for being with us today.
Yes, and thank you for having me and being able to testify today. I'm not sure if I'll be able to speak as eloquently as Aziz does, but I'll do my best to keep it brief. I've only honestly been listening a short while, and it really is disappointing to hear all the misinformation that we see around electric vehicles, particularly when it comes to access, or the idea that this bill will take away consumer choice or force Connecticut residents to buy electric vehicles. But it seems apparent actually that the language in this bill offers an opportunity to address these concerns, particularly around the challenges and the benefits of electric vehicles. When it comes to electric vehicles themselves, as well as access to electric vehicle charging stations. We'd like to echo the recommendations that the Conservation Law Foundation has recommended, and we believe that the committee should work towards a passage of the Advanced Clean Cars 2 regulation, not only to improve access to electric vehicles, but also to introduce stronger air quality standards. The CRJ, particularly as an organization that works to build diverse alliances amongst different constituencies to combat climate change, promote jobs, and most importantly, build Connecticut's economy, particularly supports HB 54 because of the suggestions for the state's EV rebate program. And we appreciate the fact that it does work to align better with federal Justice 40 guidelines and ensures rebates to the environmental justice communities that we work to serve. In conclusion, again, I'll keep it brief. We ask that you support House Bill 5485, and we strongly appreciate the opportunity to support and, again, begin to dispel the narratives that are circulating around this whole EV movement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sydney. Don't leave just yet. You never know. You never know that. I mean, maybe you can leave, but I do want to thank you for your time and patience with us today, and for your testimony and advocacy. When it comes to not only these issues pertaining to the economy, but climate and just jobs on the whole, and public health as well. So thank you for that. I don't see any questions, so please.
All right. Well, thank you all.
Thanks again, Sydney. Next we have Douglas O'Donnell. We have Douglas, yeah.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you for having me here today.
Thank you.
I'm Doug O'Donnell from Avon, Connecticut, and I stand opposed to HB 5485. First of all, I'd like to say I'm proud owner of a Tesla. I love it. It's a great car. A lot of the other speakers talked about some of the scientific ends. Others talked about the costs, and I'd like to address that later on. But I'll read to you the official statement that I submitted. I stand in objection to the electric vehicle mandate. Our country has been built upon the freedom of choice and the voice of the people to be heard by elected leaders. Neither of these have been occurring with the recent climate change issue. This issue has been driven by globalists in the United Nations, World Economic Forum, and ESG crowd, as well as the current administration. They have then used U.S. state and agencies to implement their agenda. There's been little transparency or input from people at times, and disinformation as well. This is a broad issue, not just EVs. It includes our electrical grid, food supply, national economy, and security. The supporters push climate change without fully thinking through the impacts and being honest with citizens. First of all, the basic questions. Is climate change occurring? Secondly, if so, is human activity significantly impacting that change? Third, if humans are significantly impacting the climate, what are the recommended mitigation plans? And lastly, what is the cost and impact for those plans on our lifestyle, economy, and military security? Despite the claims of some, not all scientists agree to the first 2 points, and the last 2 points need to be evaluated as a cost-benefit analysis and decided by the American voters. We now have the realization that overzealous promoters have been pushing forward many climate change plans prematurely. The technology is not in place to achieve the timeline of implementation as promised. We must evaluate our direction on these before they crush our economy and drastically increase the cost to consumers. With regard to electric vehicles, as I said, I own a Tesla. I also own a gas SUV. The American people have the right to a choice. Excuse me, do you have something going on up there? Okay, you gave the respect to others for your attention. In addition, the feasibility of getting everyone to an EV by 2035 is not realistic. The cost is prohibitive to most. Our electric grid is not capable of handling everyone plugging in a car at night. Gas stations have not been built to charge, particularly in rural areas. People living in urban environments and apartments will have to have a charging station on every street corner. There are too many issues to list here, but even when feasible, people have the right to a choice. Regarding our electrical grid, Connecticut PURA has made regulations that have pushed Eversource to stop using coal and increasing investments in wind and solar. These changes that were not voted on by residents or consumers resulted in tripling the cost of electricity and making Connecticut the highest rates in the mainland. To add insult to injury, they attempted to blame—
Please wrap up your remarks.
They blamed the increase on the war in Ukraine, which was a lie. This was backed up by the Connecticut legislature and PURA Attorney General. Gas rates did spike for a short period of time, but now they're at record 40-year lows at 175. Why haven't our electricity prices gone down?
Sir,
Sir, you passed your 3 minutes.
You know, it's amazing when you give everyone that supports your agenda plenty of time and plenty of questions.
Sir, everybody has 3 minutes.
No, you gave everybody plenty of time that agreed with your agenda.
If-
You posed them questions and you gave them an opportunity to talk.
Okay, thank you,
Anyone
sir.
who
If anybody
disagrees,
has
you cut them
questions
off.
for you.
Yeah, you have a great day.
Sir, Representative Kennedy has a
Mr.
question
O'Donnell,
for
I'm
you.
sorry, before you go. Thank you for spending the afternoon with us and thank you for your testimony. I'm actually just going through your testimony. And just out of question, because we've heard some of this. Do you ever have any problems with your Tesla as far as finding somewhere to have it charged if you're traveling out of state?
That's a
Just-
great
I'm just-
question. If
to
you're on
ask.
95, no. If you're off in rural areas, yes. We were down in North Carolina not too long ago. We had to drive 40 miles to get one. So, and there, Tesla has got 12,000 charging stations. With regard to cost, I just would like to comment about the gentleman that referred to cost.
That was my next question.
The Tesla we bought was $50,000. Now Tesla is coming out next year with perhaps a vehicle that would be $25,000. But you can't factor in costs if you're giving rebates because it's costing somebody. And the environmental impact was talked about before is national security. We finally have our national security getting off of providers like for oil in the Middle East and other adversaries. We are quickly going, it was commented before, to turning that over to China. China is making these products with coal, as was mentioned earlier, and this money is going to fuel their military. That is much bigger than ours today and is growing very quickly, and it's our biggest adversary. So there's a lot of, at the end of the day, you can read my comments, there's more, but at the end of the day, there's a lot of aspects to consider on this topic, and I would say to read it closely and think carefully before we increasing going down the road. As I said, with our electrical utilities, a perfect example that has been out of control. Eversource lost $3 billion on a wind project.
I just wanted to thank you for your responses and thank you for submitting your testimony in writing. It's very helpful to all of us. So thank you very much, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, not mine. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I don't see any other questions. So thank you for your time and testimony today. Alex Lackey. Alec, once again, at the, bottom of the list here. You need better luck with the lottery.
My wife told you I should bring it up, but you were the one that brought it up. So thanks for doing that. So I'm Alex Lackey, representing both AAA clubs in Connecticut, and I'm here to testify about 0.05. I'm not going to echo, or I would echo a lot of the comments from the NTSB and DOT and the National Safety Council earlier, and I'll just summarize my testimony because I think it contains a lot of the similar studies. The first point to make, without necessarily talking about one bill or the other, is at 0.05, you're impaired. I would say if you are at 0.05, you should not be behind the wheel of a car. The evidence is pretty clear on that. There are physical reactions that you have that would be detrimental to your ability to drive a car. There's evidence of increased crash risk at 0.05. So I would certainly say whether the law passes or not, you should not get behind the wheel of a car at 0.05. And the message we want to send is don't do a math problem while you're out drinking, right? You say, oh, I've had this many drinks in this many hours and it's been this long and this is my body weight. We don't want to be doing that. We want to say if you drink, plan to not drive. If you are planning to drive, then plan to not drink. So that's the most important thing that we would say. I think the experience in Utah has been instructive with 0.05. I think we've seen positive results in Europe with 0.05. I think Canada has a similar structure to what we have, where a lot of the laws are based in the provinces, and a lot of the provinces have laws that are similar to SB 423, where it's more administrative in nature rather than criminal. And their experiences seem to be positive. We do agree that the biggest threat on our roads is not the people at 0.05, 0.06. Certainly people at 0.15, 0.16 are much graver threats on our roads. But we know that 0.05 does provide a general deterrent effect. And it is, certainly as was talked about earlier, there are some folks maybe who are problem drinkers or maybe who just don't care that this won't catch. But there are folks that this will encourage to not drink and drive, and we're going to see that at all levels of alcohol impairment. So that's just the evidence that we've seen from elsewhere. We would certainly encourage, if the state does move forward with 0.05, evaluate it just like Utah evaluated theirs with NHTSA. I know there's a lot of interested parties that would love to find another state to evaluate the effectiveness of the law, because I think has been referred to, Utah has probably an unusual relationship to drinking in this country. And I think it would be very instructive to see what happens in another state. And if we do go the route of the driving while ability impaired law, I think that DUI offenses should count as prior offenses for purposes of that law. So I think that law says, it's a $100 fine, or it's a $200 fine for the first offense, $300 to $500 for a second or subsequent violation. And I think if we were to go that route, I would recommend clarifying that if you already have a DUI offense of 0.08 or more, you should be at the second offense. Like it should count as a subsequent offense. For
Mr. Slacky, just a heads up, you have to take a minute marker.
happy to take any questions or provide any additional information afterwards.
Thank you, Alec, as always, and appreciate all the work of AAA throughout the state and beyond. You mentioned you just were talking about driving while ability impaired, but you mentioned how Canada and other countries sometimes are more administrative rather than punitive in a criminal sense, and that seems to have worked well. Is it your thought that a DWAI that is more administrative as it is set out here, more of an infraction, if you will, versus criminal, would have a good impact on the state of Connecticut?
I think it would, based on the evidence that we've seen. I mean, certainly a lot of Europe is more like the 424, with it's more like just lowering the blood alcohol limit from 0.08 to 0.05. We've seen that work. We've seen it work in Canada as well, where, like you said, it is more administrative. They saw, positive effects on drivers again with 0.05, 0.08, 0.15. And I think that's because, it's a traffic violation, but it's more than that. Like, there's a license suspension that's involved here. We're not just saying, hey, it's just like, getting a ticket for speeding, a few miles over the limit. It's more severe than that, less severe than 0.08. So I think, because it's still, it's still something you really don't want to get. You don't want to get any traffic ticket. You really, really don't want to get a DUI, but you also really don't want to get the level of consequences that are set out here. And I also think it's important, as was set out in the bill, that we don't want to weaken the existing DUI laws by allowing people to plead down from a 0.1, 0.11 to a 0.05, 0.06. We don't want to weaken the existing DUI laws at all. So if we do go down this road, I do think it would be helpful. And I think we could still very much say the legal limit is 0.05. There are different consequences depending on what your particular blood alcohol concentration is. We used to have different consequences going back a decade. There would, I think, at 0.16, there were even increased sanctions compared to 0.08. And a lot of states still have things like that. So I don't think the idea of saying there's different consequences at different levels of impairment is unreasonable. I think we should still be clear in saying, hey, at 0.05, you're drunk, you're not safe to drive, and it's unlawful to do so. And I think that, from a public education perspective, is the most important message. And I think Representative O'Day, I don't know if he's still on Zoom at all earlier, but I think he asked the question about how many people, at least federally, were killed in crashes where people were between 0.05 and 0.07. And based on NHTSA's data, it was just a graph. So I was just kind of extrapolating from the graph, but it seems to be over 1,100 people in 2021 were killed in crashes where drivers had BACs between 0.05 and 0.07. 0.16 was the most common BAC found in fatal crashes nationwide. So we know that those extreme violators are the most dangerous, but there's still folks that are posing a danger at the more intermediate levels, I would say, of impairment.
Thank you for citing that data. That's incredibly helpful, and I appreciate your insight. And I also appreciate you saying or making sort of that suggestion about if there's a prior DUI or a pending DUI, that we look differently upon a DWAI in that case, that it would be more than a simple infraction in that case. So that's something we should certainly consider as we contemplate this proposal before us. I do worry a little bit about the impact of DWAI. I'm pleased to hear, you're citing examples in Canada and elsewhere and where this is working. But as evidenced by, hearing from Commissioner Higgins and other law enforcement, I think we heard from Representative Howard, who's in the room earlier today, about speeding, right? And we know that there's simple infractions with speeding, and yet people are out there, going 90 miles per hour on our highways. So I worry a little bit that this isn't strong enough. But, we're here today on sort of a fact-finding mission to see, if we can determine what the best path forward might be for the state of Connecticut. So again, appreciate you being here and your patience and your testimony. All right, seeing no other questions, thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right. next we have Martha Juarez. Do we have Martha? No, Martha. I should really see where we are. Oh, Christine O'Neill, you're next.
Hi there. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. I am testifying as an individual in support of HB 5485. I hold a master's degree in energy and environmental management. I work as an environmental planner, and I own a used EV. First, I want to share my heartfelt thanks to Chairwoman Cohen and Chairman Lamar for setting the record straight when misleading statements or outright falsehoods have been stated during this hearing. It must be disheartening to be forced to play fact checker rather than engage in a good faith discussion about the merits of this bill, so thank you. When the governor first proposed a phase out of internal combustion engines per California's emission standards, which, as we know, is legally permissible under the California law, passed by our own legislature in 2004, opponents campaigned against this as a ban without a plan. That proposal was withdrawn, and now a new bill is before us, one that completely removes the ban and supports the development of a plan. In essence, the two major concerns that the conservatives had raised. Yet we're hearing this similar hysteria over a significantly watered down version of what was floated months earlier and is not a mandate. This is pure politics and a knee-jerk reaction based on principle rather than an evaluation of the bill's text. You can even see from reading the testimony submitted that many people copy-pasted misleading language sent to them from their representatives. Why do I say misleading? Let's talk about that. The Republican House and Senate issued a statement that claimed that the council and the roadmap is not obligated to consider the following: charging infrastructure and electric grid upgrades, increased electricity supply needed, adverse impacts on infrastructure, adverse environmental impacts, issues relating to pollution coming from other states traveling east to Connecticut. My written testimony contains section and line citations for the places in the bill that explicitly address those points. It's simply a matter of actually reading the bill. And on that last item, the idea that air pollution we face also comes from other states, sure it does, but that's kind of a wild talking point. It's like saying the house next door is on fire, so I won't bother putting out my own house's fire. I do have some constructive suggestions. There's nothing I could find in the bill that would obligate the roadmap to plan for end-of-life disposal for batteries or investigate that gas tax replacement to continue funding for road infrastructure. You've heard those objections, and I think we should take a look into that. Also, again, in fairness to opponents, I think a closer look at the composition of the council is a great idea. I'm personally an evangelist, emphasis on the EV, but we undermine the democratic process when we stack membership in favor of any foregone conclusion. So I welcome other people with diverse viewpoints to be part of the council. However, I don't agree with the insinuation that anyone who has publicly come out in favor of EVs has a conflict of interest that will prohibit them from serving. I just have one last thing to address. These lithium mining arguments are infuriating. While I completely agree that any sort of large-scale mining operation is an environmental issue worthy of our consideration, it is just wild to imply that it's worse than fossil fuel extraction. The EPA has an EV myth-busting webpage that thoroughly debunks this, complete with graphs, which are also available in my submitted testimony. I urge you to look at my testimony, which has side-by-side pictures of lithium mines compared to oil fields and natural gas fracking operations. Where is the outrage over the environmental destruction caused by powering our
Excuse me,
gas
Ms.
power?
O'Neill, just a heads up, it's 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. In conclusion, I encourage you to read my testimony, and I welcome any questions about EV ownership or what I've said today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christine. And I really appreciate you being so patient with us today. I think we're going on the 7-hour mark here. So appreciate you listening in. You clearly have heard a lot of the testimony today. You clearly have read the bill and done your homework and putting, certain citations along with your testimony and work that is uploaded online. So again, appreciate that. I don't know if there are any questions. No questions from the committee today. So we'll just urge everybody to continue to take a look at the testimony that's been submitted across the board on this proposal as well as others before us today. And if they have any questions, I'm sure they'll reach out. Thanks so much, Christine.
Thank you.
All right, we have Eric Treaster. Joseph Ceccarelli, no. Irene Scribello.
Hi.
Hi. Welcome.
Hi, my name's Irene Scribilo. I live in New Milford and I'm here to testify in favor of HB 5485. EVs will become the norm in the upcoming decades. Connecticut has to begin preparing for this future. This has already been discussed by the committee and I agree 100%. The infrastructure will have to be upgraded to keep the power grid safe and not just for EVs. The electric grid has to be upgraded for all renewable power and for some non-renewable nuclear power, as some more extreme factions are promoting. Right now, we have the window to do this and to do it properly. If EVs are the catalyst, I'm all for it. We all remember the problems that the Texas power grid experienced in 2021. The grid failed, people were plunged into darkness, 240 people died. 4 million homes and businesses were without power. This could have been prevented had the grid been updated. We cannot let this happen in Connecticut. A concern that's been raised has to do with battery disposal. EV batteries can be recycled into raw materials with a greater than 95% reclamation rate, and that rate's only going to go up over time. This is big business. It's an estimated $19.3 billion by 2030 for that market. Also, Representative Callahan was decrying the binding of lithium. Lithium is a lightweight metal that's completely infinitely recyclable. Once you have some, you can keep reusing it. So I'm not really sure where he was getting his information. Adverse impact on infrastructure from increased weight of EVs. This is simply incorrect. Gas-powered vehicles are as heavy, if not heavier, than EVs. For example, take large SUVs, Jeeps, and pickup trucks. The Ford F-150 is the biggest selling car in the US. I was actually stunned when I heard this. The Tesla Model 3, a top seller, weighs less than the Ford F-150, the Jeep Grand Cherokee, or a Ford Expedition, or anything bigger like an Esplanade. These gas-powered vehicles have excess weight and they're destroying the roads and the environment. Commercial vehicles pay taxes by weight. Why not do that with cars and trucks over 6,000 pounds? It could supplement and replace the gas tax. The third concern I've heard was addressing the mining of raw minerals, as I alluded to. Life PO4 is lithium iron phosphate. These batteries are in the majority of the electric vehicles on the Chinese market. We actually have one on our electric boat. We have a couple on our electric boat. As mentioned, lithium is infinitely recyclable and most importantly, not flammable. So it's not a problem for firefighters. These things don't even overheat. These are the batteries of the future. These batteries have no cobalt. If you do jump the gun and get a car with cobalt batteries, keep this in mind. Once it's built, your EV car will never need more of this metal, which is so controversial in terms of mining. Cobalt is, however, used in refining gasoline. And if you have a gas-powered car, you need gasoline. We need to upgrade for the infrastructure and be well positioned in the future. And we need real cold, hard facts. We need a plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Irene, and thanks for being so efficient with your testimony. Get right to 3 minutes. I appreciate that. I don't see any. Oh, sorry, Representative Mara.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I really appreciate your testimony today. It sounds like you have a good handle on some of the metals that come with the batteries. And I really don't know this, but I have heard that we have some issues with battery recycling. You're saying that like the lithium can be reused. Do you know, you're saying it can be used. Is it being reused?
There is a market. Someone has to start exploiting it. It is being reused in other countries. I know this because we have them on our boat. And this is like a prime opportunity for someone to enter the market and start recycling. There are places that can do it. I don't think there are any in Connecticut that I know of.
So right now, EV car manufacturers are not using recycled lithium?
Well, right now, I think Tesla's the only one who's using the Life PO4. Right now, the car manufacturers are using different kinds of batteries. Those are the ones that explode, unfortunately. The nickel, magnesium with the cobalt. I'm not sure what they do with those batteries, but those batteries are not going to be in place forever. The lithium, the Life PO4, the lithium iron phosphate batteries, they're lighter and they're more efficient. And that's what people are going to be, the cars are going to be transitioning to.
And probably more expensive. But I think we've got a ways to go. So this is
I don't know about more expensive. You have to remember, car manufacturers are in the business of selling cars. They're going to have cars for every market. So I don't think that's a fair statement. I can't say that as an expert. I'm not a car dealer, but
Me
that's
neither.
just my take.
Okay, no, I really appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no other questions, thanks so much, Irene, for being with us and for your patience today.
Okay, and thank you for your patience.
All right, Bill Finch, you're up. Welcome. Bill, put on your microphone if you would, please. Oh, there it goes.
I'm going to talk fast because I have to pick up my puppy at Camp Bow Wow in 1 hour. So it's it's time limited, but I want to thank the co-chairs, Cohen and Lamar, vice chairs Lopes, Berger, Gravello, and ranking members Wong and Kennedy for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Bill Finch, and I'm testifying on behalf of the National Electrical Contractors Association and the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. As you probably know, within the building trades, labor and management works together as a team. And I want to speak in favor of 5485 Act concerning transportation infrastructure. You know, the free market of our country has really created a better mousetrap. I don't know how many of you have driven electric vehicles, but I have. And if I didn't have a Prius that I'm trying to eke out another, 10 or 20,000 miles out of it, I would certainly be looking into buying an electric vehicle because they are unlike anything you've ever driven before. They're quieter, safer, faster, and cheaper. So I don't know why I would ever go back to internal combustion engines, although I do think that Priuses and hybrids are also have a valuable place that we've undervalued. But auto manufacturers are manufacturing more and more electric vehicles, and it's an alternative that many consumers are demanding. It isn't a mandate. It's something that consumers are demanding. There's a 2% increase just last year to this year in electric vehicle sales. Doesn't sound like much, but it went from about 6% to 8% of all the vehicles sold. Our two organizations have long trained electrical workers of tomorrow, and we've kept abreast of changes in technology like electric vehicles. In fact, we've worked with several major car manufacturers to develop what's called EVITP, the Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Training Program. It is something that is called out in NEVI, the National Electrical Vehicle Infrastructure regulations, that you have to have a certain number of EVITP certified electricians, be they our members in the union, unionized contractors, or non-unionized. You have to have that training. We train that out of our own salary. We run our apprenticeship schools and training schools, and we do that for all the new skills that are required, including electric vehicle infrastructure. And that's tuition free. So if any of your children or your constituents are looking for a career and graduate without any college debt, they should look into becoming an electrician, and we'll take good care of them. Our NECA contractors and IBW members have installed almost all of the green infrastructure that you see throughout the state, the renewable energy projects throughout Connecticut. We've been active in the climate fight long before it was a big deal. And we have been responsible for reducing greenhouse gas emissions, as you are proposing to do with this raised bill. There's one problem with the bill, I think. Obviously, it's not a mandate. It's a great effort to coordinate lots of vested interests, lots of special interests, and lots of public interests behind this bill to try to figure out a roadmap for this new technology. But you don't have anybody on this 40-member council that's ever put one of these things in or wired them. You really need to have an electrical contractor on there or a member of the IBW or a non-union shop that understands how to put in an electric vehicle charging station. It isn't just saying we want to put it here. There's a lot that goes into the analysis and the capacity of the local electricity and whatnot. So I think language should be drafted to add members to the council who have actual knowledge of EV charging infrastructure.
Mr. Finch, just a heads up, 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. We support the bill because it's going to, I think it's going to help rural areas. Unfortunately, people said it wouldn't, but you actually call that out. It's going to create local jobs for our members, and I think it's going to save people money and the state money in the long run. Not to mention cleaner air.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. And I think, as we were crafting this proposal, there was a discussion about certain labor organizations or just workers in the field, whether it be in manufacturing or other ancillary fields with respect to electric vehicles, whether or not they be on it. So I appreciate your input there in expressing your desire to see some of these workers on here. And I also appreciate you're sort of the folks you represent, electrical workers, is sort of a good example of, we hear a lot about the job loss with respect to manufacturing of electric vehicles, but there's other gains on the periphery, in the green economy, and electrical workers, I think, are a good example of that. So I just wanted to make mention of that. Any questions? Representative Berger Jaballo.
Thank you so much. It's good to see you. And my 10-year-old Prius will, I won't race you, but because we don't do that in this committee, but happy to drive alongside you. One of the things that I think that we've been missing today was really the talk about jobs, because that's the pushback that we get often, is that there will be a loss in jobs collectively. You've spoken pretty broadly. Do you have anything else that you can add to the conversation, not just as it pertains to your particular, the electrician sector, that kind of thing? Can you speak to the opportunity for creation of jobs on this?
I don't think you have any part of our state economy where you can train your workforce for free. Out of our paychecks every week, our members deduct so much that goes to run our training centers. And we have an open invitation. I know we've tried to schedule it. Several of you have seen these training centers. They're state of the art. They create as many electricians as you want to create. We will create. Obviously, project labor agreements are a very good way to send signals to the market as to how many electricians do you need. We were very happy to see that Washington called out the IBEW several times. The president's mentioned us. I think it's the only time in the history of our country where a president has called out any particular labor union 3 times, I'm counting, on the floor of the United States Congress. We were extremely proud of that. Regardless of whatever party the president is, we want to be recognized as great American trade workers. And right now, a lot of the work that's coming down the pike is just starting to create employment. We've had 20% unemployment in the Bridgeport local for a significant period of time. But again, to the extent you want to train workers, it costs the state nothing to train electricians. We pay for that out of our own wages. And we're really proud of that. And we do state of the art. So for example, we worked with GM and BMW and several of the major manufacturers to create EVITP, because it is a very complicated thing. Everybody thinks, well, we're just going to put these things in all over the place. Well, you have 3 levels of chargers, and there'll probably be more as we go down the line. And you need to have an electrician scope out the site and tell you whether or not you can put those chargers in, or whether it's going to cost you more money than you thought or less money, and how to do it safely and efficiently, on budget and on time.
That again, appreciate that. And I know that we have a much broader conversation across, in not just the EV conversation, but about what green infrastructure can do to create jobs in this state. And so it's nice to have the opportunity to discuss it in a very tangible way. So thank you for that. And thank you, Madam Chair.
And just to add, I think going forward, the IBEW realizes that there will be significant increases in our membership, as well as the non-unionized sector, to fulfill all these needs of electrifying everything. We're going to need a smart grid. I know the Energy Committee is trying to deal with that with Senator Needleman. But we're there ready and willing, able to create as many electricians for the future as you'd like to have.
Thank you, Representative Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome, Mayor Finch. Remember when you had the seemingly calm days of governing in Bridgeport. But I also wanted to applaud you.
Compliment. Thank you.
Yes, yes. And I also want to applaud you for your longstanding engagement and passionate advocacy of the environmental issues.
Thank you.
When you were mayor, you led so many initiatives. So I want to applaud you on that. And speaking of that, in the role that you represent, I have great respect for the professional expertise and the talent of electricians, and which brings the point of the complexity of the EV industry, that we talked about job loss here and there, but one sector may gain, but other sectors may lose. But talk a little bit of how important electricians are in the unique aspect of fully electric cars versus hybrid. You know the challenge of it, and how many dealerships would lose in regards to service, and how many independent small shops that are able to service cars would no longer be able to do so because of the incredible complexity and the danger of purely electrical based driven vehicles.
Well, I'm not really informed about other industries. I do my best to understand the electrical wiring industry, which is pretty complicated. We certainly are excited about the job growth in our industry of electrifying and everything. I was recently in Washington at a conference where they said the electrician is the most indispensable career in America for the next 20 or 30 years because of all the reasons that you're dealing with, not only in this bill, but others. I'm sure there'll be losses in other areas. I'm not qualified to talk about those, but I can tell you that we're really excited about the job gains. And I know you've talked to me about coming to visit our training center in Monroe. We would be really happy to have any of you. We have training centers in East Windsor. We have them in Hartford, Monroe, and Wallingford. They're open door. We'd love to have you. You'll see some real eager young people of all walks of life there trying to have a career in electrical wiring.
No doubt, and the IBEW does a great job, particularly in your division in your chapter, where the Carrolls and Mr. McNerney has been a tremendous leader and made such big differences in construction and safety in our communities. But nevertheless, I think the challenge is, right, that's one part you couldn't talk about job. Well, maybe net gain in one because of the complexity and the unique talents that's needed. You're going to have losses in other sectors. That's a give and take, and you can't discount that. But the other critical factor is, as you know, in the electrical sector, we struggle with our utilities. As a former mayor and administrator, we struggle with our utilities and their responsiveness. What do you say when we go full electric? We create greater dependency on our utilities. We're already struggling for them to pay respect and consideration to the consumer. What happens when they're the only game in town and we take away fuel stations, we take away oil companies in the area? I fear that our utilities, that if they are the sole generator of power, how much influence and how much more powerful can they get? Isn't that a concern when you think about electrifying everything? And by the way, when you talk about electrifying everything, which benefits, but nevertheless, what creates that electrical energy? It's not always renewable. You don't have enough sustainability. You may need to consider, nuclear. You may need to consider fossil fuels to generate that electricity. So electricity is an important part. But wouldn't you say that I don't want to count everything on my utilities? I can't depend on them to be consumer sensitive. And number two, they can't be the only source of energy delivery because it becomes too prohibitively dependent.
Well, I said our union is green, but we also have built fossil fuel plants. We are very gung-ho about fuel cells. Unfortunately, some people in Connecticut aren't as gung-ho as we are. Fuel cells are all pretty much made here in Connecticut, and we don't support them. We do. I think it's all of the above. You've got to approach that. That's really more your decision than mine. But I will tell you that we'll have as many electricians as you need to do whatever policy you guys create. I can't tell you what to create, but I can tell you that wherever there's two wires putting together, we'll be there to help you figure out how to do it.
Thank you, Mayor Finch, and no more questions. And thank you to all of your men and women that provide safe and professional electrical services in our communities. And I won't hold you up. I don't want the puppy to be waiting for you. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair.
Seeing no other questions among us, I believe you are dismissed for doggy duty. Thank you so much for coming in. Up next is Charles Rothenberger.
We're getting very close to saying good evening. But my name is Charles Rothenberger. I'm the climate and energy attorney with Save the Sound. I'm very happy to be here to testify in support of HB 5485, an act concerning transportation infrastructure for electric vehicles. This bill really just establishes an electric vehicle infrastructure coordinating council to begin the planning process necessary to accommodate the transition to an increasingly electrified transportation sector. This bill provides direction for developing a roadmap to ensure the smooth transition to an electric vehicle future, but it does not, contrary to some of the testimony we heard, require the electrification of our transportation sector. Rather, it simply recognizes that this is where the future of transportation is headed. In that regard, I guess it does presuppose the outcome of more EVs and hybrid electric vehicles on our roads in the years ahead, but that is simply a recognition of where the market is headed. To quote the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, everybody here seems to support, by all accounts, a shift to zero-emission vehicles is underway, and it presents a strong potential for dramatic reductions in greenhouse gases and criteria pollutant emissions. To be sure, this increasing adoption of electric vehicles is happening in different rates in different states. When you look at the data, though, it becomes clear that when states provide access to electric vehicles, people buy them. I included a chart in my testimony showing the very different EV adoption rates in states that have supported manufacturers delivering vehicles to consumers versus those states where those policies have not been in place, and it varies dramatically. And Connecticut is rapidly approaching a 10% market penetration in terms of new vehicle sales, well ahead of any regulatory requirement that would go along with our 20-year history of following the California standards. So while it's clear that Connecticut and other states will need to make necessary investments in our grid and EV charging capacity to meet this growing market demand, there's never been a better time to plan and make those investments. The Inflation Reduction Act provides a total of $7.5 billion to building out the nation's EV charging network between 2022 and 2026. Additionally, the federal tax credit on EV charging equipment has been extended through 2032, with an emphasis on placing equipment in low-income and rural communities. And through the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Formula Program, Connecticut will be receiving approximately $52 million in dedicated funding over the next 5 years to help build out our clean transportation corridors. So this bill really provides the opportunity to build upon these efforts in a way that maximizes federal funding and allows Connecticut to prudently address increasing consumer demand for electric vehicles. And we urge you to pass the bill favorably out of committee. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you so much. Appreciate all of your expertise on this and also your patience, because I know you've been waiting for quite some time as well. Are you able to speak to any of the comments that have been made throughout the day today about the modernized grid? Is there anything that you can add to that conversation or to clarify?
Sure. I think we heard a colloquy just before I was up here about some concerns about putting all of our eggs in one basket under the electric utilities. And there's certainly been some friction over the years between consumers and ratepayers and the electric utilities. But right now, there is a very coordinated and concerted effort to really make the utilities partners in this effort. I've gotten the sense that they're willing to be partners in this effort. There's several dockets under the so-called equitable modern grid proceedings at PURA, which really help to bring the utilities up to speed when it comes to one, providing support for the electrification of electric vehicles. We have an EV managed charging incentive program. We have very robust programs to help support the deployment of solar and clean renewable energy. And we also have a performance-based incentive program, which is really going to transform the way that we compensate utilities. Right now, it's really based upon how much they spend. The new regime will really be how much they spend wisely with the guidance of PURA, with oversight, with direction. That's why I think this bill and this council is so important, because working with the utilities as members of this council, other stakeholders, and I agree with the comments that said there should be some additional stakeholders at the table, the more the better. We can really lay out the future in a way that ensures the utilities are making prudent, necessary investments over time. It doesn't all have to happen tomorrow to keep pace with the scale of this transition. We're not going to have 6 million electric vehicles on the road in Connecticut tomorrow. We will have more than we have today, and we need to be able to scale up accordingly over time. So I'm confident that we can do that.
I appreciate your confidence. One last question, though, if I may. Do you have specific recommendations for broadening the participation in the council, or was it more of a general idea about you'd like to see more participation? You mentioned that you'd like to see other people at the table.
Yeah, I mean, I thought the suggestion of having representatives of firefighters be part of this certainly makes sense. I know there have been some discrete incidences with electric vehicles, which, are not widespread or the norm, but having their input about how to address that certainly makes sense. I was encouraged to hear that, the batteries that will become more prominent moving forward will not have even those small chances of catching fire. So, technology is always improving. The technology that we have today will not be the technology that we have tomorrow. But I think the important point is this is really a change that we're seeing supported by consumers. Again, growing over time. Not everybody is going to rush out and buy an EV tomorrow. But again, there'll be more people buying an EV tomorrow than there were yesterday.
Every day that is true. Any other questions among us? I believe Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't be in a soliloquy, but I think the key is, first, I want to take a moment and thank you and Save the Sound for your remarkable work in advocacy and preserving our shorelines and raising greater awareness. It's the importance of protecting it. And I understand the environmental impact of it, but do you truly believe that we have the infrastructure and the capacity to accommodate the ambitious goals that we are looking to initiate? Do you truly believe that? And if you do, please share with me what would be the top 3 things that you would undertake to accomplish that.
Well, I guess I would answer by saying I don't think we do today, which is the very reason for this bill. I believe we have the capacity to do that. Number one is this planning process. And I think it really has a couple of pieces. Clearly, we need to plan for the capacity of our grid to handle an increasingly electrified future. And that includes not just electric vehicles, but it also includes heat pumps and more buildings having electrical heating and cooling systems. We recognize that does not come without costs, perhaps very significant costs. But again, this change is being driven by and large by consumers. So these investments are really not avoidable unless we propose to ban people driving electric vehicles. So planning for those necessary upgrades in a timely fashion. I know we've heard testimony in other committees, but from Eversource and UI about how they are planning for that. Electrical substation upgrades can be very expensive, as you are well aware, and how to spread those costs equitably and evenly. Number 3, we need to prepare for the build out and more access to electric vehicle charging stations. And that we heard again, people who live in apartments, they pose particular challenges. Rural communities, how do we ensure that there's convenient access to those? And again, those efforts are already underway.
No, I appreciate that. And thank you. But one word that caught me, you said consumer demand. Is there a measurable and a growth in consumer demand? We're seeing more of it, no doubt. But all I've been reading in the news is the declining demands, the challenges. Do you have evidence of growing demand, consumer demand for such a vehicle?
We do, as a matter of fact. Year over year, there has been exponential growth in the sale of electric vehicles in the United States as well as elsewhere. Here in Connecticut, we've seen a 44% year over year increase in this past year. And that is being driven by the choices that consumers are making.
Having driven an electric car for many years, 44% of what number the previous year, and what is the total number? Percentages are a doggone thing. So tell me, are you acquainted with the data of total cars on the roads versus the total cars of electric cars? When you say 44%, look, at 10 cars, if I jump it to, 400 cars, it's an incremental, huge percentage cost, but it's not even close to the total cars on the road. So do you have total numbers in regards relative to the number of cars on the road? You're saying that there's a growing demand. You're saying that there's a significant incremental percentage change, but do you have the real numbers in regards to the amount of cars that are on the road in Connecticut? So what we're looking to do.
So thank you. I will answer it another way without giving you the specific numbers. But, according to the data, 1 out of every 10 cars being sold in Connecticut is an electric vehicle. So there's your number. There are a lot more legacy vehicles on the road for sure, but that gives you a sense of where the market is heading.
I appreciate that. And I would love to be able to get that data point. That would be helpful to me. So if you're sharing that 1 in 10 cars being sold in Connecticut are EV vehicles, now, does that include hybrids as well?
It does, yes.
Okay, so that's a qualifier. So, but we're looking at the EV focus. So maybe you can parse those two numbers down for me. It'd be incredibly helpful, and I look forward to getting that.
Sure.
The last point I would say is this. So we're looking at increased capacity and usage in energy, all right? And we want to focus on renewable and move away from fossil fuel. What would you say we're pushing toward wind power? What would you say if we double, triple, or quadruple more the wind power into the sound and into the water? I'm just using hypothetical for save the sound. I have seen and questioned some of the challenges related to water life challenges and changes in the ecology of. So how would you say to that from a save the sound perspective if they say, I'm going to be like in Ireland and a lot of the European countries where as I come across into the port, I see wind power generating renewable power at every turn. What would you say to that if we triple and quadruple the amount of wind source turbines into our sea?
It seems like a beautiful thing, and it's probably something that we do need to do. I know you mentioned, however, the role that nuclear might play. And I think with a lot of these conversations, there is an assumption that all we are talking about is solar. That's an important part of the energy puzzle. All we're talking about is offshore wind. That's an incredibly important part of the clean energy future. Can there be a role for nuclear? I know there's a lot of support for it in Connecticut. That would certainly provide a zero carbon source of power to cover at least some of this. So, I'm not saying that you were suggesting this, but, would not be too quick to simply suggest that folks that are looking towards an electrified future are only looking to wind and solar as low carbon resources. I think there's a debate to be had about what the cost and viability of small modular reactors are. They may end up being much more expensive than some of the clean renewables, but we can have that conversation.
And you know what? I greatly respect your principal honesty, and that is a food for conversation. And as we look at explore EVs, I think we need to be honest and frank. And as a lot of the manufacturers have explored hydrogen as a fuel source in looking at that, you are starting to see a trend with a lot of the major manufacturers to look at hydrogen And hydrogen as a byproduct is truly a zero carbon solution. You know, so I think, again, we shouldn't wed ourselves to one way when the pace of technology and innovation is so fast moving. Who's to know that in the maybe even before we get to 2030, that we discover a way to contain fusion? Wouldn't that be an incredible discovery for power generation? But again, and I go back to what I said, if you're going to push towards something without fully understanding, one, the technology innovation and where the industry is going, and number two, to not create openings for other forms of alternative solutions to reducing our carbon footprint and fossil fuel dependency, then, you know, the only loser in this are the consumers and the businesses that are forced to adapt to these regulations, not mandates, these regulations that are being imposed. And I think that's the critical challenge I have in evaluating this, is we have to tread very, very carefully, because what we kind of propose out in this building impacts businesses and individual consumers. And if we're wrong, the only loser are them, not us in government. So I appreciate your principled honesty and the opportunity. And I welcome to have this future conversations, but maybe those other sectors of energy may be more relevant as we go into the future. Maybe perhaps that is a solution. You know, hydrogen, fusion, if greatly possible, but nevertheless, I appreciate, I mean, as I end in the beginning, and I hope I began by not saying being in a soliloquy, but we'll talk quite a bit, and it's a long night, is I thank you for the work and Save the Sound.
Yep. Well, thank you. And I know you know this as an early supporter of the California regulations, that those regulations did also include hydrogen fuel cell vehicles among the advanced technology vehicles that were going to be encouraged. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Charles, for being here in your testimony. I know we have a couple other questions, and I just will say, I think you underestimated the number of EVs in terms of uptake from year over year. I think the last number I had from DMV was 47% growth. We're up to above 44,000 in the state of Connecticut. And certainly in this legislation, that's something that they need to contemplate. They'll be requesting those numbers of not only electric vehicles, but fuel cell vehicles and other alternative fuel vehicles in this council, should it come to fruition. So along with a number of other things that the senator had asked you about, and certainly, you know, as we talk about grid modernization, we know there's an open docket on grid modernization, and PURA and DEP have been doing you know, their work on that as well. So you know, time will tell where we go, but it sounds like there's a wide portfolio and a wide breadth of opportunity and possibility when it comes to where our grid will be even a decade from now. So I believe Representative Carney had a question.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you for your testimony, Charles. I guess similar to what Senator Wong was kind of talking about, my question is more, where are we going to get all of this energy? And I know we can say, well, we don't know where we'll be in 10 years, but I mean, right now, there's, and you know, correct me if I'm wrong, right now, I don't believe the grid could handle it. And I know that's what this panel wants to look into, but I guess I'm just gonna ask that simple question. Where are we going to get our energy? What sources? How are we gonna do it?
Well, I mean, we are going, not sure exactly what time frame we were talking about here, but moving forward, look, I don't think anybody is anticipating that our natural gas power plants are all going to go away anytime soon. And there's a lot of analysis that suggests that as a gap filler, there could be a continuing role for at least some of them for quite a while. Now, that could be taken up by a different technology, different baseload technology, such as nuclear, if these small advanced modular reactors turn out to be cost effective and feasible. I think that's still a big if, but I know there's a lot of interest in exploring those opportunities. A large portion of it is going to be coming from scaling up of offshore wind. That's the one clean renewable energy source in our region that has the greatest potential for large infusions of energy into our grid. But that needs investments in our transmission and distribution system, and we recognize that. And there are separate planning processes already underway to explore how best to do that. So not suggesting it is not complicated, not suggesting this can all happen tomorrow, but it doesn't need to happen tomorrow. But what does need to happen today is the planning for that future and mapping out where we need to go and what that end goal is. And DEEP does that a lot in its integrated resource planning documents, which happy to share with the committee if you haven't seen them. They've mapped out several scenarios about how to get, at least for Connecticut, to 100% zero carbon future by 2040, the statutory date. There are a lot of different options and a lot of different ways to get there, and those will be driven by cost effectiveness, ratepayer impacts, et cetera.
Okay, no, I really appreciate that answer, actually, because I think it is very important when we're having this discussion to be realistic. I've heard people, you just got to do it now. We can't do it now, or, and you have to take cost into consideration. I would like to see more emphasis on this panel with that. From my experience as state representative for the last 10 years, I could tell you, when people either lose power because of a storm or their electric bills go up, all of a sudden, they don't really care where the energy is coming from or whether, how clean it is. They want to know why their electric bill is so high or why their power is out. And I think you see that in California. I mean, Governor Newsom extended the life of a nuclear plant. So, but I do really appreciate you mentioning that and mentioning that, this is going to take time and we can't just eliminate an energy source tomorrow. We're a small state. It's complicated. We don't have a lot of solar or wind coming in now. So all of those factors come into play. So I really do, again, thank you for that thoughtful answer. Sure.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no other questions, thanks so much, Charles, for your time and testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Tom Swan. Welcome, Tom.
Thank you, Senator Cohen, Representative Lamar, members of the Transportation Committee. I am sorry that I was delayed in being able to present my testimony. I was doing pickup of kids at school and was stuck in traffic. Having said that, I want to thank you for raising the bill today. And I want to use this bill, the bill pertaining to that we've just been discussing, pertaining to EV infrastructure, planning for that. Because I think it's important for us to move forward. And I want to use it as an opportunity to call out the opposition to this and to the overall Clean Car Initiative. I remember when the state of Connecticut that the Republican Party was viewed as one that was part of conservation and trying to keep a clean environment. I know people are speaking in soft tones and thoughtful approach to this, but the debate entirely around cleaning cars and around this is a fossil fuel industry driven effort to try to undermine a clean energy future. Nobody asked questions about where will we get the data and do we have enough data when we had to do the emergency e-cert to pass to bring data centers to this place. This entire campaign and all the fake testimony that you received today was driven by a Koch brothers front group that operates in Connecticut and is part of a national network. The Koch brothers are part of the fossil fuel industry trying to undermine any advances on climate change. Failure for Connecticut to position ourselves to be in the lead in terms of the clean energy future would be a failure, not just on the environment, but also economically. It would set us back and behind many other states. We need to stand up. And the reason why I came here today is because we've got to stop being so polite. If somebody says any time again that this is a banning of cars, legislation or proposal, they've got to be interrupted and called out on that. That is a lie. And the entire campaign has been based upon misinformation and trying to make sure that the Yankee Institute and others can protect the fossil fuel industry now and going forward. I think Senator Cohen and Representative Lamar, you've done a great job at pushing back on some of this, but I think you got to do it even stronger and not as polite, even if the other side is trying to paint themselves as being polite. It is based upon a lie. It needs to be called on it. And I thank you for trying to position the state of Connecticut to be a leader in the green economy future.
Thanks so much, Tom. Appreciate you sticking to the 3-minute mark and addressing the fact that this is not in fact a ban, but really deals with creating a council so that we can ready ourselves in Connecticut for an electric future, which seems to be the direction we're headed, whether again, we adopt California standards, well, we're in the California standards right now, but whether we stand up the regulatory framework for California standards or we revert to the federal standards. So I appreciate that. I don't see any questions from the committee. So thanks, Tom, and appreciate your patience. Nobody knows better than I than having to pick up kids and sit in traffic, and we all understand that, I guess. We lots of parents around here and family members. So thanks again for making an effort to be with us today.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
You too. Next we have Dr. Mark Mitchell. Dr. Mitchell, welcome.
Thank you, Senator Cohen. And good evening to you and the members of the committee. My name is Dr. Mark Mitchell. I'm a public health and environmental health physician, and I'm also the co-chair of the Connecticut Equity and Environmental Justice Advisory Council, although I'm not actually speaking on behalf of CJAC today. I'm here to testify in favor of 5485, an act concerning transportation infrastructure for electric vehicles, and also in favor of implementing the Advanced Clean Cars 2, Advanced Clean Trucks, and heavy-duty omnibus standards to protect the health of low-wealth communities and communities of color that are often have multiple and cumulative exposures to environmental toxicants. I'm here to testify that the people who have the least access to cars suffer the most from traffic-related pollution, and this is not fair. Our state transportation goals should not be to get everybody into new EV cars, but rather to prevent everyone from needing to have a car by increasing access to pollution-free public transportation and making our neighborhoods more walkable and more bikeable. I live in one of the lowest income neighborhoods in Connecticut where I see and I feel the effects of fossil fuel powered transportation every day. Although about half of the households in my neighborhood do not have automobiles, we have daily traffic jams and some of the highest asthma rates in the state resulting from traffic-related air pollution. Nationally, asthma death rates in African-American teens is 8 times higher than in white teens. Blacks and Latinos in Connecticut have asthma hospitalization rates that are 3 to 4 times higher than whites. On a personal level, I am the first person in my 30-plus member extended family to have asthma. I'm also the first person to have coronary artery heart disease in my family. Traffic-related air pollution is known to cause both of these diseases. We need to reduce and eventually eliminate the air pollution, water pollution, and toxicants that come from gasoline and diesel-fired automobiles, trucks, and buses. This alone will reduce our Alzheimer's rates, autism rates, premature birth, and increase in IQs, increased school performance, and job readiness for our urban youth. In summary, we need clean air, we need clean transportation. And if you'd like, I can make some comments on the actual bill and how we can improve the bill. But thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mitchell. And it's almost like you read my mind because I'd like to understand from your perspective. First of all, thank you for highlighting, some of the reasons that this bill has come into existence, not the least of which is the disproportionate impact on the BIPOC community, with a poor air quality and lung disease and really heart disease as well, as you pointed out. And I think that was really important in the crafting of this council in ensuring that we had members of the public health community that could speak to that, as well as paying special mind to environmental justice communities. I know you said you're not here on behalf of CJAC, but I'd love for you to put on that hat for a minute, as well as just speaking as an individual, and maybe tell me a little bit, or tell the committee a little bit about how you think this council is structured, and not only the council, because there's several pieces, components in here on the cheaper program and restructuring that to be more equitable. I just wonder what your thoughts are on what we've done there in this proposal, as well as, the makeup of the council.
Yeah, I really want to applaud you on including environmental justice and making it a priority. As you know, I've been around for decades in environmental justice, and it's so good to hear people acknowledge that there are real environmental justice concerns, and that there should be a seat at the table for those of us in low-income communities and in communities of color. So I like the makeup. I like the focus on environmental justice. The thing that I would add, though, is that in environmental justice communities, there are oftentimes barriers to achieving certain goals that are not regularly predicted. And so one of the things that I would recommend that this council look into is to try to identify environmental justice barriers, barriers that don't exist in many other communities that typically exist in environmental justice communities, and to come up with recommendations for addressing those barriers. So I was thrilled to see that a representative from CJAC would be on this this council, and as far as the cheaper program is concerned, the rebate program, low-income people, most people don't buy new cars, can't afford new cars. In Connecticut, 74% of cars sold are used cars, and low-income people cannot afford new cars in general, and like most people in Connecticut. So I would focus the cheaper program on the used electric vehicle market. But again, this is something I think that the council can discuss and make recommendations about.
Thank you, Dr. Mitchell. And I believe that's been a discussion of the cheaper board, because there hasn't been a lot of uptake of the rebates on used vehicles. I know we added that not too long ago, to be able to provide rebates for, I think that might have been part of the Clean Air Act. There was so much in there. You would think I know since I helped author it, but I'm pretty sure that's when we did it. And knowing that there hasn't been a lot of uptake, I think, that's part of where in this proposal, that piece about enhancing, communications with respect to these rebates and offerings comes from. And if we can do more to go deeper, even deeper with the incentives on used cars, I'd be in full support of that. But I appreciate your comments there.
Right. And I do want to say it is important to have trusted voices to educate the community about these options and what's required and to help people walk through the processes for applying to and getting access to these kinds of incentives. So thank you for doing that.
Yeah, thank you. And I don't see any other questions. So just thanks once again, Dr. Mitchell, for all your work on environmental justice in the state of Connecticut. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Cohen.
Next, we have Omar Masood.
Thank you, Chair Cohen. My name is Omar Masood. I'm the Director of State Government Relations for Advocates for Highway and Auto Safety. Advocates is an alliance of consumer, medical, public health, law enforcement, safety groups, insurance companies, and agents working to improve road safety. And we also coordinated a group letter that we submitted as written testimony. We appreciate this opportunity to provide testimony at the hearing as well. Advocates strongly supports SB 242 to lower the state's BAC limit while driving to 0.05%. At 0.05, a person exhibits reduced coordination, decreased ability to track moving objects, difficulty steering, and diminished response to emergency situations. 0.05% BAC is a proven life-saving solution effectively used worldwide but underused in the US. More than 100 countries have 0.05% or lower limits. Alcohol consumption in many of these countries is as much or more than in the United States, but drunk driving is much less because lower limits act as a deterrent. Erroneous claims which were used in the 1990s to oppose the change in national policy from 0.10 to 0.08 BAC are being recycled now by some members of the hospitality industry. However, the facts are that moving to 0.08% BAC saved approximately 25,000 lives between 1983 and 2014 alone, and without adverse impacts on the criminal justice system or the alcohol and hospitality industries. In addition to the horrific death and injury toll, drunk driving also imposes an annual burden of $296 billion. That means that each person living in the United States essentially pays an annual drunk driving crash tax of nearly $900. It also impacts businesses and costs employers $8 billion, with 81% of that involving crashes while off the job. In conclusion, drunk driving is a deadly and costly threat to Connecticut residents and visitors. Advancing SB 424 will address this preventable danger and keep families whole. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much, Mr. Masood, and thank you for highlighting the economic impacts. We haven't really discussed that at all, and that certainly is something that we should be discussing more and bringing to light. So I appreciate that. I've asked others who've testified on this today, and I understand you're in favor of 424. We have another bill before us, 423, on driving while ability impaired, and I wondered if you had any thoughts on that. And, if you believe one is better than the other, it sounds like because you're testifying for 424, you believe that should be the proposal to move forward. But we are considering another approach, and just wondered if you could give us your comments there.
Sure. Yeah, we support SB 424. We don't believe that administrative BAC works based on the experience of other places where they have that in place, such as New York.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your time and testimony today. I don't see any other questions, so thanks for your patience and sticking with us.
Thank you.
Next, we have Armand Pereira. Welcome.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the time
to talk on this session, Chairwoman, and also the members of the committee. So I'm calling in as a resident, and in my previous career, I was Director of Competitive and Market Intelligence for Hitachi. So I look at everything with a wary eye and some degree of pragmatism. So I'll say I'm cautious about HB 5485, and more cautious not about the content, but the execution. I looked at the previous roadmap in 2020, and I saw that significant milestones were never made, but there was a tactical deployment of EVs without consideration for some of the milestones that were required. So that's just a leading comment. Some other things. Inside the bill, we're excluding significant polluters. Why are we excluding recreational power boats all through our marinas through the state of Connecticut, specifically when the urban areas that are experiencing a lot of the pollution are on the shoreline? The other thing is, I think we're not understanding human nature. Adoption for EVs have been slow, but we haven't applied sound psychological mechanisms to drive the behavior. If we were to reduce the cost of electricity significantly in the state of Connecticut and eliminate the personal property tax on EVs, people would be running to the dealerships to buy them. So look at what drives behavior and understand the cost of electricity in the state of Connecticut is going to delay adoption. Fix that problem first, and you'll see EV adoption go through the roof. Just my opinion. Another thing, future technologies and how they change. I know there was a bid that went out for EV charging stations. That technology is in a state of flux right now. Right now, we have gas pump-like connectors. If you or anyone on the committee is not aware of inductive charging, that may change the entire profile of the charging stations and require major upgrades or replacement in the future. As it relates to comments about the power grid, I was glad to hear them. There was mention of micronuclear reactors. Just to comment on that, that's a stable power source, 24/7, all year round, and one micronuclear reactor provides the equivalent power of 100 windmills. So, and then finally, as it relates to building your committee, in picking the individuals, do not pick individuals that agree with the leadership 100% of the time. If you do that, you've got the wrong people. You need some contention to make good decisions. Trust but verify when you hear industry experts speak or give you reports. Additionally, white papers and study. There's a book called How to Lie with Statistics. If they're using select cherry-picked metrics, be cautious of the story and question what drives their behavior, especially if they work in the industry, they will profit by implementation in the industry, or they're funded via grants within some sort of academic institutions. So what I would like in closing is please consider, with the transition to EVs, act without bias, act without emotion, act without political ideology, and act with hard, unbiased data and intelligence that is in the best interest of the taxpayers, vehicle owners, and utility customers in the state of Connecticut. That's all I have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pereira, for that testimony, thoughtful testimony. And clearly, you've gone through the legislation, and a lot of what you mentioned will be contemplated by the council should it pass. But I appreciate your comments and making sure that this 40-member council is a diverse group representing many interests, and to take an unbiased approach as they look to update, this electric vehicle roadmap and provide a report that is something that will be useful to all the residents of the state of Connecticut. So I appreciate that tremendously. I don't see any questions or comments. So again, thanks so much for sticking with us. I know you're here right at the end, and we've been going for quite some time. So I really appreciate that.
Well, thank you and have a good evening.
You too. Next, we have Amy Johnson.
Hi, my name is Amy Johnson, and I live in Western Connecticut, and I'm a taxpayer. And I'm speaking today in opposition of House Bill 5485. There are several reasons I'm in opposition of this bill. One of the things I know is, according to Consumer Reports, EV owners most frequently reported troubles with battery and charging systems, as well as how the vehicle body panels and interior parts fit together. In doing some research, Sand Law reports EV batteries pose a significant explosion risk. EVs pose a higher risk for accidents because their rapid accelerations can surprise drivers. There are also high sticker prices, range anxiety, and the fear of battery degradation and potential fires that are among other concerns of mine. How will our cold New England temperatures affect the use of electric vehicles? How will this affect our already skyrocketing electric bills? Where are these batteries manufactured? How will the batteries be disposed of? If there is a power outage, how will this affect usage? Will people be able to get to and from work and go about their lives? The infrastructure is not there to support this mandate. We should be allowed the freedom to purchase whatever vehicle we would like. The government has no right to dictate and tell us what type of vehicle we should purchase. According to United Way, quote, even before the pandemic, 38% of families in Connecticut struggle to pay for basic needs, end quote. If the average family cannot afford basics like food, heating, and other household costs, how are we going to expect them to afford an electric vehicle? Due to inflation, the cost of everything is tough, and everyone feels it. In speaking with several families in my community, several have to choose between buying groceries or paying other monthly bills just to live. This quote unquote roadmap to EV is misleading and seems like the end goal is already established. After listening to some of the comments in response to speakers, it seems like everyone's mind is already made up. Connecticut residents do not want an EV mandate. I urge you to vote this down. We the people oppose this bill.
Thank you, Amy. I appreciate your testimony today and appreciate you sort of sticking with us. I think a number of the questions you pose will be contemplated by the council set forth. And yes, you know, by definition, EV roadmap is a roadmap to electrification. And that's sort of the case because no matter which emission standards Connecticut follows, either federal emission standards or California emission standards, there is a trajectory towards electrification. And so we will be required to be meeting certain goals and standards according to whichever standard we are following here in the state. So that's where that's coming from. There is no mandate set forth in the legislation before us today. This is purely about having a council so that Connecticut can answer some of those questions or pose some of those questions in the process. And hopefully you can participate in some of these informational meetings that will be held, and there's a public process there as well, should this come to fruition. I don't see any other questions or comments from members. And again, just thank you for your time and testimony today. Next, we have Bob Gargiulo from Mothers Against Drunk Driving. Thanks, Bob. I see you online here. I know you held out with us all day today as well. Both you were in person for a long time. Are you with us online? All right, Bob, I'll check back in with you. We'll go to Samantha. Oh, sorry, Sam. Bob's with us.
I'm sorry.
Sam's here in the room, Bob. So I saw you just come on. Sorry.
No problem. Thank you so much. Good evening, distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Bob Gargiulo, and I serve as the New England Region Executive Director for Mothers Against Drunk Driving, overseeing Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and of course, Connecticut. MAG Connecticut strongly supports Senate Bill 424 because the battle against drunk driving is far from over, as we've heard, and lowering the BAC limit will save lives. Perhaps yours, perhaps mine, and quite possibly that of our loved ones. In 2021, as we've heard, 13,384 men, women, and innocent children were killed in motor vehicle crashes. involving alcohol and an alcohol impaired driver that represented 31% of the traffic fatalities. So I apologize for some of the repetitiveness, but what hasn't been pointed out is that the 112 people killed in Connecticut in that same year represented 40% of all fatal crashes involving alcohol in the country. That placed Connecticut once again in the top 3 of all states with the highest percentage of fatal crashes involving alcohol. We've been as high as 1, and now we're at number 3, still obviously too high. 1 death is one too many. We're 9% above the national average. The science behind 0.05 BAC limits is clear, well documented, and irrefutable. More than 100 countries across the world have some type of 0.05 or lower BAC law. As we've spoken about, Utah enacted 0.05 legislation in 2018 and remains the only state in the nation. Studies suggest over 1,700 lives could be saved each year if all states enacted 0.05. According to the National Safety Council, the crash risk of someone driving at 0.05 BAC level increases by 40% over drivers with no alcohol in their system. To those who oppose due to economic reasons, the Utah study has shown us that there is absolutely no evidence of any negative economic impacts that had been predicted. In fact, economically, they've actually been in favor. More people are coming out, more people feel safe, and they're spending more money. So tourism is up, and local community and economy is up as well. So 0.05 BAC saves lives, changes behavior, and will help us towards a future of no more victims of drunk driving. The goal of 0.05 BAC is not to stop people aged 21 and older from consuming alcohol, but deter people from driving after drinking. The public supports 0.05 according to the AAA Foundation, and 63% of people surveyed already think 0.05 BAC should be the illegal level. Matt urges the committee to please advance Senate Bill 424. It is quite simple. If this bill gets voted into law, then people will live that will otherwise have died. If this bill does not move forward, then people will die who would have otherwise lived. In closing, I've been asked by a young mother who had recently lost her husband and a young child to an
Mr. Groglio, just a heads up, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Alcohol impaired driver, and she asked, are you doing all you can to end this 100% preventable crime? So I leave you with that question. Are you doing all that you can? Only together can we save lives. Please join Matt in support of lowering the illegal BAC level to 0.05 in the state of Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bob. And, I just want to first and foremost, thank you for all of your advocacy through Mothers Against Drunk Driving. I know you see a tremendous amount of loss, and you've heard horrific stories in your role. And so it must be frustrating to hear statistics particular to the state of Connecticut. And thank you for highlighting that. A colleague, Representative Berger Javala, just pointed out to me that you're the first person to mention Connecticut stats and being third. And I remember Commissioner Eucalito last year when we had this bill before us, stating very simply that Connecticut has a drinking and driving problem. That's certainly evidenced by, the statistics that you've thrown out. So again, just really appreciate your time and testimony today. I keep asking everybody about this because we have 2 bills pertaining to driving under the influence before us today, and one has an infraction for driving while ability impaired, and the other that you've testified in support of is lowering the blood alcohol concentration to 0.05. Could you comment on Senate Bill 423, the driving while ability impaired?
Yeah, Matt is not going to support nor oppose it. The issues that we have when you have that that administrative condition that they spoke of, what's going to allow that's going to allow defense attorneys to plead down. We've seen in many cases, 3 out of 5 cases, we do court monitoring all over the country. For instance, in Colorado, 28% of first-time DUI offenses have been pleaded down. So this would give a cushion, even though the law or this bill states that it wouldn't. We've seen it happen time and time again. So it would give the defense attorneys, for someone caught at the 0.08 or above, they would plead down to the administrative penalty of 0.05 to 0.079. So if the wording and having this same first-time offense diversion type restrictions that we currently have in the state of Connecticut at 0.08, where there are, you have to go to a victim impact panel, you have to have an IID. If that would be considered and rolled into this bill, then we could possibly do that. But we are strongly behind 424. And, everyone has spoken about the amount of deaths, and I know Representative O'Day was asking for some statistics between the deaths associated with crashes from the 0.05 to 0.79. And I think the commissioner mentioned we had 7 in Connecticut. But that doesn't take into consideration the 300,000 men, women, and children that are injured each year across our country. And sometimes it's at those lower BAC levels. If you're impaired at 0.05, which once again, science tells we are all impaired at 0.05, the property damage, the survivors that we deal with, that, it's a whole different life for them now. Perhaps they can't work, they can't support their families, they can't pay their mortgage, they lose their home. What about those people? Where does that come into consideration when we're looking at simply asking people to make the right decision and not drive? So, we've seen the 0.05 as a deterrent for people to obviously still go out and enjoy themselves. 21 and older, we're not against that. Just have a plan as how you're going to get home safely. Please do not get behind the wheel of the vehicle.
Thanks for that, Bob. And I just do want to make a point that you highlighted that we put in our driving while ability impaired proposal that there could not be a plea down, because we were hearing in other states where there is a DWAI, such as New York, that is a frequent occurrence. And so if we were to go in that direction, we would have to really shore up the legislation to make sure that we are not allowing any plea down. And they just would not be able to if that were in statute. So I thank you for that. I think that's why we did it, because we too were concerned if we moved in that direction that a similar scenario would play out. I know Representative Carney has a question for you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you, Bob, for your testimony and all the work you do to prevent drunk driving. I was just curious, what are the other states? You said Connecticut is 3rd. I'm just curious what 1 and 2 are.
Off the top of my head, I believe, I don't want to put any state there. I can tell you in the top 10, definitely, we have 2 other New England states, Rhode Island and New Hampshire. I don't know exactly who number 1 is. And once again, it's the highest percentage. It's not the most crashes or the most fatalities. So with our 112 in 2021, we were at that 40%, where the national average had been 28%. That was elevated to 31%. We're not going to see the numbers get any better when 2022 is fully vetted and as well as last year. But I can't tell you off the top of my head who number 1 and 2 are. But I can get you that information if you'd be interested in it.
I appreciate that. I think Alaska. For whatever reason, I'm thinking Alaska might be up there. But I guess along that. So it sounds like we've seen an increase in drunk driving incidents, drunk driving fatalities, and there have been drunk driving laws on the books for years. I know Mothers Against Drunk Driving has done, a very good job trying to prevent people from doing so. Even alcohol companies, they do on their ads, put "don't drink and drive." So what do you think is going on? You know, why does this, you know, because to me, drunk driving is obviously a huge problem, but there is something more going on at the root of it to create, these, increases. In Connecticut, we have a big alcohol culture. That's why probably we're in the top 3. So what do you think outside of this, we can do to try to prevent the problem at the source? And, I guess, why do you think these numbers keep going up?
I wish I had that answer. I often say people just think it's the rite of passage. It's the culture. I mean, the culture here, everyone thinks they can get behind the wheel of any vehicle, whether it's a boat or a snowmobile, whatever, intoxicated, and they think they can navigate their way home. I hear it time and time again with people that say, I don't drink, but I may smoke a little bit, cannabis, but I drive safer. Well, no, you don't. So it's more education from all aspects of the industry. We've got more and more companies, manufacturers of alcohol on board with us now because we feel we can reach a broader audience. Last year, we formed a partnership with Anheuser-Busch, so we're into sports stadiums all over the country because we're reaching a different demographic. It's not, once again, and we've also always been accused of being against alcohol. We're not against alcohol. We want people to enjoy life. Just make the right decision. With the use of rideshare and, MAD instituting the designated driver so many years ago, we used to have 25,000+ people killed back in 1980, and we've lowered that through advocating and such, but we're working with more and more victims each and every day. Just this week, I'm dealing with an 8-year-old in Massachusetts who was killed in a crash in Maine, not at night, 3:30 in the afternoon. So the family was hit head on. A mother from Vermont reached out because she wants to remember her 6-year-old daughter that was killed on their way home from a school play. I mean, it's somebody's got to do something. We just can't allow this to continue to happen. 0.08 to 0.05 doesn't seem like a lot, but it is when science shows us that 0.05, you're not driving the same way as if you had no drinks that day. So it does affect the way you drive. Somebody makes a wrong turn and you're not able to react as quickly as you would if you had no alcohol in your system. Cannabis is going to be a whole nother issue in the coming years with the legalization. Now we're gonna see those numbers increase as well. People need to make the right decision. Unfortunately, we know that people sometimes don't and oftentimes don't. So enacting a law that hopefully will have someone just think about it. How many drinks will it take me to, I know we talked about that earlier on with AAA. They talked about, well, let's not have them calculating at the bar. We want you to think before you go out. We want you to say, you know what, I'm going to go out and have a good time because it's my birthday, it's my anniversary, or what have you, my divorce or my marriage. I want to have some drinks. Well, then how am I getting home? Let's start talking about that. So let's designate a non-drinking designated driver to get us home, or hire a, rideshare, hire a limousine service or whatever. Have a good time, enjoy life, be safe.
All right. No, I appreciate that, Bob. And, I certainly appreciate everything Mothers Against Drunk Driving is doing. And this is something that these deaths are preventable. And, there's a lot we can do. So thank you so much for your time.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be very brief, Bob. I just want to thank you and all of your volunteers and members that have raised awareness, educated, and shared their stories, because I think one of the most effective measures, despite all the legislation that we're looking to propose, is a common sense and a respect and an awareness of the impact of drunken driving and the preventable tragedies. And I think for me, I have remembered all the stories and all of the sadness of a preventable tragedy. So I want to thank you. No questions from me, but I just wanted to acknowledge Mothers Against Driving in our state and nationally, and all of the volunteers and the youth leaders that are advocating. but also to those that have suffered the loss and in their courage, take the time and the effort to raise awareness and share their stories, because to me, those are the most poignant. Those are the most powerful to remind all of us not to get on the road impaired. So thank you very much, and to all of your members.
Thank you, Senator, for always being there for us. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Senator. Seeing no other questions, thank you so much, Bob, for everything. Advocacy, for being here, for your patience, all of it.
Thank you, Senator Cohen, and thank you all. I mean, you know, this is amazing that you give this to the people to have this opportunity to speak against these bills or in favor of these bills. So I thank you for all you guys do on a daily basis for the citizens of Connecticut.
Thanks. Next we have Sam. Thanks for waiting, Sam.
Hi, good evening. I'm Sam Danowski. I'm the State Director of Sierra Club's Connecticut chapter. Sierra Club's the nation's oldest and largest environmental organization, and we're committed to a healthy climate and environment for all. On behalf of our 30,000 plus members and supporters in Connecticut, thank you for the opportunity to talk today and to lend our support to House Bill 5485. That will create an EV Infrastructure Coordinating Council and a zero emission roadmap. We think this is incredibly important, both to, I think, after hearing the testimony today, to make sure everyone is under the same understanding of the facts about electric vehicles based on all the questions and the conversation that was here today. There's certainly a lot of need, I think, to get everyone on the same page there. There's also been a lot already happening in Connecticut, so it does seem that people need to also get on the same page with where we currently are. And then the council further is tasked with kind of coordinating what's next and how we prepare for the transition to EVs that's already happening. Vehicle pollution here in Connecticut is a serious problem for climate and for public health. 30% of the greenhouse gas emissions in Connecticut come from the transportation sector. Almost 37% of the NOx emission comes from the transportation sector. Our entire state is out of ozone compliance. So all 3.6 million residents of the state of Connecticut are breathing unhealthy air. The federal EPA sets a 70 parts per billion max for healthy air. And in Connecticut, every year, we're at least 40% higher than that in a range over the last few years from 89 to 100 parts per billion. We are paying the price for that vehicle pollution. And that's why Sierra Club are strong supporters of the Advanced Clean Cars 2 and Advanced Clean Truck rules. We do not think the federal standard, the lowest standard possible, is the best we can do in Connecticut. By not having the strongest standards possible, we neglect the climate and public health aspects of vehicle pollution, and we also miss out on investments that are available from the federal government. Just yesterday, I did not include this in my written testimony because it came in after, but the Biden administration announced a national charging infrastructure network for high volume freight corridors and hubs. And a key consideration of who gets that money will be states that have adopted the Advanced Clean Truck rule. So I think we need to move forward with that, but I know that's not before you today. So I want to lend my support to the bill 5485, and thank you very much for the opportunity to testify today.
Thanks so much, Sam. And listen, it's not a secret that I've been in support of California emission standards and was a proponent when we passed the medium heavy duty standards as well. But again, that is not before us today, as you mentioned. But what is a council to help plan and answer a lot of questions that have come up with regard to our readiness in EV adoption, which is happening regardless of the standards that we follow. And so I really appreciate your testimony in that regard. Is there anything that you think that we could do to improve upon the council, or are you just largely in favor of its structure as it stands?
I think as one of the last people testifying today, I think you've heard a lot of discussion about what could be helpful here. And I think it's important to consider those as you move forward. And additions to the council might make sense. And I think in particular, we did hear about fire safety, and that makes sense to us that you might consider that.
Okay, I really appreciate that. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome and thank you for your endurance. I just want to acknowledge Sierra Club for your advocacy and awareness and the historical standing in environmental advocacy way before it was very much popular. And I appreciate hearing you and answering the chairwoman's question in regards to the composition. I would go a little further, and I think one of the engagements that I had with Representative Candelora and Senator Harding was the fact that the 3 tri-chairs, and obviously the Senate and the House, they didn't have an issue, but they were concerned in regards to deep. I was wondering if you had any commentary related to the chairperson appointment. Should it be broader? Should it encompass more of a advocacy kind of role in regards to that instead of another governmental entity?
I don't have an opinion on that, but I will say that in Massachusetts, where they, set forth a coordinating council, similarly recognizing that they weren't having the coordination, the work was being done, but the coordinating was not being done, that their council is entirely made up of agency and decision makers. And in this case, but they have done, I think, a pretty good job in making sure they have stakeholder input. This council broadens it further to have stakeholders on the council, on the commission itself. And so I think that's, you've gone in a slightly different direction here, but I think it probably serves the same purpose, making sure that stakeholders their voices are being heard and they're being able to participate in the decision-making.
And I appreciate that perspective, and the day has been long into the night. So I want to thank you for your endurance and thank you for all your good work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Seeing no other questions, thanks so much, Sam. I know it's been a long day. We're on 8 hours and 20 minutes, and I think we have exhausted our list. And with that, I know there is a gentleman here who's been waiting all day patiently. So, sir, if you'd like to take your 3 minutes, just if you could state your name for the record, since you're not on the list. Thank you.
Christopher Paulin, like Paul and Ian, Eaulin. I'm against the HB 5485 bill. I don't think that there should be a committee, actually. I think it should be done by the marketplace to decide what kind of cars people can buy, and whether people want to buy gasoline engine cars or electric vehicles or other alternate cars. There's a person named John Christie of the University of Alabama, Huntsville, who testified that carbon dioxide emissions have no significant impact on climate change. Also, there's a Professor William Happer who has said that he disagrees that carbon dioxide is causing global warming. So I don't believe there's an emergency. Also, nobody talks about diet, like a raw food diet. People who are on raw food diet have been able to reverse asthma, for example. Diet and lifestyle. There's also something called, nobody mentions geoengineering, which is weather manipulation, how they spray the skies with, they do cloud seeding. And also they use HAARP, HAARP, to do weather manipulation. That's a possible cause of weather changes. Also, the number of catalytic converters on a car. My Subaru has 3 catalytic converters. What if the number of catalytic converters were increased, and then the amount of emissions would not be that detrimental. Also, the number of trees absorb, and what Happer was saying, that the amount of carbon dioxide goes way down during the summer months because the trees are consuming all the carbon dioxide. And also everything's becoming greener. With more carbon dioxide, you have more plant growth. So planting trees is a good idea. Also, I'm opposed to forcing people to buy they want a certain solution, like vaccination, for example. I'm into natural health, which is doing diet and lifestyle. I think that forcing a certain way is not always correct, because you have, there are better ways of doing things that you've never thought about. For example, the rocket stove that heats people's houses, but it uses wood, like small pieces of wood, like twigs, and it doesn't produce very much. It doesn't produce very much pollution at all. Look into something called a rocket stove. It's done
This
like
is sir, just heads up, 3-minute marker.
it's done by permaculturists, people who do permaculture, permanent agriculture. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Mr. Pollan. Certainly you held out with us for the entire day, all 8.5 hours, and I really appreciate that. You and I probably would agree to disagree on a couple of points. Certainly a raw food diet could help in that maybe there's less methane because people would be eating less cattle. But I do appreciate your testimony and your opinion here today, and appreciate that you are not in favor of the legislation before us. So thank you, and thank you for the number of suggestions that you've provided in terms of a healthier lifestyle. I don't see any. Oh, Representative Berger Javala.
I just would like to acknowledge that I think you may be the only person who stayed in the room for the entire day. And that's tremendous, and we appreciate it. Thank you very much for sticking around.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we are adjourned.